Her flesh recovered at a staggering speed, and the blood and chi around her body roared like a blazing furnace. The terrifying penetrating wound on her chest and abdomen, as well as the tear on the side of her neck, were covered with newly formed flesh buds that wriggled and slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scar on her face, deep enough to see the bone, also quickly closed and scabbed over. In just a few days, such severe injuries were more than half healed. This terrifying recuperative power made Dang Jingbei and the other two protectors secretly appalled. During these days, it was anything but calm. Waves of living creatures, clearly from different forces, followed traces to seek them out, attempting to rob them in their weakened state. Among them were teams mixed with true immortals and martial saints, possessing formidable combat strength. Dang Jingbei and the other two fought bloody battles, relying on their powerful strength and tacit cooperation to repel the invading enemies time and again. However, all three were seriously wounded, their battle armor damaged, their breathing erratic, with varying degrees of injury. However, the true crisis had only just begun. Dang Jingbei raised his head and looked toward the distant starry sky, his face becoming extremely unsightly. In that deep darkness, points of brilliant starlight began to appear. They were not real stars but powerful auras that were completely unmasked, like dazzling suns crossing the starry sky, casting countless radiant and dangerous streaks of light. At a glance, the numbers were dense and not fewer than several thousand, and they were heading directly toward the star domain where the four of them were located. SSBYNovelire.net Xueqing slowly opened her eyes, the injuries within her eyes fully recovered, and her gaze sharp and dazzling, her aura even more condensely majestic than before being injured, just a step away from breaking through to the martial saint's second layer. Looking at the streams of light that blotted out the sky in the distance, her face was expressionless. She understood more than anyone else that her whereabouts had been completely exposed. These people all came for her. They might be after the piece of heavenly fate she could inherit, or perhaps the martial pavilion, but the goal was the same, to kill her and build their merits. Xueqing shook her head slightly and slowly stood up. You all don't need to risk your lives for me. This time's aid, Xueqing remembers it. Please, you three, leave. Dang Jingbei's face was stern as iron, and he resolutely refused. We received a death order to protect the young lady at all costs. Even if we die, we cannot retreat a single step. How can we abandon the young lady? Xueqing silently looked at them, suddenly gesturing, you three, please come forward. Though Dang Jingbei and the other two were puzzled, they still complied and approached. When the three came forward, Xueqing suddenly raised her hand and pointed like a sword, the fingertip forcing out 3 strands of extremely condensed, burning blood chi that contained a bit of her essence yuan and martial arts true intent, plunging into the left chest of the three at a speed too fast to cover one's ears. Miss, you? Dang Jingbei's face changed drastically, instantly understanding Xueqing's intentions. If Xueqing can get out alive, the favor of your aid today will be greatly repaid in the future. Xueqing no longer spoke more, bowing with clasped hands. Dang Jingbei and the other two were already at the second layer perfection of the martial saint realm, only a step away from the third layer. Their accumulation had long been sufficient. At this moment, stimulated by Xueqing's original essence containing pure blood and martial arts true intent, the previously unstable bottleneck instantly loosened. Buzz, 3 powerful auras erupted like rumbling, their blood and chi surging into the sky, stirring the entire starry sky, and the 3 of them simultaneously stepped into the martial saint third layer. At the moment of their breakthrough, the laws of the space-time battlefield were instantly activated, and this starry sky could not accommodate living creatures of the 8th order third layer. A powerful repulsive force descended, and the invisible space-time laws wrapped around the 3 like chains, making their figures quickly become blurred. Miss Xueqing. Dang Jingbei's voice, filled with surprise and urgency, had not fully transmitted when the 3 were completely enveloped by the power of space-time, disappearing from the original spot, drawn into the number 4 battlefield. Xueqing's body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She stood alone in this desolate starry sky, gazing at the countless rushing streams of light that increasingly approached from the horizon, and exhaled a breath filled with the scent of blood, turbid chi. If she let them stay by her side, facing the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pursuers, Deng Jingbua and the other two would surely die. The number 4 battlefield was equally dangerous, but at least the chance to survive was much greater. As for herself, she'll take one step at a time. Meanwhile, in another star domain of the number 5 battlefield, Chu Jing raised his hand to command thunder, striking several Yin gods into flying ash, actively absorbing part of the Yin chi into his body, beginning to carefully study it. In a short time, he had made some progress. Nowadays, the erosion of these evil chi on him was gradually weakening, presumably undergoing a qualitative change soon. A moment later, several powerful living creatures brushed past Chu Jing's side. They only glanced at him before hurriedly leaving, fleeing into the distant starry sky. Chu Jing's expression condensed, somewhat puzzled as he surveyed his surroundings, quickly discovering many similar living creatures in transit. Before he could react, a sudden disturbance emerged in the surrounding starry sky. Over a dozen powerful auras appeared out of nowhere like specters, emerging from the void in all directions, instantly forming a perfect encirclement, completely blocking all of Chu Jing's escape routes. They were all immortal path cultivators, with the lowest cultivation at 1 tribulation perfection, and among them, most had profound auras with hints of laws rippling around them, all being 2nd tribulation true immortals. In the center of the group, a young woman wearing a luxurious palace dress, beautiful in appearance but with an indifferent and cold expression, was guarded by the others like stars surrounding the moon. She looked down at Chu Jing condescendingly, her gaze as if looking at an insect caught in a spider's web. Her red lips slightly opened, her voice crisp but carrying an icy aloofness as if viewing human life as worthless. I have seen this person before. He once held a grand wedding with that Xue Qing in Lingbai city of the near immortal realm, although it was never completed. They must have an unusual relationship. She paused, her eyes sweeping over Chu Jing, giving a casual order, just kill him as well. Throughout, her expression remained calm, as if Chu Jing was just an ant she could crush underfoot any time. A middle-aged cultivator beside the woman spoke up, bowing with a hoarse voice, "Mistress, perhaps we can capture him first to see if we can lure Xue Qing into coming to us, saving us the trouble of fighting with others." The mass wedding in Lingbai city, with numerous cultivators in attendance, captured images spread long ago due to the special identity of Xue Qing. Many had naturally memorized Chu Jing's face. Chu Jing stood in the center of the encirclement, slowly straightening his body, his expression slightly focused. "Why are you searching for Xue Qing?" "Naturally, to take her head." A 2nd tribulation true immortal sneered. "Her head, within the giant god clan, can be exchanged for 10 great realms, and the Star Moon ancient clan and other ancient clans offer substantial rewards. Now she is worth more than a great martial emperor." "Very well." The leader, the palace-dressed young woman, pondered for a moment before looking down at Chu Jing, speaking indifferently as if granting a favor. "I give you a chance to live. If you can send a message to have Xue Qing come here, I'll spare your life today and afterwards select a noble woman from a branch of my clan to marry you, allowing you to establish a clan in the near immortal realm and propagate offspring." All expressions on Chu Jing's face slowly faded away, leaving only extreme calm as he watched the woman in front of him, a hint of blood gleaming in his eyes. "What is your surname?" Feng Wuyang." The woman slightly raised her head, a trace of arrogance flashing in her eyes. "One of the 10 great ancient clans, ranking 5th. Buzz, as her words fell, a blinding divine light exploded between the cosmic star sea, as a Dharma phase spread under the starry heavens. In an instant, Chu Jing seemed like a divine king emerging from the chaos starry sea, overlooking the multitude of living beings, with many Feng true immortals at his feet like ants. The law-breaking runes overflowed with dazzling golden light, his expression indifferent, as he casually pressed down with a palm. The Dharma phase spanned the heavens and stepped on the earth, coiling under the dome of the starry sky, its features indistinct, yet emitting an ancient and supreme divinity, surrounded by an endless chaotic aura and law-breaking runes. A giant hand seal descended, locking the void, leaving no escape. "Protect the master." The leading few 2nd tribulation true immortals were the first to awaken from their shock, letting out a roar as the foreboding danger of death loomed. This slowly descending hand was enough to crush them all. In an instant, all the true immortals were almost frantic. The starry sky trembled violently and collapsed instantly, with countless dazzling immortal treasures, exuding strong auras, soaring into the air. Content originally comes from novifire.net. Immortal swords, treasure towers, divine mirrors, ancient seals, transformed into brilliant rainbows that tore across the Star River, carrying with them a force powerful enough to crush the sun, slashing like a torrential rain towards Chu Jing and the massive Dharma phase behind him. At the same instant, various secret techniques reserved for critical moments were unleashed without hesitation, immortal radiance in myriad colors woven into a catastrophic tide, instantly drowning the section of the starry sky where Chu Jing was located. Facing the onslaught of more than a dozen true immortals, the towering Dharma phase showed no ripples, as the giant hand entwined with divine light slowly pressed down. The law-breaking rune exuded an extremely dazzling golden divine light, spreading a dead silent aura beneath the starry sky. The incoming immortal treasures, upon touching the edge of the golden hand seal, disintegrated instantly like snow under the blazing sun, with its carefully crafted symbol formation, even the energy core collapsing and dissipating in a flash. Many immortal treasures visibly dimmed, their spirit souls wailed in despair, being entirely obliterated, reducing to piles of lifeless iron, silently scattered in the starry sky. The splendid divine power and magic, under the illumination of the breaking method golden light, were dissolved at the fundamental level, unable even to stir the slightest ripple before they completely vanished without a trace. In front of the giant hand imbued with the true intent to break all laws, all their resistance appeared utterly helpless and powerless. I am a blood descendant of the Feng family's direct lineage. If you dare harm me, the Feng family will pursue you to death. The palace-dressed woman in the center of the encirclement by numerous true immortals spoke sharply, a hint of panic uncontrollably flashing in her eyes. This scene was entirely unforeseen by her. The positions of the two had completely reversed in an instant. But now, she could only cling to the hope that the name of the Feng family could suppress Chu Jing's killing intent. Chu Jing acted as if he hadn't heard, with the giant hand showing no sign of halting, directly pressing down, enveloping that expanse of the starry sky. Thump, 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 a series of sounds akin to ripe fruits being instantly crushed resounded in the dead silent starry sky. More than a dozen Feng family true immortals, along with the remnants of the immortal treasures, were crushed without any ability to resist under the golden giant hand, turning into masses of blood mist that burst into resplendent blood light. With the fall of a single hand, over a dozen true immortals perished completely, their forms and spirits annihilated. The brilliant Dharma phase slowly retracted its hand, merging into Chu Jing's body, leaving him alone in the starry sky with the lingering scarlet blood mist. Chu Jing's expression was indifferent, with no emotional fluctuation, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. If they were cultivators of other Taoist orthodoxy, there might have been a fierce battle today, but it was just a group of immortal path cultivators. The suppression of the law-breaking rune on immortal path cultivators left these true immortals no room for resistance. As Chu Jing was about to leave, a faint and eerie aura emerged from the permeating blood mist, disregarding spatial distance, and instantly surged into Chu Jing's body, landing in his divine soul. Chu Jing instantly realized that this was an aura of the Feng family's bloodline. This is a method left by these ancient clans with long-standing heritage in the bloodlines of their core descendants, so that if their clansmen were killed, no matter how far the killer fled, the Feng family would be able to sense it, clearly facilitating avenging by the clan's powerhouses. This is an ancestral realm technique, which, given Chu Jing's current cultivation, he clearly is incapable of removing or shielding against. However, Chu Jing's face showed no trace of fear, not even minding this so-called mark. If they were killed, so be it. If trouble was caused, then so be it. At this point, hesitating and worrying has lost all meaning. It's merely an ancient clan, it's not like I haven't killed an ancestral realm before. Now he had one thing he needed to do, and that was to reach Xue Qing as quickly as possible to save her life. Everything else must be put aside. With his mind made up, Chu Jing lingered no longer, his figure flickered, transforming into a brilliant thunder light that tore through the starry sky, accelerating to the extreme as he charged violently toward the star domain that was already locked by the gazes of countless living creatures. Along the journey, Chu Jing was not idle. Instead, he used the aura of the Feng family's bloodline curse within his divine soul to perform the heavenly divination technique. In an instant, the power of the spirit and soul unfurled like an invisible web, using that bloodline aura as a guide, spreading towards the surrounding starry sky. Very soon, the feedback rippled back, revealing the presence of many auras of varying strengths sharing the same origin in the nearby star domain. Undoubtedly, they were all people of the Feng family. Chu Zhang's gaze turned slightly cold. Instead of avoiding them, he intentionally adjusted his direction, actively drawing closer to the area where those auras were congregating. As the distance closed, there was no need for him to reveal himself. Those Feng family members had already sensed the killer's mark on him, as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. Dare to kill a member of my Feng family, leave your life behind. Several enraged and furious shouts tore through the starry sky, as 4 or 5 powerful figures surged forth from different directions, mercilessly unleashing various immortal treasures and divine skills upon Chu Jing. Chapter 803-524, Bloodline Imprint, Part 2. In a fit of rage, his actions were ruthless, without any reservation. Facing these Feng true immortals charging at him, Chu Jing's expression remained unmoved. He didn't even pause his steps, merely raising his right hand slowly. What seemed like an ordinary palm strike descended. Buzz. The brilliant breaking technique golden pattern flashed and disappeared in his palm. The hand seal expanded across the void, aiming at the few true immortals. Poof. 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 Amidst a few short and dull explosions, the Feng true immortals at the forefront, along with their protective immortal light and roars, were instantly crushed into another mass of blood mist in the starry sky. Chu Zhang's speed did not slow down as he passed through the yet-to-dissipate blood mist. Meanwhile, he operated the method of qi absorption, and with one inhale, the purest origin energy that had not fully returned to the heavens and earth, like being drawn by an invisible force, transformed into strands of pure light streams, all devoured into his stomach. Given the current situation, he no longer had time to sit and slowly recover, nor sufficient spirit pills to sustain continuous high-intensity battles. He could only replenish himself in the most direct way, feeding war with war, using these cultivators' life essence to sustain the next slaughter. Soon, he encountered several members of the Feng clan again, leading to another fierce battle. With each living creature he slaughtered, the points accumulated in their identity jade token would automatically transfer to Chu Zhang's jade token according to the battlefield rules. Thus, in this bloody carnage, his points began to skyrocket at an astounding pace. Chu Zhang's high-profile and ruthless style quickly drew attention from many other living creatures in this chaotic battlefield. Some creatures observed from afar, while others subconsciously approached him, reacting in various ways. There was fear, curiosity, but more so, was undisguised murderous intent. He's Jingchu, with Xueqing, kill him. Soon someone discovered Chu Zhang's identity and spread word of his whereabouts, drawing more and more creatures, like sharks smelling blood, converging from all around the star domain, joining the pursuit and blockade against Chu Zhang. This was a deliberate move by Chu Zhang. He was turning himself into an even more conspicuous target, attracting more firepower, sharing more of the pressure so that Xueqing might have a better chance at survival. The bloody storm surrounding Chu Zhang began to expand and spread rapidly. However, not everyone in this chaotic killing field was an enemy. As Chu Zhang was besieged by dozens of creatures from different forces, struggling in a fierce battle, over 10 martial cultivators entered the battlefield, clad in battle armor, their blood qi like wolf smoke, charging fearlessly into the fray, instantly scattering the creatures surrounding Chu Zhang. Many of these martial cultivators hailed from the near immortal realm, and their thoughts were simple and straightforward. Xueqing was from the martial pavilion, so Chu Zhang, associated with her and being besieged, was naturally considered one of their own. They attacked first before asking questions. With the help of these martial saints, Chu Zhang's pressure drastically reduced, quickening his pace. He barely had time to thank them before being swept into another battlefield. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic and relentless, the slaughter unceasing. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. In the midst of relentless pursuit and counterattacks, Chu Jing lost count of how many battles he had fought, how many living creatures he had killed, or how much alien origin he had absorbed. His cultivation had long reached the limit of the number 5 spacetime battlefield. Were it not for his deliberate suppression, he would have already achieved perfection at the early stage of Heavenly Immortal. He continually pressed forward, and as the distance to Shui Qing closed, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. Finally, after breaking through yet another encirclement, he reached his destination, a piece of the star sea that had truly turned into an azure purgatory. The scene here was far more tragic and chaotic than any previous battlefield. Everywhere his gaze landed, there was slaughter, be it small skirmishes or full-blown melees with human demons, ghosts, major ancient clans, and various living creatures entangled in combat. Immortal light, blood chi, demon mist, techniques, and many evil demons, the different energy fluctuations clashed madly, exploding, painting the entire starry sky in a bizarre and colorful doomsday. The sound of suffering wails, clashing magic treasures, bones shattering, and flesh-tearing blended together, forming a nearly mad blood-red soundscape. Many creatures were nearly driven insane, their eyes red as blood, attacking anyone they saw, almost unable to distinguish friend from foe, while others circled the battle formations, poised to seize jade tokens from the gravely injured and exhausted, like hounds fighting for food, greedily snatching points. In the blink of an eye, many creatures met with soul-crushing doom. But at the center of the most chaotic battlefield, where energy fluctuations were most intense, one blood-drenched figure stood out. It was none other than Shui Qing. At this moment, she was almost a figure of blood, her robes long stained black-red and clinging tightly to her body. Countless hideous wounds still bled profusely, with new injuries constantly adding, old injuries just congealing only to be torn open again. She was trapped, surrounded by over 100 living creatures, most of whom were immortal path cultivators, attacking her like frenzied hyenas, wave after wave launching desperate charges, showering all manner of divine abilities and techniques like a torrential storm upon the stretch of star sea she occupied. In this world-shaking siege, Shui Qing displayed a terrifying resilience that shocked the soul, her warrior stance awe-inspiring. Her combat style was as violent as thunder, like an azure dancing on the edge of a blade, performing the dance of slaughter amidst life and death. A true dragon bloodline sneaked behind her in an attempt to ambush. Shui Qing did not avoid but advanced, crashing into the dragon's belly, tearing its scale armor barehanded, ripping out its still-burning dragon ball, swallowing it without a glance. She fought, bled, but at the same time, she kept feeding, devouring enemy flesh in battle, frantically replenishing her own consumption, maintaining her nearly crumbling vitality and combat strength. This had almost become a beastly slaughterhouse. Seeing this scene, Chu Jing took a deep breath, his breathing instantly heavier. Without the slightest hesitation, he inhaled deeply, causing the remaining yuan qi in his body to surge violently. With a thunderous roar, his Dharma phase rose sky-high again, like a burning star, charged directly into the most chaotic and perilous core of the battle formation. Wherever he passed, there was no one to match him, facing the breaking technique golden pattern, countless immortal treasures and divine skills crumbled like defeated silk, collapsing upon contact. All who blocked his path, regardless of clan or cultivation, were violently blasted away by the Dharma phase, ground to powder. Yet the core of this battle formation was filled with immense resistance, teeming with strong opponents. This short star sea distance was excruciatingly difficult for Chu Jing, as if he were stuck in a quagmire, significantly delayed. The Dharma phase repeatedly shattered under constant strikes, forcibly recongealed, only for the effects of his 9 orifices golden core to be nearly exhausted after continuous use. He stuffed spirit pills into his mouth, one after another, the medicinal power surging and quickly dissipating, yet somehow managing to barely repair his ruined body, keeping his Dharma phase from perishing. Crimson blood seeped continuously from his cracked grip and every pore, but Chu Jing's momentum did not waver. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma phase was on the brink of crumbling, and his divine consciousness was nearing chaos due to exhaustion when Chu Jing, with sheer force, finally broke through the layers of encirclement, treading on a mountain of enemy corpses, at last reaching the eye of the storm, standing before the blood-drenched figure. Xueqing raised her hand and twisted the head off a creature, blood gushing. She turned to find Chu Jing at her side, her eyes suddenly surging with countless emotions. Their eyes met, 1,000 words choked in their throats, yet no words were spoken. Kill. Without another word, Chu Jing rasped, seizing Xueqing with a sudden grasp, her touch slippery and sticky, uncertain whether from blood or sweat. Without hesitation, Xueqing returned the gesture, gripping him back, their exhausted blood and energy resonating together at that moment, like two peerless weapons reforged side by side after countless trials. The next moment, they simultaneously took action, transforming into a blood-red whirlwind that tore through the battlefield, shredding all before them, fiercely striking out into the dark and deep starry sky. Chapter 804-525, Enemy of the World. Beyond the spacetime battlefield, in a dimension that ordinary living creatures cannot perceive or reach. An endless, ceaselessly flowing river spans the universe, with its waters composed of countless shattered fragments of time, each droplet a reflection of a past era. At this moment, atop the river, more than a dozen blurry figures sit cross-legged. Most of their forms are not composed of real flesh and blood but are projections formed by the space-time law, with auras either deep as the sea, blazing as the sun, or elusive as smoke, all exuding supreme majesty. The ancient ancestors of each major ancient clan descend in spirit here, overlooking that independently demarcated area below, where endless blood battles are unfolding on the spacetime battlefield. Their gazes penetrate layers of spatial barriers, dispassionately watching everything within the battlefield. The slaughter among the many living creatures, in their eyes, is perhaps no more than a trivial chess game that cannot stir up any chaos. The gaze of sun-eroding Cry sweeps past Battlefield 5. As he observes that chaotic star domain and sees Xueqing severely injured, his expression remains calm, like a still ancient well without ripples. He watches Xueqing repeatedly face life and death challenges, yet there is no trace of worry or anxiety in his eyes, only calmness, even indifference. The path is chosen by oneself. Since she chose to participate in the heaven burial ceremony, naturally, all ensuing risks and tribulations must be borne by her alone. This is the heaven burial ceremony, a rule handed down since ancient times, concerning the flow of the great universe's chief fortune, with interests and balances behind it so complex as to be unimaginable. Even with his status as the martial ancestor, he cannot risk public condemnation by overtly intervening in the ceremony's process. The consequences provoked by such an action, even he, as the martial ancestor, would find it hard to bear. If Xueqing can pass this tribulation, she will have a bright future, with limitless prospects on the martial path. If not, it could only be said that her fate was meant to be so, her fortune thin and fate shallow, not suited to inherit the heavenly fate. The martial pavilion does not lack heirs of heavenly fate. Soon, the attention of the many ancient ancestors is attracted by Chu Jing. Especially the strange golden talismanic pattern that appears between his fingers, repeatedly disintegrating the protective immortal light and divine power treasures of many true immortals as if they were decaying wood. An ancient ancestor shrouded in hazy starry radiance utters a soft murmur, with a trace of inquiry in his tone. The talisman in this child's hand is quite interesting, as it seems to directly target the foundation of immortal path mana, breaking methods and immortals, almost reversing Tao laws. Just after he finishes speaking, a massive figure slowly speaks, without any inflection in his tone. If this child can emerge alive, I wish to recruit him into my clan, and hope all of you will grant this favor. Though it seems like a discussion, the tone reveals an air of inevitability, which everyone can hear. Jing Chu, turns out, is also a cultivator from the near-immortal realm. Interesting, such a small near-immortal realm has produced two remarkable seedlings on this occasion. Another ancient ancestor laughs softly, looking at Chu Jing's identity jade, his eyes flickering, clearly also interested. The significance of the law-breaking rune held by Chu Jing is seen with utmost clarity by these ancient monsters who have lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. This is almost akin to holding one of the vital points of the immortal path cultivation system. If this rune can continue to be deepened and refined, even disseminated, it could suppress half of the human race in the future. This would have a revolutionary impact on the power structure among the myriad races of the great universe, with a value far exceeding that of 10 or even 100 great realms. Sun-eroding Cry watches in silence, his thoughts rapidly churning. The appearance of this talisman is indeed a huge variable, capable of stirring up monstrous waves across the great universe. Whichever side Chu Jing ultimately belongs to implies the potential breaking of the existing balance. His gaze slowly sweeps across the entire battlefield 5, chaos spreading like a plague, almost engulfing all living beings in a bloody battle. Just then, Sun-eroding Cry's gaze suddenly fixes on an unremarkable corner at the edge of the battlefield. There, a youth clad in a black tight suit, seemingly young in years, is trapped in an encirclement by over a dozen cultivators. This youth is also a martial cultivator but not from the martial pavilion. His combat techniques are unique, purely primal with grand openings and closings, using strength to overcome skill. His fists and kicks are unparalleled, his momentum like a rainbow. His opponents, no matter what kind of divine power and magic they wield, are often shattered by his single punch, either dead or seriously injured. His combat strength, compared to martial cultivators of the same rank, clearly surpasses them by a significant margin, carving a path of blood through the chaotic battlefield. The youth's brows carry a wild and unyielding nature, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Though he has just entered the rank of martial saint, his entire being has already gathered a grand momentum, which condenses without dispersing, blazing like the sun, not weaker than some great saints of the martial path. Sun-eroding Cry's gaze falls on the name revealed by the youth's identity Jade, a slight glimmer emerging in his calm eyes. Jun Huang. He has always wanted to find a disciple to inherit his core legacy. Although Xueqing's talent is unparalleled throughout history, her path seems not entirely aligned with his, and she has explicitly declined. As for this youth named Jun Huang before him, although his innate root-bone talent might slightly fall short of Xueqing's, his pure understanding of the martial path, that innate wildness and domineering spirit, as well as this nascent invincible momentum, all highly match his appetite. Another good seedling, this heaven burial ceremony has not been entirely fruitless. Sun-eroding Cry notes Jun Huang's name in his mind, secretly keeping an eye on him. If this child can emerge alive from the heaven burial ceremony, he might assess further and consider inducting him as a disciple. His gaze did not linger on Jun Huang for long, quickly returning to the storm's center, towards the direction of Xueqing and Chu Jing. The battle there had reached an intense climax, with waves of blood sweeping across the star dome, transforming into seas of blood. No matter if Chu Jing and Xueqing could ultimately carve a path of survival from the hunts of hundreds of thousands, and walk out of the space-time battlefield alive, Sun-eroding Cry knew that he must begin to make some preparations. Especially for Chu Jing. The talismanic pattern in this child's hand posed an enormous threat, with a terrifyingly direct suppressive force against the immortal path. Even though he himself did not like those cultivators on the immortal path, the immortal path remained one of the core Taoist orthodoxy of the human race, an important cornerstone for the human race to resist the myriad races of all heavens. This kind of terrifying power that could sever the lifeline of the immortal path must not fall into the hands of foreign races, or indeed, into any faction that could potentially threaten the overall interests of the human race. If Chu Jing emerges and is willing to join the martial pavilion, that's good. If he is not willing to join the martial pavilion, but instead accepts an offer from some ancient clan, then... A cold light flashed in Sun-eroding Cry's eyes. He might need to take action ahead of time, before he grows or the secrets of the talismanic pattern he holds are fully unearthed, at any cost, to eliminate him completely. For the martial pavilion, for the human race, some things must be done. Blood red, reaching the sky, stained the entire starry sky. Chu Jing and Xueqing within this tide were like two reefs locked tightly together amidst a violent tsunami, enduring one endless mad assault after another. Chu Jing could clearly feel the increasingly chaotic breath of Xueqing behind him, and every tremor in her saber strikes conveyed undeniable weakness. The recovery speed from her consumption of fierce beast blood and flesh could not keep up with the exhaustion brought by such high-intensity battling. This couldn't go on. A glint of fierceness flashed in Chu Jing's eyes, he bit his tongue hard, forcibly gathered yuan qi, and with one hand started to meditate aggressively, absorbing the scattered essence around him. A violent devouring force began to forcibly seize the purest life essence from the bodies of living creatures just fallen, even from those not yet completely dead on the battlefield. Vast amounts of life essence, like rivers flowing into the sea, were forcibly absorbed by Chu Jing, initially refined within him, purging most impurities, transforming into a relatively gentle yet exceedingly mighty torrent that surged into Xueqing behind him. This method, simple and brutal, was far faster and more direct than Xueqing's own consumption and refinement. Xueqing's expression shifted slightly, the sudden surge of energy tore open her wounds, causing her to let out a muffled grunt. The warm life force instantly rushed through her limbs and bones, frantically healing those ghastly wounds, replenishing nearly exhausted blood and qi, slightly easing the fatigue from continuous combat. She immediately understood what Chu Jing was doing, not wasting the opportunity, and began channeling her cultivation technique with all her might, striving to efficiently absorb and refine this life force. Only swift recovery could extricate them from this bloody quagmire. With the backing of vast life essence, Xueqing's recovery speed soared dramatically, her paper-white face quickly gaining a healthy flush, deeply visible wounds visibly writhing and healing, and her waning energy igniting fiercely again like a rekindled flame. At the same time, Chu Jing stepped forward, pushing his Dharma phase to the limit, forcibly attracting the majority of the firepower, acting like the most solid shield, buying precious time for Xueqing. Golden light and blood light interwoven, Dharma phase flickered constantly. Chu Jing's body trembled violently repeatedly, blood continuously seeping out, but he managed, barely, to withstand it. Xueqing didn't waste a moment, striving to repair her own body. In a blink, more than an hour passed. When Xueqing opened her eyes again, her tumultuous blood and qi roared and spread like a tsunami, her battle saber erupting with a dazzling blood brilliance that tore the starry sky. Chu Jing's pressure abruptly lessened, the two exchanged glances, words unnecessary, simultaneously launching the fiercest breakout charge towards a direction, like two heated blades, piercing into the surging tide of enemies. This brutal breakout battle continued for half a month. Both were heavily wounded, nearly bled dry, yet to persevere through the siege of hundreds of thousands of peers at this point was exceptionally difficult. Chu Jing had lost count of how many living creatures he killed or how many layers of encirclement he broke through, only knew that the starry sky behind them was dyed dark red, littered with countless severed limbs and fragments of magic treasures. The number of pursuers daring to follow dwindled increasingly. Those cultivators, previously blinded by greed, after paying the bloody price, finally began to regain their sense. When the last batch of stubborn pursuers, relying on their confidence in their own strength, were cleanly slain with the cooperation of the two, the star domain behind them temporarily returned to a state of deathly silence. Ultimately, the two temporarily rested on a desolate dead star, devoid of any living presence, marked by ancient cracks. Their conditions were pushed to the edge, urgently needing recovery. Chu Jing cast several layers of concealed warning arrays, leaned against the stone wall, slowly relaxing his taut nerves, finally gaining a little respite. On the dead star, there was no sound, only eternal coldness and deathly silence, and the weak light from distant stars. Chu Jing glanced at the identity jade on his wrist, the numbers causing his gaze to shift slightly. Name, Jing Chu, points, 5,479,000, current ranking, 2, over 5 million points, accumulated through his relentless blood-drenched struggle, defeating countless formidable enemies. However, even so, he was only ranked second. Undoubtedly, the one ranking first could only be Xueqing, the storm's center, the main target of the hunts, with the number of strong foes she defeated likely astronomical. Her points probably broke through the 10 million mark long ago. Still, by now, these points had little significance. Xueqing leaned against the cold stone wall, closed her eyes, lashes still flecked with unwiped blood beads, as her boiling blood and qi gradually settled and became silent. After undergoing such extreme extraction and replenishment, her cultivation advanced another step, like a sword honed through trials, growing even colder. In the deathly silence, only their barely perceptible breathing sounds remained. After a long silence, Xueqing suddenly spoke, her voice light, carrying a trace of unobtrusive hoarseness and apology. This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. I'm sorry. She still had her eyes shut, as if she dared not look at Chu Zhang's expression. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. The words were difficult for her to say, given her usual disposition. Apologies were not easy to express. She only intended to secretly protect him a bit, yet hadn't anticipated becoming the primary source of trouble herself, nearly dragging him into a realm of inexorable calamity. Chu Zhang was slightly startled, turned his head to look at her blood-stained profile, shook his head. Between you and me, there is no need for such words. Trouble? Since he chose to walk the cultivation path, trouble had been unending. Just consider it trials accumulating. Xueqing remained silent for a moment, then slowly opened her eyes, her gaze turned to the distant void of darkness, asking a question pressing in her heart for long. In Lingbai City, you didn't wish to marry me. Now, why would you risk your life to save me? This question had puzzled her for so long, like a thorn embedded in her heart. She didn't understand. If unwilling to accept, then why go to such lengths for her? Even at the cost of forming mortal enmity with numerous ancient clans. Chu Zhang briefly paused, his gaze similarly drawn to the distant depths of the starry sky, seeming to see across the void, perceiving the river of space-time, where his mottled footprints lay. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone slightly heavy. I owe you a life. He paused, added, I must repay. In vague fragments of memory, whether Xueqing or Song Lingxue, they seemed to have saved his life somewhere in the future. Although the details were blurred, he remembered nonetheless. Moreover, Xueqing was not meant to perish here. Chapter 806-526, 10 Great Ancient Clans. Upon hearing Chu Zhang's words, Xueqing's eyes darkened slightly, misunderstanding his intention. She wasn't satisfied with the answer, but she didn't press further. Instead, she closed her eyes again, focusing all her strength on circulating her blood and qi to heal her injuries. Chu Zhang no longer spoke, quietly regulating his breath, absorbing the sparse energy from the starry sky, repairing the hidden injuries within his body, and sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding qi. Half a day later, a powerful surge of blood and qi erupted from Xueqing's body with a roar. A dazzling blood light emanated from her, her skin radiated brilliance, her injuries completely healed, and her aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. The abundant life force Chu Zhang had injected into her body earlier still lingered, and after completely absorbing and refining it, she successfully broke through, officially stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm. After her breakthrough, Xueqing's aura became even more condensed and profound. The trace of weakness between her brows due to severe injury completely disappeared, replaced by a restrained sharpness. She stood up, moved her limbs a bit, feeling the surging blood qi within her, and the unease in her heart gradually dissipated. With her current combat strength, as long as she didn't get trapped again, she could roam across battlefield number 5. Chu Zhang opened his eyes, looking at the faint scar on Xueqing's cheek, momentarily dazed. With Xueqing's healing ability, this scar should have long since healed completely. Noticing Chu Zhang's gaze, Xueqing raised her finger to touch the scar on her face, her expression calm. I'll keep it as a lesson. This time, she learned a lot of things, and moving forward, she needed to take heed and remember. After a moment of silence, Xueqing spoke again. Ah Zhang, you go on ahead. On this battlefield, no one can harm me anymore, you don't need to wait for me. She saw that Chu Zhang's cultivation had long surpassed hers, standing at the critical point of this battlefield, evidently suppressing himself on purpose, clearly because of her. This time, I don't plan to participate in the Heaven Burial Palace journey anymore. Xueqing shook her head slightly, her expression calm, clearly having already decided. After the Heaven Burial ceremony ends, I will return directly to the Martial Pavilion, and I don't plan to continue the path after that. She came here to participate in this ceremony mainly because she was worried that Chu Zhang might encounter troubles he couldn't solve, thinking that her talent and the Martial Pavilion's background would be enough to protect him in secret. Only at this moment did she truly realize that she had thought far too little in the past, too naive, never having considered what half of heaven's fortune truly meant in this vast great universe and the kind of madness and slaughter it would attract. Not only the other ancient clans but even within this martial pavilion, many wanted her dead. Without Qin Kanyu and others releasing information, the situation wouldn't have been as dire as before. It not only failed to become protection but instead became a source of calamity, even dragging Chujing into it. Furthermore, by now, it was clear that Chujing didn't need her protection. He had his own secrets and cards, capable of turning this situation even in such dire straits. Chujing stood up, understanding Xueqing's meaning. She planned to wait quietly for 10 years, in battlefield number 5, awaiting the end of the Heaven Burial ceremony. I won't go to the Heaven Burial Palace this time. Xueqing shook her head slightly, repeating, her eyes gradually becoming sharp, I will finish things on this battlefield. She still had unfinished business in this battlefield. Chujing didn't need to worry too much about her. What she truly needed to do was return to the Martial Pavilion as soon as possible, overcome all difficulties, and ensure she got that half of heaven's fortune. Only by mastering enough power and authority, entering the ancestral realm, could she truly control her destiny, not like today, being forced into another desperate situation. If she continued forward into battlefield number 4, it's uncertain the likes of Qin Kanyu would be waiting for her, where the dangers would likely be greater. Stopping here was the best choice. Alright. Chujing didn't say much, stood up, and began setting up an array, preparing to leave Xueqing with an amulet. He spent 2 days, moved 360 stars, arranged a 5 elements formation, and handed the array talisman to Xueqing, with both offense and defense. With such an array, even if Xueqing ended up in a similar situation as before, she would have a place to catch her breath, able to withstand it for a while. After doing these, Chujing looked at Xueqing, with a complex expression in his eyes, and whispered, after the Heaven Burial Palace, we'll meet again. Xueqing didn't say much, just nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Chujing no longer suppressed the aura within him that had already surged to its peak. With the accumulated momentum, his cultivation soared crazily, Tao patterns appearing around him, resonating intensely with the laws of heaven and earth. A strong spatial fluctuation surged from his side, rippling like water waves. This was the space-time battlefield sensing his breakthrough of the current realm limits, automatically producing repulsion and attraction forces. In the blink of an eye, the spatial fluctuation turned into a vortex, completely engulfing his figure. With a flash of light, he vanished from the space-time battlefield. Xueqing stood for a long while, then raised her hand to disperse the array that concealed her aura. Her blood chi rose like a blood-red sun, illuminating the cosmic starry sky, spreading towards the surrounding star sea. Killing intent danced frantically in her eyes. To her, the previous matters were far from settled. Now that the situation of attack and defense had reversed, she naturally wanted to settle the scores one by one, especially with Qin Kanyu. In the remaining time, she would surely find her, and then, skin her with her own hands. As for those behind her, she had plenty of time in the future to investigate them slowly. Chapter 807-526, 10 Great Ancient Clans, 2. After a brief fluctuation in space, Chujing arrived in another heaven and earth. It was still the vast, boundless starry sky, but the scene here was completely different from battlefield number 5. The distance between the stars seemed to be pulled farther apart, and each star appeared exceptionally lonely. Moreover, the stability of the surrounding space far exceeded that of battlefield number 5, but the amount of heaven and earth primordial chi and chaotic evil chi also increased significantly. Those who could step into this place were at least living creatures of the 8th order 3rd layer. The impact generated by their slaughter was far beyond what the previous living creatures could compare. The yuan chi in the starry sky slowly gathered towards Chujing. Despite the change of battlefield, his cultivation did not stop growing, but rather increased rapidly, singing high towards the perfection realm of the early stage of heavenly immortal. This fast-paced improvement speed was even much faster than when he once held the repair panel and practiced both the immortal path systems at the same time. This is the path the chi cultivator ought to walk, Chu Jing felt the surging, increasingly pure and vast qi within him, and he understood. The path of the qi cultivator is to seize the creation of heaven and earth, integrate all qi into oneself, pursuing the perfection and transcendence of one's own universe. Though the progress faces tribulations, once enough is accumulated, breakthroughs come naturally. The speed is naturally far beyond the ordinary systematic cultivation of the immortal path. Undoubtedly, the qi cultivator must undergo tribulation. Every breakthrough in a realm requires passing through the corresponding tribulation. Only then can the Tao foundation truly stabilize, and a life-level transition be realized. This invisible connection of cause and effect was something Chu Jing still couldn't figure out. The early stage of heavenly immortal requires experiencing 3,330 tribulations. Chu Jing's previously continuous fierce battles, even the entanglement with Xue Qing, all of these were without exception, tribulations, without exception, grinding trials. Now his cultivation foundation is almost equivalent to having already gone through more than 3,000 tribulations. Only the last step, the last 100 or so tribulations remain to reach the perfection of the early stage of heavenly immortal. Once completely perfected, he can step into the middle stage of heavenly immortal, meaning his life level will undergo another qualitative leap. His cultivation will be able to rival the 8th order 4th layer. At that time, with numerous qi-refining divine abilities, he will be able to dominate battlefield number 4. Chu Jing felt the fluctuation of qi within him and discovered some clues. Amidst continuous high-intensity fighting and devouring, the markings on him became more and more. Besides the initial Feng family blood curse, over time, more than a dozen seals of the ancient clan blood in different colors and auras appeared on his divine soul origin. Evidently, all traces left from the prior great battle. Regarding these, Chu Jing no longer cared. At most, a few ancient clans targeted him. Such a situation, being besieged by powerful enemies from all heavens, he had never experienced before. Always thinking about avoiding is something that can never be avoided. Since it can't be avoided, then it should not be avoided. The only way to respond is to kill all incoming enemies. The struggle for the Tao is just like this. Chu Jing glanced at his jade token. His ranking in battlefield number 4 had already become 1. Evidently, in this battlefield, no living creature's points could surpass his. Chu Jing glided slowly through the starry sky without concealing his breath. Soon living creatures came to him. These creatures from various forces, after seeing him, never asked for reasons, regardless of right or wrong, they directly attacked to kill, full of confidence. In response to these, naturally, Chu Jing showed no mercy at all. All the incoming enemies were killed by him, adding many ancient clan blood seals to his collection. As more and more living creatures died at the hands of Chu Jing, from their curses and threats before their death, he gradually learned about the top 10 ancient clans, currently in this vast great universe, with the greatest fame and strongest power. Among the starry sky, under the firmament today, unquestionably the first is the giant god clan. This clan's battle power is extremely terrifying, even martial cultivators of the same rank are no match. Their ancestor lived before the universe was separated, enormous as a mountain, able to crush stars with bare hands upon adulthood. Their bloodline is overwhelmingly strong, advocating absolute strength. Their physical body is the most powerful warrior. Currently, the clan leader of the giant god clan is named Blood Tea, and is without a doubt the strongest under the sky. The second is the martial pavilion, which proves the Tao through martial arts, gathered top martial strongmen from the human race and some foreign races friendly to humans. The martial pavilion obviously is not strictly a bloodline family, more like an alliance. Its strength foundation is extremely terrifying. It rivals the giant god clan, depending on the fame forged by countless astonishing martial artists with their fists and feet. Sun-eroding Cry is the top power holder in the martial pavilion. Third is the Star Moon Ancient Clan. This name seemed familiar to Chu Jing, as if he had heard of it before. An extremely mysterious and ancient race, a dual ancestor bloodline. Legend has it that their bloodline originates from the Zhou Tian stars. Most of the clan are extraordinarily beautiful, cool temperament, good at manipulating the power of the stars. The fourth is the True Dragon bloodline. They are not pure true dragons, but branches of the human race or demon race with thick true dragon blood flowing within them. Their bodies are strong, have long lifespans, able to perform most Dragon Clan divine skills. Their battle power is far stronger than the true Dragon Clan, occupying many resource-rich great realms. Fifth is the Feng family, considered to be acquaintances of Chu Jing. They practice a branch of immortal laws. The Heavenly Feather clan is ranked after the Feng family, born with yin-yang dual wings. Some clansmen within can freely enter and exit the universe, unaffected by evil chi, very unique among the top 10 ancient clans. The Golden Crow ancient clan ranks 7th, born controlling true sun fire, temperament mostly as fire, highly aggressive. Their dwelling places are mostly in extremely young and hot heavenly domains. Regarding this ancient clan, Chu Jing has some impressions. In later generations there are no traces. The remaining part was also suppressed above the great immortal realm on a clan level. 8th is the Shadow clan, not many clansmen, humanoid beings, their skin pale almost transparent, hair color like silver. Most clansmen have delicate features, a cool demeanor, extremely skilled in the arts of concealment and assassination, absolute rulers in the darkness. 9th is a sect, named Three Prisons Sect. Its emblem is 3 sinister totems, symbolizing human prison, hell, and heavenly prison, respectively. The Three Prisons Sect's cultivation purpose is to break free from these 3 layers of prisons and attain transcendence. It is said that even in the ancestral realm, in the concept of the Three Prisons Sect, still lingers in the heavenly prison and hasn't reached the ultimate perfection realm. The disciples of the Three Prisons Sect, their methods are numerous and sophisticated. Even the ancestral realm remains trapped in the heavenly prison, incapable of reaching the ultimate perfection realm. 10th is the Su family. The Su family originally ranked 5th, but after Shumi Xing was killed by sun-eroding cry, their strength and prestige was greatly reduced, now barely holding on to the 10th position. If not for their sufficient deep foundations, they would have long since fallen out of the 10 great ancient clans list. Currently, these 10 great ancient clans, except for the Shadow clan and Martial Pavilion, are all targeting Chu Jing, and he is not unaccustomed to being surrounded by strong enemies from all heavens. It is foreseeable, once he enters the Heaven Burial Palace, he will encounter the true elite bloodline of the 10 great ancient clans. At that time perhaps there will be even greater trouble. 10 years is but a fleeting moment for a cultivator. Amidst continuous troubles, Chu Jing's cultivation soared wildly, and he entered battlefield number 4. In these 10 years, he encountered countless dangers, and among the 10 great ancient clans, there were many living creatures who had conspired to kill him. If it weren't for his method of chi absorption becoming more refined, allowing him to replenish and recover in the thick of battle and campaign, he would have long been dead. But with great risks comes the rapid rise in cultivation. With the expiration of the 10-year period, at that very instant, space fluctuations suddenly enveloped Chu Jing's entire body. Name, Jingchu, points, 279,620,000. 10 years of time, for an ordinary great realm, have already transformed everything and everyone, yet for powerful living creatures, it is merely a brief rise and fall in the river of time, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the predetermined time for the heaven burial ceremony arrived, the invisible barriers and the constraints of laws enveloping the space-time battlefields began to thaw like melting snow, gradually collapsing. The first to open was battlefield number 5. When the light gate to the outside world restabilized in the starry sky, representatives of various forces, sect elders, and even some emissaries of ancient clans outside couldn't help but hold their breaths, their eyes fixed closely on the exit. Streams of light flowed, and one figure after another staggered out, either with withered auras or heavily scarred, their eyes filled with the dazedness and numbness of having survived a calamity. Xue Qing's figure slowly stepped out. She had changed out of her blood-stained battle robe into a fresh and neat cloud-white outfit, her long hair simply tied behind her head, revealing a face that was delicate yet radiated a cold demeanor. The aura around her had thoroughly stabilized at the peak of the Martial Saint's second layer, having already touched the threshold of an even higher realm. At the moment she left the battlefield, her immense blood and energy erupted like a volcano, instantly burgeoning under the watchful gazes of the crowd. Stepping into the Martial Saint realm third layer, radiating waves of terrifying oppression. A strange, empty space formed around her. Neither the living creatures who had just come out with her nor the cultivators waiting outside dared to approach within 100 miles of her, their gazes filled with awe and deep dread. Finally, as the light gate dissipated, a commotion broke out under the starry sky, each side strong ones bearing expressions of disbelief. Upon entering, there were over 1,740,000 elites from various sects and families, but now, less than 100,000 emerged alive. Moreover, among them, the majority were martial cultivators, with living creatures from other Taoist orthodoxies making up scarcely 1 in 10. Such casualties were excessively severe. Never had any previous heaven burial ceremony seen such a heavy blow. For some mid-sized sects and families, such losses could almost be called catastrophic. Soon, as numerous living creatures all walked out, some news from the battlefield began to spread madly. The source of this content is n.delfire.net. What caused these terrifying casualties was neither the environment of the battlefield nor evil demons, but just one person. Xueqing. In the past 10 years, she almost single-handedly slaughtered over 1 million living creatures from various races, nearly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Number 5. Wherever she went, it was a bloodbath. Regardless of the opponent's origin or cultivation, anyone who dared to show the slightest hostility towards her, and then took action, became a spirit under her blade, a stepping stone for her to stabilize her realm and hone her martial path. Slaughter God, Azura, countless titles filled with fear and dread were bestowed upon her, yet no one dared to call them to her face. At the peak of the river of spacetime, the projections of several ancient ancestors bore slightly grim expressions. From their respective clans, quite a few prodigious champions also participated in this grand contest, now are nowhere to be found, clearly having perished within, becoming the backdrop to Xueqing's glorious achievements. Previously they only observed the battlefield casually, not keeping a constant watch on Xueqing's every movement, the result now coming out as naturally somewhat unexpected. Martial Ancestor. One ancient ancestor, enveloped in shimmering starlight, slowly spoke, his voice somewhat cold. The child from your pavilion, her tendency to kill is rather too ruthless. Indeed. Another ancient ancestor spoke, saying softly, some grievances, this action perhaps goes a bit too far. The projection of sun-eroding cry was indifferent, cold as ice, unmoved by the tragic scene below and the ancient ancestor's questioning. He didn't even glance towards them, just plainly spoke, on the road of contesting the Tao, the strong live, the weak die, it has always been so, a celestial principle justified. Do I need to remind everyone of this truth? He paused slightly, his gaze sharp as a heavenly blade, sweeping over the several ancient ancestors present with dissatisfied expressions, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, nearly provokingly saying, if you all are dissatisfied with this outcome, and think my martial pavilion's disciples acted improperly, feel free to reveal your true selves and engage in a Tao contest with me, how about it? His gaze was like a blazing sun, dazzling and scorching, faintly exuding an almost excited battle intent, seemingly eager for someone to step out now to fight with him, ready for a challenge. Scanned by his gaze, several ancient ancestors felt a chill in their hearts, subconsciously averted their eyes, remaining silent, and spoke no more. Recently, sun-eroding cry had just used thunderous means to slay the Su family ancient ancestor Shumi Sheng, at the height of fierce might, shrouded in killing aura. No one wanted to provoke his ire at this moment, to mess with this god of slaughter over some already fallen juniors. Subsequently, the other spacetime battlefields also successively opened. Battlefield number 3, number 4, number 2, number 1. The situation of casualties varied but was not drastically different. The cultivators who finally came out alive from each battlefield mostly ranged from hundreds of thousands to 1 million, with the overall attrition rate generally exceeding 50%, or even higher, showcasing the brutal nature of this heaven burial ceremony. Some changes occurred in battlefield number 1, with several top-class prodigious champions reaching 8th order 9th layer perfection accidentally breaking through during bloody battles, stepping into the 9th order. Though their strength surged, their cultivation also exceeded limits, losing the eligibility to enter the heavenly palace, leaving regrets behind. Chapter 809-527, Turbulent Undercurrents, Part 2. Such occurrences have been all too common in previous heaven burial ceremonies. The exit of battlefield number 3 quickly stabilized, and Chu Zheng's figure appeared. Beside Chu Zheng, there was likewise a vast emptiness, with no living creatures daring to approach. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Many powerful entities pushed through the outer crowd and came before Chu Zheng. They were emissaries from the various great ancient clans. What surprised Chu Zheng was that, among the current 10 great ancient clans, agents from every clan except the Su family and Feng family were present. These emissaries represented enormous forces that dominated the universe, extending olive branches to Chu Zheng that would drive any cultivator to madness. The offers were breathtakingly generous. First of all, he would be absolved of any blood feuds formed on the spacetime battlefield. As long as he was willing to join a clan, all past grievances would be wiped clean, no matter how many prodigious talents of other clans he had slain. Secondly, most of these ancient clans made similar heavy promises. They promised Chu Zheng a share of heavenly fate's blessing, or directly bestowed resource-rich great realms as fiefs, along with divine weapons, or even a massive tilt of cultivation resources. Some even offered exceptionally talented and noble-blooded Dao companions. This meant that if Chu Zheng nodded, he could instantly transform from a loose cultivator at constant risk, entangled in numerous enmities, to the core direct lineage of the universe's most elite forces, possessing unimaginable power, resources, and future. The moment these conditions were presented, the eyes of many living creatures around them involuntarily showed envy. At the peak of the river of spacetime, the thoughts of those ancient ancestors cast their focused gaze once more. They were all very interested in Chu Zheng's final choice. For this young man who mastered the restraining immortal Dao rune, his decision might subtly alter future dynamics. The eyes of the sun-eroding Cry also fell, calmly watching Chu Zheng, awaiting his response. In his mind, the offers made by the Giant God clan had always been the most generous, and since the Giant God clan harbored no prejudice against the human race, their approach was more straightforward, making it highly probable that Chu Zheng would choose to join the Giant God clan for protection and development. And this was clearly something he couldn't accept. The rune that restrained the immortal path absolutely could not fall into the hands of foreign races, especially not to such a top-tier giant clan like the Giant God clan. If the Giant God clan obtained the rune, relying solely on the martial path, the human race's lone tree could not support itself and could never rise again. If Chu Zheng truly chose the Giant God clan, a very subtle flash of killing intent slowly traversed the depths of the sun-eroding Cry's eyes, and if so, he could only think of some ways to deal with Chu Zheng. However, in his expectation, with Xue Qing's presence, Chu Zheng was likely to agree to enter the martial pavilion. In an instant, the majority of living creatures' eyes were focused on Chu Zheng, waiting for his decision. Yet, contrary to the expectations of all onlookers and even the ancient ancestors above the river of spacetime, faced with the olive branches thrown by the 10 great ancient clans that could drive any cultivator to madness, Chu Zheng's expression remained calm, and he then directly refused without any hesitation. He did not even bother to listen carefully to the enticing detailed conditions added later by those emissaries, merely shaking his head slowly. Chu Zheng not only refused the Giant God clan, the martial pavilion, and the other 8 great ancient clans but also bluntly dismissed similar offers from some powerful families and ancient sects outside the 10 great ancient clans that came later, having heard of the stir. For a moment, the entire area fell silent, with countless gazes fixed on Chu Zheng, filled with disbelief and astonishment. In their eyes, Chu Zheng was rejecting a shortcut to the top of the universe, a path to free himself from the pursuit of all enemies, and to obtain supreme power and resources with ease. Chu Zheng was just an obscure loose cultivator. How could he? How dare he act like this? After a brief moment of deathly silence, a wave of suppressed murmuring arose. And those ancient clan emissaries, rejected on the spot, paused slightly in their expressions, with a swift glance of bewilderment deep in their eyes, but they said nothing more, turning to leave one after another. After all, the ancient clans were ancient clans. Some things are better not expressed too plainly in public. Above the river of spacetime, the auras of the projections of several ancient ancestors also showed slight fluctuations. Evidently, this outcome greatly exceeded their expectations. Interesting. The projection of the ancient ancestor from the giant god clan let out a low, ambiguous laugh. The gaze of the ancient ancestor from the star-moon ancient clan flickered, lost in thought. The faint killing intent in the depths of the sun-eroding cry's eyes quietly dissipated, and his brow furrowed slightly. Chu Zheng's choice equally took him by surprise and left him somewhat puzzled, for not choosing the giant god clan or any other ancient clan. Does he intend to stand alone against the direct lineage bloodlines of the 8 ancient clans? This seemed a bit too presumptuous. At the moment of Chu Zheng's refusal to be recruited, a wave of subtle divine sense fluctuations emanated from those ancient clan emissaries, evidently reporting back to their respective clans and requesting further instructions for their next move. Very soon, a series of cold secret orders, laden with killing intent, was transmitted to those direct lineage descendants of various ancient clans who had already obtained qualifications for the Heaven Burial Palace and were preparing to embark on the final journey. Especially the Feng family and Su family, who had the deepest enmity with Chu Zheng, both issued kill orders. Not just them, the other rejected ancient clans, though not explicitly stated, mostly issued similar orders in secret. The Heaven Burial Palace, where opportunities and dangers coexist, was the perfect place to solve troublesome matters. Chu Zheng was unconcerned about these looming threats. Chapter 810-527, Underlying Current Surge, Part 3. At this moment, what concerns him is another real matter, the reward that should belong to him. The Heaven Burial ceremony is naturally not just about competing for a quota to enter the Heaven Burial Palace. On every spacetime battlefield, the top 10 in points ranking are rewarded by the 10 great ancient clans, a rule passed down since ancient times, both as an incentive and as a form of investment and goodwill towards the top geniuses. And now, Chu Zheng ranks first on battlefield number 3. This ranking undoubtedly comes with abundant rewards. Moreover, his situation is extremely special, having ascended all the way from the lowest battlefield number 5. The Heaven Burial ceremony has another rule: if a cultivator ascends from a lower-tier battlefield to a higher-tier battlefield, and their final points exceed their original battlefield ranking, the reward is calculated according to the final points corresponding to the new battlefield ranking, and they can cumulatively claim all the rewards they should have received at any point in their ascension where their points reached the top 10 of that battlefield. In other words, Chu Zheng can not only receive the rewards for being first on battlefield number 3, but also simultaneously receive the rewards he deserves on battlefield number 4 and even battlefield number 5. Accumulating 3 rewards, this will be an astonishingly large amount of cultivation resources. For Chu Zheng, this is undoubtedly a timely aid that will play a significant role in the upcoming journey to the Heaven Burial Palace. Soon, the 10 great ancient clans sent special envoys again, beginning to distribute resource rewards to the top 10 living creatures on each battlefield according to ranking. Amid countless gazes, Chu Zheng calmly stepped forward and received 3 storage rings. With a slight sweep of his divine sense, his eyes were almost dazzled by the various spirit pills, divine materials, immortal jade, and several ancient treasures emitting astonishing waves, secret technique manuals, etc., all of which were quite a bounty. On the other side, Xueqing stepped forward expressionlessly to receive the reward for ranking first on battlefield number 5. She slaughtered an overwhelming number of cultivators, her points were absurdly high. In the final settlement, Chu Zheng's points couldn't surpass hers, so he could only receive the second-place reward for battlefield number 5. After claiming the reward, Xueqing didn't linger at all, glanced at Chu Zheng, then turned into a stream of light and directly flew towards the temporary base established here by the Martial Pavilion. Just as she stepped into the Martial Pavilion's base, the surrounding void began to twist and transform. She only felt a blur before her eyes and was suddenly under a completely unfamiliar starry sky, surrounded by emptiness and desolation, with only a distant cold star emitting a faint glow. Not far away, a figure sat cross-legged. It was Sun-Eroding Cry. Pavilion Master. Upon seeing Sun-Eroding Cry, Xueqing paused, slightly bowed in salutation, and spoke calmly, I have decided to withdraw from this trip to the Heaven Burial Palace. Sun-eroding Cry slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fell on Xueqing, scrutinizing her for a moment before slowly nodding, a wise decision. At present, Xueqing has almost opposed all major forces. Once she enters the more complex environment of the Heaven Burial Palace, she will certainly become the target of all. In such a scenario, regardless of how high her talent is or how strong her combat power is, it would result in great peril. Withdrawing quickly now, returning to the martial pavilion to concentrate on digesting her gains, consolidating her cultivation, and preparing to undertake that half of heaven's fortune is the most prudent choice. Sun-eroding Cry was silent for a moment and, out of goodwill, offered a reminder. I suggest you let Xingqiu also abandon it, just return to the martial pavilion with me, otherwise he may face mortal danger. Xingqiu's talent is equally exceptional, and Sun-eroding Cry is somewhat unwilling to see him perish. He won't give up. Xueqing slightly shook her head, her expression calm. If he dies in the Heaven Burial Palace, I will collect his corpse, and once my cultivation is achieved, I will avenge him. Beneath the starry dome, the stars shimmered brilliantly, casting a dazzling glow. The Sun-eroding Cry glanced back, his gaze piercing the infinite void, landing on the star domain where the pathway to the Heaven Burial Palace was about to open. His eyes were deep, seemingly reflecting the countless tombstones of fallen prodigies throughout the ages. You'd better advise Xingqiu. He spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet each word weighed like 1,000 pounds. The Heaven Burial Palace ultimately only has room for 100,000 to earn a spot and enter. The dangers within are far beyond comparison with the space-time battlefield. There, it has long become a chaotic and forbidden zone, without the order divisions and constraints of the space-time battlefield. At any moment, one could encounter perfect Eighth Order living creatures. With Xingqiu's current cultivation, facing such beings, there's a high probability he would be casually slain, like crushing an ant underfoot. The Sun-eroding Cry shook his head slightly, his tone devoid of any emotion, merely stating facts. Then he changed the subject, speaking in a deep voice. Moreover, he's refused the solicitations of many ancient clans, effectively cutting himself off from most factions. Within the Heaven Burial Palace, he will surely become a target of many, eager to eliminate him swiftly. Countless open and hidden threats abound. In the Sun-eroding Cry's view, considering all these factors together, the likelihood of Chu Jing emerging alive from the Heaven Burial Palace is infinitesimally small, nearing certain death. Thank you for the reminder, martial ancestor. Xueqing expressed gratitude, shaking her head slightly. If Chu Jing were someone who listened to advice, the two of them wouldn't have ended up in such an awkward situation. Seeing Xueqing still shaking her head, the Sun-eroding Cry said no more. He had given the chance and spoke of the pros and cons. Life and death are fated. The path is one's own choice, and thus one must bear all consequences. He glanced at Xueqing. Now, her aura was calm, her injuries fully healed. Having gained much experience from those bloody battles, her cultivation had advanced. After this grand event ends, Xueqing's cultivation should experience a rapid growth period. The martial pavilion doesn't uphold the Son of Heaven concept practiced by many ancient clans. The Sun-eroding Cry spoke plainly, clarifying the rules within the martial pavilion. The Cold Star martial ancestor's life is nearing its end, and that half of heaven's fortune must have an owner. If you wish to inherit it, it is not a certainty. You must step into the space-time domain with your own strength before his time truly comes. He gave Xueqing a meaningful look, his tone a little more weighty. I suppose you have already noticed, within the martial pavilion, factions are rife, not a monolithic block. Your foundation is too shallow, and you've risen too quickly, blocking too many people's paths. Those who wish you dead are not few. If Xueqing had accepted him as a mentor, these troubles wouldn't exist. But Xueqing chose to refuse, and this news is no secret within the martial pavilion. The troubles for Xueqing will only increase. Xueqing bowed her head in silence. She naturally understood that her current situation was already very dire. I will do my best to buy you time. The Sun-eroding Cry continued, explaining some arrangements. The space-time law can hardly affect ancestral realm existences much, But I have managed to send the Cold Star Martial Ancestor into a spacetime secret realm for recuperation. There, time flows differently from the outside, about 10 times slower. But this is the limit. Calculating, the time left for your cultivation is at most 2,000 years. 2,000 years. For mortals, it's a long duration, but for Xueqing, who needs to break through to the space-time domain, this time is suffocatingly tight, almost hopeless. Xueqing understands, thank you, Martial Ancestor. Xueqing took a deep breath, suppressing all emotions, her eyes calm as water, and respectfully acknowledged. The sun-eroding cry said no more. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding starry sky twisted and changed once again, and Xueqing's figure became blurred and instantly vanished. Having sent away Xueqing, the sun-eroding cry's expression remained unchanged, his aura rippling faintly. Google search novelfire.net. He did not immediately turn his gaze entirely to the soon-to-be-opened Heaven Burial Palace but raised his hand again, gently slicing the void before him. The sound of tearing, space split like silk, opening to reveal a deep passage. An invisible force of attraction emanated, and the next moment, a slightly bewildered figure appeared, under this strange starry sky. It was that martial cultivator, Jun Huang, who had been battling on the edge of the battlefield and caught the sun-eroding cry's attention. Suddenly being forcibly pulled into a completely unfamiliar starry sky, Jun Huang's pupils shrank, his reaction instinctive. His blood surged like thunder under his ancient bronze skin, akin to a startled beast, his gaze warily fixated on the nearby figure sitting cross-legged, whose aura was as unfathomable as an abyss. Although startled, he remained composed, suppressing his shock and speaking deeply, his voice possessing the unique clarity of youth, yet not lacking steadiness. What is the senior's intention in suddenly bringing the junior here? He couldn't ascertain the other party's specific cultivation level, but to relocate him from among countless cultivators silently and effortlessly, their strength was definitely beyond his imagination. Whether this was fortune or calamity, he could not yet know. The sun-eroding cry observed the young man before him, and from this close distance, he further sensed the infinite potential and enormous vitality within him, like an unpolished jade. Those sharp eyes contained innate wildness, as well as a purity not yet fully worn away by the mundane world. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and the calm, unruffled expression on his face softened slightly. He spoke slowly, "My name is Sun-Eroding Cry, Master of the Martial Pavilion." Chapter 812-528, The Heavenly Palace Opens, Yun Tianji _2. This sentence was like a thunderclap, splitting into Jun Huang's mind instantly. The Master of the Martial Pavilion. Currently the second highest existence in the great universe. The sun-eroding martial ancestor. Jun Huang's breath hitched, his eyes involuntarily widening, his heart racing wildly. He never expected that the one who brought him here would be this legendary giant. The sun-eroding cry looked at the boy's suddenly changing expression and spoke calmly, "Observing your root bone and temperament, both are excellent. Are you willing to enter my tutelage and take me as your master? Become his disciple?" The master of the martial pavilion, the sun-eroding martial ancestor, wanted to take him as a disciple? Jun Huang stood there, stunned, his mind seemingly stopped working. The immense shock and unbelievable joy overwhelmed him like a tsunami. But, ultimately, his nature was resilient, and he quickly suppressed the almost outbursting exclamation in his heart. His eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance, without any hesitation or any thought of decorum or bargaining. He directly fell to his knees in the direction of the sun-eroding cry, prostrating himself like toppling a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade. "Disciple Jun Huang, greets master." His voice was high-pitched, with a trace of uncontrollable trembling. He was well aware that this might be his only opportunity in a lifetime to leap over the Dragon Gate, an astonishing chance that could change everything for him and what he cared for. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to seize it with all his might. In the face of such an opportunity, what was decorum, what was pride, it would all be ridiculously foolish. Seeing this, the sun-eroding cry's eyes finally showed a clear look of satisfaction. This was more like it. Previously, he wanted to take Xueqing as a disciple but was mercilessly rejected. Though he remained expressionless on the surface, deep within, he inevitably felt a bit defeated and displeased. But given his status, he couldn't express it in front of Xueqing. Jun Huang's excited and unwavering discipleship was the reaction a normal genius should have when encountered with such an existence offering to recruit them. This significantly uplifted the sun-eroding cry's mood. "Rise," the sun-eroding cry said calmly, raising a hand to lift Jun Huang. "Thank you, Master." Jun Huang stood up, still unable to contain his excitement. His hands hanging at his sides trembled slightly, unconsciously clenching into fists. Looking at him, the sun-eroding cry directly made arrangements. "This time, you won't be going to the Heaven Burial Palace." Jun Huang was slightly stunned upon hearing this, but he did not question, only listened respectfully. "Through my deductions, the heavenly fate may be flawed," the sun-eroding cry said calmly. "You have ample opportunities and need not rush to risk your life in that perilous place." It was the truth, though only part of the reason, and more so, he didn't want such a fine talent, just accepted under his tutelage, to be senselessly lost in the Heaven Burial Palace. That place was beyond his interference, and many dangers there were beyond control. "Disciple abides by Master's command." "Thank you, Master." Jun Huang's heart was lifted, bowing again respectfully. Unless forced, who wants to fight life and death daily, constantly facing uncertainty? Now with a master's arrangements and a bright future, he was naturally happy to be safe. The sun-eroding cry nodded slightly, casually asking, "Are there any family members at home?" His gaze was like lightning, already seeing that Jun Huang's lines of cause and effect were not complex, even somewhat sparse, often indicating thin family ties, with few family members likely remaining. Speaking of family, the excitement in Jun Huang's eyes slightly faded, a hint of darkness passed through as he replied respectfully, "To report to Master. Disciple's parents passed away early. At home, there is only a younger sister left, named Yixue." He paused, a trace of worry on his face. "She was found to possess the immortal bone early on, thus was taken in by the Shuri heavenly sect for cultivation. Now, I do not know how she is doing." For the Martial Dao Holy Land's Martial Pavilion, Immortal Path cultivators were clearly not aligned, and he didn't know if he could reunite with his sister. The sun-eroding cry waved a hand upon hearing this. "No need to worry, I'll have someone investigate at the Shuri heavenly sect and bring her to the Martial Pavilion to be placed by your side. We of the Martial Pavilion can still accommodate an Immortal Path cultivator." To him, it was a trivial matter, just a little girl with an immortal bone. If it could win over Jun Huang's heart, it was well worth it. "Thank you, Master, I am forever indebted," Jun Huang said, overjoyed, putting the last trace of worry to rest, excitedly bowing again. Being able to have his only sister by his side, avoiding the pain of separation, brought him far more joy than any opportunity for himself. Watching the joy on Jun Huang's face, the sun-eroding cry inwardly shook his head. There were some things he hadn't told Jun Huang explicitly. Jun Huang's fate was already clear to him, fated with the lone star of death. This fate is extremely ominous, bringing ruin to close family, making relatives rarely able to remain by his side and seldom meeting a good end. His parents' early demise was the first sign of this fate. And his immortal bone-possessing sister Yixue, no matter where she is now, whether by his side or not, her future fate is likely already decided, all leading to a short life with no good ending. This is fate, unchangeable, and even forcibly bringing her to his side might hasten her misfortune. But these words, the sun-eroding cry naturally wouldn't tell the just initiated and elated Jun Huang at this moment. Certain harsh truths require time to uncover, and some insights, Jun Huang will naturally understand over time. To tread the peak of the universe, naturally, much must be lost. Wanting everything, even the ancestral realm, is simply impossible. Chapter 813-528, The Heavenly Palace Opens, Yun Tianji _3. Only by giving up something, can one gain something. The sun-eroding cry calmly received a bow from Jun Huang, waved a sleeve, swept up Jun Huang, and disappeared beneath the starry sky. The banners of the 10 great ancient clans swept across the starry sky, radiating overwhelming pressure and an incredibly ancient aura, proclaiming who dominates this part of the cosmos. The gaze of countless cultivators, filled with both intense heat and greed, all focused on the imposing ancient gateway ahead. The gate, unimaginably huge, appeared to have existed since the birth of the universe, suppressing an entire star domain. The door was forged from some kind of dark divine jade, covered with mottled and blurred ancient patterns, which, despite the passage of time and wear, still emitted an aura that made hearts tremble. At this moment, the great door silently stood open, and within was a swirling vortex of chaos so deep that even starlight was swallowed by it, as if it connected to the ruins of another epoch, exuding a desolate and deathly mysterious atmosphere. Hot oil, instantly erupting throughout the star domain. Tianji. Are you crazy? Come back. You scoundrel. What are you doing? Get back here. Within the Yun family's ranks, several elders with white hair and beards, their auras formidable, turned pale with shock, as if their souls had flown out in fright, unable to resist roaring and reprimanding him, their voices almost breaking. Chu Jing had almost offended the entire 10 great ancient clans, such terrifying and colossal forces. Even though the Yun family's ancient ancestor was still in existence, and the family's heritage was robust, they could not possibly afford to incur the wrath of all 10 ancient clans. Yun Tianji's current actions were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, placing not only himself in extreme danger but also implicating all the Yun family disciples about to enter the Heaven Burial Palace. It might even push the entire Yun family to the forefront of the storm. However, to the roars of the clan elders behind him, Yun Tianji acted as if he heard nothing. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile tinged with some mockery, his gaze still calmly fixed on Chu Jing, as if all the surrounding clamor and threats had nothing to do with him. He didn't lower his voice, and his words clearly reached the ears of many cultivators. After entering the Heaven Burial Palace, dangers will abound. If convenient, I hope Daoist friend can look out for me. With these words, not only were the Yun family elders stunned, but cultivators from other factions were also completely dumbfounded. This was unmistakably an alliance with Xingqiu. Before saying those words, the Yun family still had room to maneuver, but now there was none at all. Many living creatures' eyes fell upon the Yun family. Under everyone's gaze, a Yun family elder stepped out of the crowd, his expression stern, and spoke coldly. Yun Tianji, from today onward, you are expelled from the Yun family. Chapter 814-529, Immortal Court. Beneath the starlit sky, thousands of races gather, their auras intertwined like a net, pressing many stars to sink down, not daring to make the slightest movement. Beyond the distant sky, the outline of a shattered great star is etched in the thin celestial light, casting a massive silhouette. Turbulent currents of the void are like an everlapping gray-black tide, silently slapping against this dead silent star domain. The gaze of most living creatures present is focused before the gate of the Heaven Burial Palace, or rather, on Chu Jing and Yun Tianji. The expulsion from the Yun family elders instantly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The surroundings first froze, then an uproar suddenly rose, countless divine sense gazes intersecting, filled with shock and disbelief. In this great universe, where clan bloodlines weigh heavier than heaven and earth, expulsion means severing the roots, becoming water without a source, wood without a root, even more cruel than the destruction of form and spirit. For even if one dies, leaving the path, close relatives can still be sheltered by the clan, but once expelled, one and their descendants forever have no part in the glory of the Yun family. Many powerful beings from other ancient clans maintain solemn expressions but are not too surprised by this result. How colossal is the Yun family, how could it waver due to the reckless behavior of a descendant? Moreover, Yun Tianji's actions, in their view, undoubtedly sever himself from the clan, not sparing a thought for the Yun family's interests or the safety of those younger members about to enter the Heaven Burial Palace seeking fortune. At the eye of the storm, Yun Tianji hears this judgment, severe in the eyes of common folks. A slight, indiscernible tug at the corners of his mouth suggests a brief smile. The smile was very faint, fleeting, as he slowly raised his gaze, calmly sweeping over the iron-faced, complexion Yun family crowd, without joy or sorrow, as if merely looking at a group of strangers. From today on, I enter the Immortal Court. He spoke slowly, his voice clear, distinctly reaching everyone's ears. Immortal Court? This somewhat unfamiliar name left many living beings perplexed, some confused and inquiring around, seeking the source of this unfamiliar name. The moment Tianji's words fell, a figure, like a light feather, silently emerged from the void, stopping before the softly glowing door. The person was dressed in a blue and white silk robe, perfectly tailored, outlining a tall stature, appearing nearly 40 yet still strikingly beautiful to an almost demonic degree, a pair of eyes as deep as an ancient cold pond, not a ripple to be seen. Simply standing there, a natural flow of silvery light surrounded him, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, causing all it touched to instinctively hold their breath and lower their heads. From today onwards, anyone wishing to enter my immortal court, none will be refused. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, each word like a decree of the heavenly Tao, echoing beneath the towering firmament of the stars. It's the Su family son of heaven, Su Daoyu. He has become an ancient ancestor? Some ancient beings at the far end of the stars had their expressions subtly change, revealing the newcomer's identity. Countless gazes converged on Su Daoyu, filled with awe and disbelief. Su Daoyu, the name itself is a legend of an era, the son of heaven from the Su family, who swept his peers undefeated in his youth. Having disappeared for many years without a trace, during the turmoil after the Su family's ancient ancestor's death, he silently crossed that chasm, achieving the position of ancient ancestor, once again taking on the burden of the Su family. Indifferent to the reactions around him, Su Daoyu spoke calmly. The immortal court is established by this seat together with the Feng family, no matter which clan, all may enter the immortal path, learn the immortal law. Before his words had faded, the space beside him rippled like water, and another figure appeared. A woman, adorned in a light cyan elegant robe, stepped from the void, appearing nearly 30 in appearance, of unparalleled beauty, surrounded by a gentle, yet unmatched space-time power. Her appearance drew a deep breath from many present. Feng family's ancient ancestor, Feng Qingyi. The alliance between the Feng family and the Su family shook people's hearts even more than Su Daoyu becoming an ancient ancestor. The union of two supremely formidable ancient clans must have astounding intentions. Su Daoyu's gaze seemed to unintentional sweep over the expressionless Chu Jing in the distance before it returned to the field, his voice still calm, including Jing Chu. So long as one wishes to enter my immortal court, all past matters will be pardoned, and those who come with their entire clan shall be granted a blood seal. From then on, they will be immortal descendant families, enjoying the eternal glory of immortal path. As long as the immortal path endures, the clans shall forever remain. Chu Jing stood firm, his expression unflinching. The immortal alliance was no place he hadn't been, but that was the past. He has no intention of, nor would he ever take that path again. These minor waves before him were to him nothing but fleeting transience, dissipating in an instant. He no longer wishes to consider the so-called past, future, or causality entanglements. During the 10 years of the heaven burial ceremony, he had long thought it through. Since he stood here at this moment, it was sufficient to prove that not much deviation occurred in the future. As long as he remains in the world, the future is already a foregone conclusion. There is no need to worry about much. If he ceases to exist in this world, no amount of pondering holds any significance. What he needs to do now is to move forward, striving to see the true secrets of this world, uncover the real reincarnation road. Regarding Chu Jing's myriad thoughts, Su Daoyu naturally knew nothing. He glanced at Tianji beside him, his gaze fell upon the major ancient clans of the giant god clan, his voice slightly grave. From today hence, Tianji shall be one of us in the immortal court. Those who oppose him shall be opposing the immortal court. With these words, the aura of slaughter abruptly emerged, many powerful living beings bristled with apprehension and a chill arose within them. With two ancestral realm beings offering unreserved protection, perhaps Tianji is about to soar upwards. Chapter 815-529, Immortal Court _2. The Yun family elders exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave and unsightly. Regarding the immortal court matters, Tianji was evidently aware long ago, yet kept it undisclosed within the clan with an airtight secrecy. Undoubtedly, this newly emerged colossal entity did not regard the Yun family as an ally, and might even harbor resentment. Recalling that ancient ancestor within the clan, hanging on by a thread as their life force neared its end, once heavenly fate scattered. Several elders couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, as the Feng family held one part of heaven's fortune, and Su Daoyu, the newly advanced ancient ancestor, possessed half a part. Combined, they had 1.5 parts. 3 ancient ancestor-level combat forces were enough to overturn the current power structure of the great universe, overshadowing the Star Moon ancient clan. Against such an existence, the Yun family faced certain annihilation with no chance of survival. Many keen-sensed, powerful beings already sniffed the oncoming storm looming in the air. Clearly, a universe-sweeping tempest was foreshadowing itself before the Heaven Burial Palace at this very moment. Ha! A cold sneer abruptly broke through the dead silence. The curtain of stars was torn open with a fissure through which a towering figure strode forth, shrouded in gloomy blood light, exuding a vicious aura, none other than Sun-eroding Cry. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pinned on Su Daoyu and Feng Qingyi, his expression cold and stern. In the end, you chose the same path as Xu Mixing. It seems the earlier warning failed to convey the consequences to you. Previously, his reason for killing Xu Mixing was due to Xu Mixing's intent to establish an immortal path estate and unify clans, which, for the current human race, 2 equally strong Taoist orthodoxy was not a favorable scenario. But now, Su Daoyu treaded the same path as Xu Mixing. Su Daoyu's handsome face remained unmoved as he replied faintly, with Cold Star's lifespan nearly over, you've made too many enemies. First, take care of yourself to avoid backlash. Put simply, today's martial pavilion could only field 2 ancient ancestor-level powers at best. If Cold Star were to act, the half-part of heaven's fortune on him was unpredictable as to who it might end up with. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with intense hatred. As for Yun Tianji, standing silently aside, the moment Sun-eroding Cry appeared, the tranquil aura around him was instantly replaced by surging hatred, his eyes slightly reddened, almost dripping blood. He stared fixedly at Sun-eroding Cry, his gaze etched into memory as if to imprint the other's form deep within his soul. Sun-eroding Cry. Yun Tianji's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear but from bone-chilling hatred. One day, I will personally sever your head. Prepare yourself and wait patiently. The myriad living beings surrounding them shuddered at his words. Many hidden powerful existences couldn't help but begin reassessing Yun Tianji. In such a situation, to speak of wishing to kill a martial Dao ancient ancestor was beyond what mere courage could describe. Sun-eroding Cry's demeanor remained unruffled, a faint contemptuous smile playing on his lips, not even lifting his eyelids toward Yun Tianji. Instead, he cast a deep glance at Su Daoyu, spoke no more, turned, and vanished into the void, leaving only a stifling bloody afterimage behind. This undercurrent-laden conflict left all present living beings with a nervous tremor, shaking in spirit, for a brief moment nearly believing an ancestral realm war was about to erupt. And yet, faced with such a scenario, Sun-eroding Cry chose to endure it, which undoubtedly surprised many. Given his consistently domineering approach, such restraint was clearly out of character. Buzz, amidst the deathly stillness, a massive portal beneath the starry sky suddenly rippled. The ancient engravings on the palace gate flared brilliantly, their light flowing ever faster, as the deep darkness within the door began to churn violently, emanating a drawing force as though a gigantic beast had opened its throat. The Heaven Burial Palace had fully opened, leaving no room for further deliberation. Depart. The leading experts from various ancient clans spoke almost simultaneously, their tones grave and urgent. No matter the upheavals to come, all would have to wait until after their sojourn within the Heaven Burial Palace, as this pertained to the heaven's fortune of various clans, a paramount affair. The prepared prodigies and geniuses of each clan hastily composed themselves, suppressing the recent shock they witnessed, transforming into divine rainbows surging toward that open colossal gate, their figures swallowed by the darkness in an instant. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, turning his head, his gaze piercing through the thinning silhouettes surrounding him, finally settling on Chu Jing. Bowing with solemnity, he began, the Heaven Burial Palace is unlike any other place, fraught with danger, opportunity born amidst calamity. Fellow Daoist, take great care. Within his words, there lay an added layer of heartfelt concern. Though they were not of the same path, nay, even adversarial in their trajectories, at this moment, a subtle resonance amongst abnormals lent his words additional weight. Hearing this, Chuzheng looked back, his countenance still serene, returning the gesture with steady composure. "Brother Tianji, take care." With those words, Chuzheng turned, blending into the surge of figures heading toward the door of the Heaven Burial Palace. Crossing the portal bathed in circulating light, a formidable spatial law fluctuation seized him like an invisible giant hand, distorting and elongating the surroundings, shattering them in an instant. The auras of ancient clan creatures and that oppressive heavenly dome all returned to oblivion, vanishing without a trace. A sensation of weightlessness followed by intense spatial tearing force came. If not for his sturdy physique, he would likely have been injured instantly. Chuzheng propelled his internal yuan qi, safeguarding himself, as the bizarre colors before him swiftly raced by. In haste, the scenery ahead abruptly froze. He found himself within a silent, fragmented star ruin. This place was not the immortal secret realm or ancient cultivation cave mansion he had previously imagined, but rather an apocalyptic battlefield forgotten by time. Chapter 816-529, Immortal Court 3. The remnants of the stars silently float in the sky, fractured mountains, desiccated star rivers, the fragments of crumbling palaces all collectively paint the desolate backdrop of this broken starry sky. What is even more disconcerting is the presence of gigantic corpses scattered across the starry space, most of which have lost their luster, some humanoid and others in the form of mythical beasts, along with numerous broken warriors and wrecked ship debris whose talismanic patterns, after epochs, still flicker, standing like gravestones beneath the starry sky, narrating the distant echoes of ancient blood battles. The space is suffused with a bone-chilling stillness, with terrifying residual battle scars crisscrossing, yet not fully dissipated, bearing the indelible marks of earth-shattering brawls. Before Chuzheng could carefully explore this eerie starry sky, the force of transport had not entirely vanished but had strengthened again, enveloping his form, hurling him like a stone towards a fragment of a floating continent nearby. With a thunderous roar, his body tore through the thin layer of gang qi, emitting a piercing screech. In an instant, Chuzheng landed forcefully, his feet shattering a piece of rock hard as metal and stone, the crack spreading like a web. An exuberant life force surged into his spiritual perception. In stark contrast to the deathly silence of the outer star ruins, this broken great realm was permeated with heaven and earth primordial qi and life essence so abundant they nearly condensed into dew. Towering ancient woods surrounded him on all sides, their canopies like clouds, the bark cracked like dragon scales, emitting a lustrous azure glow. Massive vines coiled like dragons, covering fallen leaves accumulated over tens of thousands of years, pervading the air with an exotic fragrance. In the distant sky, the roar of waterfalls resounded. It was not the flow of water but almost liquefied heaven and earth primordial qi, cascading from a rift in the heavenly dome, merging into a lake suffused with colorful haze. This was a jungle reminiscent of the primordial era, teeming with life so overwhelming it was suffocating. Before Chuzheng could see more, several strands of divine sense instantly extended from all corners of this great realm, sweeping across Chuzheng's body, penetrating inside and out. These divine senses varied in nature, some blazing like a fierce sun, others cold as profound ice, as sharp as sword edges, mingled with unmasked scrutiny. Almost in the same instant. Screech, a wail, from beneath the shadow-shrouded star ruins in the distance, several shrill inhuman screeches suddenly rang out, with sound waves tearing through the void, causing the ancient forest to tremble and leaves to fall. Bang! A large section of the void was ruthlessly torn open by brute force, exposing the dim star field behind, with terrifying energy fluctuations surging like a tsunami, reducing towering ancient trees to dust in their path, severing yuan qi waterfalls, as the entire broken realm shook violently, as if about to collapse. 3 streaks of flowing light, carrying overwhelming murderous intent and solid immortal light, like burning meteors, tore through the towering ancient forest, crossing the void, rushing straight towards Chuzheng. The speed of the flowing light reached its peak. As the light faded, 3 figures emerged. In the center was a young man with a cold expression, dressed in a battle robe embroidered with void cloud patterns. Immortal chi surged around him, condensing into roaring rivers of immortal power, encircling him, repelling the dense life essence around, clearly a 7 tribulations true immortal who had survived the yin-yang tribulation. The two on either side, slightly weaker in aura, but their immortal light shone brightly, with Tao laws encircling them, were 6th tribulation true immortals in cultivation. The 3 true immortal-level geniuses capable of dominating a star domain in the great universe were here like beasts. Hunting lambs, targeting Chuzheng with clear intent. They didn't even bother with introductions, nor wasted words, immediately striking fiercely. Kill. The 7 tribulations true immortal's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he pointed as if with a sword, directing it in midair. Clang. A sapphire immortal sword brimming with water-like immortal light shot from his forehead, expanding with the wind, transforming into a gigantic 1,000-foot sword, talismanic patterns erupting, pulling into motion the circuit of chi, morphing into the phantasmal shadow of a ferocious ice chi, its massive maw open, carrying a soul-freezing, realm-rending sword intent, striking first towards Chuzheng. The biting chi cleaved the air. On the left, the 6th tribulation true immortal summoned a red copper immortal mirror, spewing fire from its surface, coalescing into the shape of a 3-legged golden crow, which screeched and leaped out, under the scorching high temperature, twisting and collapsing the void, incinerating the sky into a sea. The 6th tribulation true immortal on the right formed an immortal seal with both hands, the immortal chi around him boiling, transforming into countless white spears flashing with gunmetal chi, like a storm, sealing all escape paths for Chuzheng. Each spear contained a fearsome aura capable of piercing stars and extinguishing life. The 3 geniuses from the same ancient clan cooperated with unparalleled coordination, striking with a deadly array of immortal treasures, divine skills, and secret techniques, all coming to bear in an instant, clearly intending to erase Chuzheng from this world in one fell swoop. The leading 7 tribulation true immortal frowned slightly, a touch of unease appearing in his heart. Faced with this terrifying encirclement, Chuzheng's expression remained unchanged from start to finish. Silent. A silence that chills the heart. As if the impending annihilation strike was merely a gentle breeze brushing past him. Just as the icy blue immortal sword was about to slash down, the fire golden crow and the gunmetal spear rain were about to engulf his body, Chuzheng moved. A towering Dharma phase suddenly rose, suppressing the void. The Dharma phase stood tall, its visage shrouded in ancient mist, only its eyes bursting forth with golden divine light penetrating illusion and breaking falsehoods, surrounded not by immortal power nor martial Dao Chi blood but countless complex, flowing dark gold talismanic patterns. Each talismanic pattern represented a denial of immortal Tao rules and a rebellion against order laws. Born to break methods and overcome immortals. Brilliant golden light surged, and in the ancient forest where life and killing intent mingled, a dark gold fierce sun suddenly rose. The blue chi immortal sword, roaring as it was slashed down, emitted a sizzling wail upon contact with the golden light, immediately dimming and disintegrating, with the sword spirit howling, the 1,000-zhang sword body trembling violently, its speed drastically reduced, its power barely a tenth remaining. The 3-legged golden crow formed by fire was like a giant invisible hand choking its throat, its fiery light collapsing, turning back into fire element primordial chi, instantly vanishing, the red copper immortal mirror also emitting a wail, its surface filled with cracks, greatly damaged in spirituality. The sky filled with gunmetal spears, upon entering the dark gold light domain, had the immortal Tao rules within forcibly disassembled, turning into scattered golden chi in an instant, then dissipating into nothingness. What? How is this possible? The expressions of the 6th tribulation true immortals froze, terror filling their eyes, realizing their immortal laws and treasures were so vulnerable before those eerie talismanic patterns. Only the 7 tribulations true immortal reacted, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, sharply shouting, "This is the power mentioned in the clan's secret mandate, the breaking method that defeats. Immortals, be careful." But there was no point in his warning. Chuzheng's expression remained indifferent, like the heavenly Tao, surveying all beings. The massive Dharma phase raised its hand slowly, countless law-breaking talismanic patterns flowing and converging in its palm, containing a starry void. Then, a hand pushed out horizontally. The hand seal cast a shadow vast enough to obscure not just the ancient forest below, but even the boundless starry sky, enveloping three true immortals who were terrified and attempting to retreat, along with the boiling immortal chi and broken immortal treasures surrounding them. Before this palm, their prideful immortal path cultivation was as fragile as a jade cup. Boom! An incredibly deep sound, as if capable of dispersing souls, exploded instantly. The protective immortal light of 2/6 tribulation true immortals shattered in response, like shabby silk, their immortal armor dimmed and cracked, their immortal bodies being fragile as glass under that hand seal, smashed into two clouds of blood mist and immortal light, utterly annihilated without even a chance to cry out. The 7 tribulations true immortal, having ultimately survived the Yin-Yang tribulation, with cultivation far stronger than the others, let out a sharp cry at the last moment, burning his life-bound immortal essence and sacrificing an ancient treasure resembling a turtle shell, which hung down countless profound immortal patterns, attempting to block the falling palm. But it was futile. Crack, the turtle shell immortal treasure only held on for a fraction of a moment before letting out a groan of unbearable pressure, its precious light darkening, crack spreading, and exploded violently. The palm force crushed down on him unimpeded. Poof, in an instant, the 7 tribulations true immortal sprayed blood like a waterfall, countless bones shattered, his immortal body covered with fissures, akin to broken porcelain. At this moment, his eyes blazed with resolution, full of resentment and fear. But ultimately, he withstood that palm, not dying instantly, using the force of being struck to suddenly flash a glimmer of decisiveness in his eyes, using his last remaining strength to raise his hand and send out a jade talisman, transmitting a message: "Clan brother, avenge my blood vengeance, the vile foe is here." Chapter 817-530, Peril. In an instant, the jade talisman exploded, transforming into a strange, invisible and intangible ripple, instantly penetrating layer upon layer of spatial barriers, ignoring the isolation of this broken great realm, shadowing across 1,000 realms, transmitting the coordinates of this place, as well as the aura and image of Chujing, instantly. After completing all this, the brilliance in his eyes completely dimmed, the broken immortal body could no longer be maintained, and it shattered with a loud bang, following in the footsteps of his 2 companions. 3 clusters of dense, pure immortal chi scattered out from the self-exploded blood mist, mixed with the storage magic treasures they carried with them and the remaining fragments of immortal soldiers. Chu Zhang's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand to capture the 3 clusters of ownerless immortal chi, also gathering the storage magic treasures and broken immortal soldiers into his palm. At the very moment the 3 true immortals utterly perished, 3 extremely weak, special marking auras abruptly invaded his divine soul's sea of consciousness. This, Chu Zhang was all too familiar with, it was the ancient clan blood seal. Through the blood seal, Chu Zhang instantly knew the origins of these 3 people, they came from the Su family. To this, he felt no surprise in his heart. Although Su Daoyu spoke so righteously in front of the myriad clans, as if bygones would be bygones, secretly, he certainly would not let it go. This is the true nature of great clans, prioritizing interests and Taoist orthodoxy above all. The law-breaking rune was enough to destroy the foundation of the immortal path, and if he were Su Daoyu, he too would not tolerate it. Chu Zhang swiftly scanned the acquired storage magic treasures, extracting those that were useful for cultivation, including some rare divine medicines, spirit pills, and treasures containing pure yuan qi, storing them away. Afterward, he directly extracted the primordial qi contained within the 3 clusters of immortal qi, initially refining it to remove impurities, leaving only the purest energy essence, absorbed like a giant whale taking in water, replenishing the slight consumption just now. All this was done in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhang raised his head, his gaze like cold electricity, sweeping over the ravaged forest and the farther dead silent starry sky, his divine sense spreading like an invisible web. He could clearly sense that during this short moment, deep within the distant starry sky, at least a dozen auras of varying strength were tearing through the void at great speed, frantically rushing towards him. For a clan as ancient as the Su family, There were specialized methods of sensing among clan members, especially when it came to tracking enemies, where they had numerous means at their disposal. The communication Jade Talisman sent out before the death of the Seven Tribulations True Immortal was like a beacon in the darkness, pointing the way for all Su family members and even their allies. Even without these elements, the ancient clan blood seal on him that couldn't be eradicated served as a positioning coordinate. Chu Zhang's expression didn't waver in the slightest, only his gaze grew deeper and more indifferent. Glancing at the rapidly approaching points of light, he didn't hesitate at all, turning around and stepping away, his figure resembling a phantom, instantly merging into the depths of the ancient forest below, where life and danger coexist, his aura restrained to the extreme, disappearing without a trace. Since it can't be avoided, then it won't be avoided. It's nothing but killing. From the moment he embarked on this path, he was destined to be at odds with many of the ancient clans in today's great universe, whether in the immortal path or the martial path. This is not because of personal grudges or grievances. Grievances can perhaps be resolved or forgotten. This is a struggle of the way. It's a fundamental opposition of the paths, a struggle for the survival of the Tao. In this, there is no turning back, it's life or death. Chu Zhang's thoughts turned swiftly, executing the shape-shifting divine power, circulating Yuan Qi within according to a mysterious trajectory, his skeleton emitting extremely slight creaks, his muscles and skin writhing like water waves, rapidly changing his appearance and form, shift his aura swiftly as well. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the likeness of the young Su family Seven Tribulations True Immortal from earlier, even imitating the lingering terror and disarray between his brows with uncanny accuracy. Simultaneously, he exerted full force to circulate Yuan Qi within, forcibly suppressing and retracting the increasingly intense ancient clan blood seal aura on his body caused by successive killings, making it extremely difficult to detect any anomaly without close inspection. Chu Zhang did not flee far, instead actively orienting himself towards the closest formidable energy aura he sensed belonging to a Su family member. His figure shuttled through the broken starry sky, deliberately appearing somewhat staggered and hurried. Soon, he dashed out of the strange broken great realm, placing himself in the cold and dead starry expanse. Ahead, a stream of light was rushing over, its aura originating from the same source as those who fell by his hands. Obviously a Su family reinforcement attracted by the previous message or blood seal pulse. It was a Seven Tribulations True Immortal, appearing slightly older, nearly 40, a vigilant look marked with a trace of urgency. From afar, seeing his clanmate arriving in disarray, he instinctively slowed his pace, speaking out, "Su Chen? Was it you who sent the distress signal just now? Where is the perpetrator?" As the two closed the distance to less than 100 meters, the moment the Seven Tribulations True Immortal's mind relaxed slightly, Chu Zhang suddenly looked up, whereupon his expression no longer bore the slightest trace of panic or disarray, only a chilling and piercing killing intent. Without a word of waste, he opened his mouth, vitality, qi, and spirit moving in unison within, striking directly at the top. Whoosh, a ball of condensed to the extreme, imbued with countless intricate dark gold talismanic patterns of flame, swept across the starry sky in an instant. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding space did not rise in temperature, extremely restrained, samadhi true fire, not harming mundane things, only burning vitality, qi, and spirit. This mouthful of samadhi true fire was also intermingled with law-breaking rune, its power escalating tremendously by more than one level. The flame, as if it possessed a life of its own, transformed into a stream of light, moving so fast that it outpaced thought reaction, in an instant, completely engulfing the caught-off-guard Seven Tribulations True Immortal. Chapter 818-530, Perilous, Part 2. You're not Su Chen. The Seven Tribulations True Immortal only managed to let out a short, harsh shout. The protective immortal light was as thin as a cicada's wing in the face of the samadhi true fire and law-breaking rune, and together with the top-grade immortal treasure in the shape of a jade ruler that he had summoned, and his immortal body and divine soul, all were silently and instantaneously melted and decomposed like snow under a scorching sun. In just an instant, a Seven Tribulations True Immortal who had survived the Yin Yang tribulation was refined into the purest primordial Yuan Qi, with all impurities completely eradicated. Clumps of primordial chi were suspended in the starry sky, shimmering and emitting tempting energy waves. Chuzheng opened his mouth and gently inhaled, and the scattered pure yuan chi converged into his mouth like rivers returning to the sea. The yuan chi entered his body, quickly devoured and absorbed by his limbs and bones, transforming into pure cultivation foundation. He could clearly feel that his foundation was increasing at a distinctly recognizable speed, steadily advancing towards the late-stage heavenly immortal realm. This feeling, a trace of astonishment flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes, as within the cosmic starry sky, the yuan qi in his body was more active than ever. His efficiency in absorbing and refining yuan qi was unbelievably high, far faster than before. It was as if this broken starry sky was truly the home ground for the qi cultivator, where the heaven and earth laws seemed ancient and more aligned with the root of the qi cultivator's cultivation system, reaching an unbelievable degree of affinity and amplification for yuan qi. The heaven and earth laws of the primordial era seem overly advantageous for qi cultivators, Chu Zheng pondered deeply. This speed of advancement was something he had never achieved even with a repair panel in future generations. If he could constantly maintain such a cultivation environment and efficiency, it would not take long for him to naturally step into the late-stage heavenly immortal, or even enter the mystic immortal domain. As Chu Zheng's thoughts momentarily paused, meticulously experiencing the internal changes, a sudden change arose. The previously relatively stable void around him abruptly twisted violently without any warning, a highly chaotic and completely irresistible pull emerging out of thin air, like an invisible giant hand, grabbing him with force. Chu Zheng was startled, and the yuan qi around him burst out instantaneously, attempting to counter this pulling force. However, this suddenly emerged power was not an attack of divine skills, but more like the rule operation of the internal space of this heaven burial palace itself, vast and boundless, overwhelmingly irresistible. His resistance was like hitting against a mountain with an ant, completely unable to stabilize his body. Space twisted dramatically, compressed rapidly, and the sight in front of him suddenly turned bizarre and motley, with all senses stripped away. What is this? After a brief moment of weightlessness and chaos, once Chu Zheng steadied his mind again and looked around, he found himself already beneath a completely unfamiliar starry sky. This starry sky was also broken, floating with many continental fragments and remnants of stars, but its distribution area and aura were fundamentally different from the region he was previously in. In the distance, a broken star river hung like a waterfall, exuding a more ancient aura from its silence. Chu Zheng quickly realized that this must be the special aspect of the Heaven Burial Palace's interior. Those randomly activated, completely patternless teleportation gates, that irresistible pull just now, must have just triggered some hidden teleportation rule, randomly throwing him into another region within the palace. Chu Zheng frowned slightly. This completely random and uncontrollable teleportation was ambiguous, neither good nor bad. For now, he was freed from the encirclement of the Su family true immortals, but it also increased unforeseen variables and risks. No one knew where the next teleport would drop him, or what he would encounter. While Chu Zheng was still contemplating his next move, not far away, a relatively calm void started rippling like the surface of water. Following that, a teleportation gate emitting a faint gleam silently opened. Clearly, some living creature had been teleported here. Chu Zheng's gaze instantly sharpened, his aura restrained to the extreme. He vigilantly watched the light gate. A figure stepped out from it. The newcomer was a young man, dressed in a simple and elegant green robe, with a handsome appearance and a graceful demeanor like wind. He did not emanate any illustrious and overwhelming immortal light, rather was enveloped by an indistinct gentle breeze, intangible yet seemingly capable of communicating with heaven and earth, stirring the winds and clouds. This wind's aura was pure and ancient, carrying a natural Tao rhythm. This aura. Chu Zheng's pupils slightly contracted. It was entirely different from those of the Su family true immortals' immortal might, but to him, it wasn't unfamiliar. He could even say it was familiar. It's someone from the Feng family. That young man from the Feng family evidently sensed Chu Zheng's presence almost immediately. His gaze swept over Chu Zheng, keenly capturing the suppressed and restrained ancient clan blood seal. His handsome face showed no change of expression, only his eyes turning suddenly cold, indifferent as ice. There were no inquiries, no warnings, he simply, and very naturally, lifted his hand, lightly pressing it down towards Chu Zheng's direction. The gesture was casual, as if brushing away the dust on his sleeve. As soon as his palm fell, the entire starry sky boiled. A terrifying pressure descended abruptly, centering on Chu Zheng, seemingly clutched by an invisible giant hand. Billions of miles of starry sky were gripped tightly, countless floating star remnants, continental fragments, and even further away those broken star river waterfalls, all at this moment emitted unbearable tremors under the pressure, and then silently and instantaneously turned into dust, becoming the finest cosmic particles. Palm overshadowing the star domain, this was absolute control and crushing of the space rules of this starry sky. 9 Tribulations True Immortal. Chu Zheng's heart sank abruptly, a huge sense of crisis like billions of steel needles stabbed every inch of his skin. The power gap between a 9 Tribulations True Immortal and a 7 Tribulations True Immortal was like the difference between clouds and mud, utterly incomparable by reason. It was an absolute chasm in life level and law comprehension, not something that could easily be bridged by relying on divine abilities and techniques or law-breaking runes. Absolutely cannot resist directly. Chu Zheng hesitated not at all. Before that annihilating palm completely descended, the yuan qi in his body frantically burned at an unprecedented speed, his body suddenly erupted with dazzling dark golden light, countless law-breaking runes surged like boiling, interweaving into sharp swords, to desperately dissolve the overwhelming immortal Tao power contained within that palm. Buzz, the clash between the dark golden light and the invisible palm produced fierce friction noise, roaring like thunder, as the space around Chu Zheng continually collapsed, crumbled, torn open by the power of breaking. Utilizing this opposing force, his figure, like a fish swimming against the current, seemed a golden lightning tearing through the darkness, fleeing madly towards the relatively weaker edge region, his speed soaring to the extreme. The face of the attacking Feng family true immortal showed the first trace of small fluctuation, expressing a slight sound of surprise. He clearly didn't expect Chu Zheng to respond like that under his casual palm strike, even having a subtle feeling of dissolving his essence of immortal power. This is the so-called immortal banishing rune in the clan? You are Zheng Chu? Indeed somewhat capable, impressive. He spoke indifferently, his voice cold as the wind's chant. In that case, you can't be allowed to remain. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. To him, Chu Zheng had turned from an ant he could easily crush to an anomaly that threatened the entire immortal Tao, which had to be eradicated. He no longer held back even a bit. With a flick of his robe, a flowing light shot forth, blowing up in the wind, rapidly transforming into a hexagonal exquisite treasure tower towering thousands of miles, comprised of 9 layers. The entire tower shone with the color of green jade, with each layer engraved with different immortal Tao runes, wind clouds, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, the top inlaid with an exceptionally radiant wind-stabilizing pearl, emitting terrifying immortal power that could suppress the universe and stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind. The treasure tower glittered splendidly, with billions of rays of immortal light, like 9 layers of green heavens, locking on Chu Zheng's fleeing form, crashing through layers of cosmic starry sky, bearing down directly. He employed his trump card, summoning forth the most powerful top-grade immortal treasure, aiming to accomplish a great feat, pressing Chu Zheng to death right here. Even before the tower arrived, that dreadful suppressive force had already descended, making Chu Zheng feel as though he was bearing the weight of countless ancient divine mountains, his fleeing speed abruptly plummeting. The surrounding void seemed to transform into divine iron and immortal gold, making it impossible to break free even a little. Chapter 819-531, The True Ancient History. Chu Zheng's heart grew heavier with an oppressive shadow. It was too coincidental. A coincidence so strange it was almost eerie. The Heaven Burial Palace's expanse was vast, with countless regions. Why, then, was a 9 Tribulations true immortal of the Feng family sent to this desolate star domain at almost the same time as him? In an instant, a chilling thought uncontrollably surged into his mind. Tribulation Chi. The only explanation is that the tribulation chi has not truly dissipated but merely continues to exist in a way he cannot perceive. Otherwise, it's difficult to explain this series of perfectly timed coincidences, as if an invisible hand behind the scenes is manipulating the threads of fate, constantly pushing him to the brink. His thoughts flashed like lightning, but the current situation did not allow him to ponder deeply. That Feng True Immortal clearly intended to kill, unleashing the Immortal Tower with full power, the green jade treasure tower swelling with the wind, and in an instant transforming into a pillar that seemed to support the sky. The winds, clouds, mountains, and rivers carved on the tower's body shone brightly, along with the sun, moon, and stars, continuously shifting, resonating with the laws of the entire star domain, suppressing it. The wind-stabilizing pearl atop the tower emitted a dazzling brilliance, completely freezing the void. The space became billions of times more solid than divine gold mysterious iron, and Chuzheng felt as though he were trapped in endless amber, with each movement requiring colossal strength, his escape speed drastically reduced. The terrifying suppressive force was like billions of invisible divine mountains crushing from all directions, from every inch of void, intending to crush him along with his Dharma phase and Tao foundation into powder. At the brink of life and death, a fierce glint flashed in Chuzheng's eyes. Within his Dantian Qi Si, that 9 orifices golden core, embodying the essence of his entire cultivation, spun furiously at unprecedented speed. Buzz, a massive amount of pure Yuan Qi erupted from the 9 orifices, a vast force instantly breaking through the seemingly existent barrier, his aura suddenly soaring, forcibly crossing into the late stage of a heavenly immortal. The power surge from the advancement temporarily broke through some of the suppressive force, heaven and earth law expanded, dark gold talismanic patterns flickered with unprecedented brightness, forcibly opening a breaking realm of less than 10 feet. Simultaneously, Chuzheng flipped his hand to take out a large handful of spiritual pills he had prepared earlier, not even glancing at them, directly shoving them into his mouth, swallowing them whole like beans. These elixirs were holy treasures that quickly replenished Yuan Qi, healed injuries, and extended life. Now, he madly extracted the Yuan Qi within them in a nearly wasteful manner, replenishing his vitality, Qi, and spirit heavily depleted by the forceful breakthrough and resisting suppression. Open! He roared, his Dharma phase's arms, inflamed with dark gold divine flame, suddenly lifted upwards, forcibly holding up the slowly descending treasure tower shadow that seemed to represent the 9 heavens for a brief moment. In that instant, Chuzheng's form transformed into a blazing golden streak of light, like a kuanping soaring against the stream, recklessly burning his life origin, madly rushing towards the distant starry sky. However, the 9 tribulations true immortal cultivation was far beyond his own foundation. That Feng True Immortal's expression remained indifferent, merely moving a fingertip slightly, pointing into the void. Suppress. The 9 heavens wind suppressing tower trembled slightly, its second layer lighting up, the suppressive force suddenly increasing by several degrees. Bang! Chuzheng, who had just rushed out a short distance, was struck heavily, the golden light around him suddenly dimmed, his Dharma phase letting out a mournful cry, nearly shattering. He felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which was crushed into nothingness by the terrifying pressure before it could disperse. He was pressed back into the abyss like a meteor. Chuzheng steeled himself with Yuan Qi and began once again to flee desperately within the completely sealed star domain. Every seemingly successful breakthrough was suppressed by the Feng True Immortal using even more powerful immortal laws, the Immortal Tower shadowing him, always suspended overhead like a sword, each time unleashing destructive immortal techniques. The Yuan Qi within Chuzheng had been thoroughly burned dry several times. If not for the environment here being exceptionally favorable for Qi cultivators, allowing him to forcibly extract a wisp of thin ancient primordial Qi from the void and broken realm to replenish himself, he would long have been exhausted. His physical body was riddled with wounds, many deep enough to expose bone from which invading immortal power had torn, and even his organs suffered severe shock and erosion. If not for his sufficiently robust physique and the law-breaking runes dispersing the invading other-kind immortal power within him, he would have long been eradicated. Drawing on extreme resilience and the constant replenishment from consuming elixirs, Chu Jing struggled back from the brink of collapse time and again. But his aura visibly waned. When he was once again swept by the treasure tower's aftershocks, Chu Jing's back burst into a spray of blood, and as he staggered, a familiar and intense spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted less than 10 feet beside him without warning. A teleportation gate about a foot high, with edges twisting erratically, abruptly appeared like a drowning person's lifeline. A miracle amidst despair. Chu Jing barely had time to ponder why this teleportation gate appeared at this moment or where it led, whether it boded well or ill. For him, regardless of what dangers might lie beyond the gate, it was certainly better than staying here to be crushed to death. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed out every last bit of potential, turning into a blurred afterimage, diving headlong into the teleportation portal under the slightly startled gaze of the Feng True Immortal. With a flash of light and shadow, the teleportation gate fluctuated wildly for a moment, then shrank and disappeared like a bubble in the blink of an eye. The star domain returned to silence, leaving only the rampant turbulence of energy and the void of space pulverized by the Immortal Tower. The Feng True Immortal took back the Immortal Tower, the Immortal treasure transformed into a stream of light and slipped into his sleeve. He stood in the air, his green robe gently swaying, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he gazed at the void where Chu Jing had disappeared, a hint of puzzlement and gravity flickering in his eyes. Suppressing like this, yet he still found a slim chance to escape. Could he truly be protected by great Chi fortune? He muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the deathly silent starry sky. Born of ancient clan heritage, he had long comprehended the countless causes and effects of the world, with true coincidences being extremely rare. Especially in places like the Heaven Burial Palace where Chi fortune intertwined with karmic threads, any event that seemed accidental may be tied to deeper trajectories of fate. For more chapters visit novellafire.net. Such a perfectly timed, random teleportation gate appearing at the last moment when I was about to succeed, most likely suggests that this anomaly was not meant to end. The fortune he bears forced open a path due to the rules of the Heaven Burial Palace. Xingqiu. The Feng True Immortal silently recited the name, his gaze growing deeper. If this person is truly favored by heavenly fate and gains fortune within the Heaven Burial Palace, then when he grows strong in the future. For the current immortal path, a powerful being who holds the immortal banishing rune would absolutely pose a tremendous problem. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a foreboding sense of unease. Not capturing him completely today might prove to be a case of letting the tiger return to the mountain, promising significant upheaval in the future. A familiar sensation of spinning and dizziness, the space law violently tore through, and all chaos abruptly settled. Chu Jing landed heavily, staggering a few steps before barely standing firm, a sweetness in his throat, which he forced back down. He immediately harnessed Yuan Qi for protection, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, prepared for a life-or-death struggle at any moment. Given prior experience, negativity was unavoidable. However, expected dangers did not manifest, revealing a desolate and empty palace before him. The palace was extremely ancient, its ceiling looming high, submerged in darkness, with no end in sight. The surrounding walls were forged of a dark and somber divine gold, adorned with ancient murals long since blurred, depicting incomprehensible scenes, the birth and extinction of stars, the battles of giant gods, and the rituals of myriad clans. Time had left its deep marks here, many areas were already dilapidated, with gigantic stone columns fractured and toppled, the floor blanketed in thick dust, exuding an archaic, sealed aura of desolation. The air was cold, laced with a subtle fragrance akin to sandalwood. Inhaling it unexpectedly eased his tumultuous blood flow and injuries slightly. The hall was deserted, with no trace of life, so deathly still it disconcerted him. Only in the center of the palace was an object placed. It was an enormous coffin. The coffin was entirely dark gold, neither stone nor metal, resembling warm jade. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet it reflected no images, only an unfathomable darkness. It lay calmly there, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe, the absolute core of the entire hall, and even this eerie space. Chu Jing's mind sank slightly, without relaxing for a moment, employing extreme caution, as abnormal events surely harbor concealed threats. In this bizarre heaven burial palace, seemingly peaceful places could harbor tremendous horrors. He slowly moved his footsteps, painstakingly enduring his injuries and the swelling sense of weakness, cautiously circling the hall's perimeter, meticulously scrutinizing every inch of the walls, attempting to discover an exit mechanism or hidden clue. Yet after a full round, he found nothing. This hall was a seamless entity, apart from the area where he had appeared having remaining spatial fluctuations. There was no trace of any doorway, as if it were a fully enclosed death trap. Ultimately, his gaze had no choice but to return to the center of the hall, onto the massive dark gold coffin. It seemed all answers, or at least the sole variable, lay within the coffin. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked toward the coffin. The closer he got, the more he felt the invisible pressure emanating from the coffin, ancient and vast, carrying a soul-terrifying majesty. His heavy footsteps sounded exceptionally grating in this absolutely silent environment. As Chujing approached within a few feet of the coffin, preparing to test it. Buzz. A faint vibration suddenly came from the coffin's interior. Chujing instantly retreated dozens of feet, his Dharma phase recondensed, dark gold talisman patterns flowing, fixating on the coffin. In the next moment, with a harsh grinding sound, the seemingly seamless heavy coffin lid slowly slid open a crack. Shortly, a slender hand, fair and distinct in its joints, emerged from within, casually resting on the coffin's edge. Then, a figure sprang up from the coffin. Despite his iron resolve, his mind was jump-scared by this eerie scene, his pupils shrinking slightly. There's someone alive in the coffin? The one sitting up was a young Taoist, appearing no more than 15 or 16, with fair skin and delicate features, his hair loosely tied into a Taoist bun, pierced by a simple wooden hairpin. He wore a slightly oversized green Taoist robe, its material appearing quite ordinary, even a bit worn. Chujing steadied his mind and slightly tightened his expression. The young Taoist before him seemed to have just woken up. He raised his hand, rubbing his slightly sleepy eyes, then let out a big yawn, with crystal-clear eyes. Chapter 821-531, The True Ancient History, Part 3. After finishing these things, the little Taoist finally seemed to notice there were others in the grand hall, lazily scanning over Chujing, who stood tense as if facing a great enemy. The little Taoist's eyes seemed a bit confused, tilting his head to look at Chujing twice, then, as if confirming something, he mumbled, "You're here." The tone was calm and natural, even carrying a hint of nasal sound as if just awakened from sleep. Chujing, he instinctively stepped back half a step again, secretly gathering the remaining yuan qi within him, his vigilance reaching its peak. The Taoist's bizarre appearance and excessively familiar demeanor made Chujing feel a chill creeping up from his spine. Everything before his eyes was filled with an incomprehensible strangeness that made his scalp tingle. The little Taoist seemed completely unaware of Chujing's wariness, or rather, didn't care at all. He sluggishly propped himself up with the edge of the coffin, somewhat clumsily climbed out, stumbling a bit as he landed, seemingly not fully awake. Standing on the ground, he stretched with a big yawn, his entire body's bones emitted a faint cracking sound. After all this, the confusion and drowsiness in his eyes gradually dissipated, as if he had truly woken up. He turned around, facing Chujing directly, a hint of a smile yet not a smile appeared on his delicate face. "You haven't seen me in this life." The little Taoist spoke, his voice a bit clearer. "I have no name, it was left in the last era, for the living creatures of this age, most of them call me." He paused, seeming to consider how to put it, pondered for a few breaths, then raised a hand to point to the dome, "Master of Heavenly Fortune." He thought for a moment, then added a more precise explanation, "which is, this very sky above us." Buzz. Upon hearing this, Chujing was instantly dumbfounded, as if thunder had exploded in the deepest part of his divine soul. His brain buzzed, blanked out, his pupils instantly dilated to the extreme, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. Heaven Burial Palace was the burial site of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, this he had long known. He had also speculated that there might be a legacy or a remnant of the Master of Heavenly Fortune here. But he had never thought that he could actually see with his own eyes this supreme being, who was said to have long since fallen, become one with eternity, and wielded the cosmic power of the universe. Moreover, in such a manner. A seemingly harmless, even a bit lazy, young Taoist who had crawled out of a coffin? The master of heavenly fortune, is alive? Chu Jing dared to conclude this, because the little Taoist before him had the vital signs of a living person, definitely not a ghostly being like a Yin god. After several breaths, Chu Jing suddenly came back to his senses, forcibly suppressing the monstrous wave of emotions in his heart, his expression solemn. He bowed deeply to the young Taoist. Jing Chu meets the senior. No matter how unbelievable the scene in front of him, whether this Taoist was real or not, to appear in the most central coffin of this heaven burial palace, its existence had already surpassed his understanding. Maintaining reverence couldn't be wrong. At least now, he couldn't discern the depth of this little Taoist before him. The little Taoist glanced at Chu Jing, neither approving nor disapproving of his respectful salute, and spoke indifferently. Your name is Chu Jing, you live in the solar system, Earth, Jiangnan Province, Guangling City, Tianjin Garden, Building 9, Unit 303. Your father, Chu Mingyuan, is a university archaeology professor. Your mother, Zhou Wan, is in business. After graduating from university, you first joined an archaeological team, followed 3 projects, then switched careers, became a cultural relic restorer, primarily responsible for bronzeware and paintings. Hearing this, Chu Jing's expression paused, his face dramatically changing. Segments of memory, almost completely obscured by the years of this life and bizarre experiences, surged from the depths of his mind. Memories of past lives that no one in this world could possibly know about, whether Song Ling Xue or Xue Qing, he had never mentioned to them. Yet, this was far from over. The little Taoist touched his chin, continuing with that plain tone. You like being passive, commonly known as shy, forward-looking and indecisive in relationships, especially stubborn, obviously wanting something but not saying it, having to wait for the girl to take the initiative, prefers the woman on top. Stop. Chu Jing's face instantly turned pale, almost blurting out, raising his hand to stop the little Taoist from continuing. That's enough, senior. The voice carried a slight, barely perceptible tremor. Regarding the identity of this little Taoist before him, he no longer had any doubts. To be able to so clearly glimpse fragments of memory from the deepest corners of his soul, including those unspeakable personality quirks, this was not something the soul-searching technique could accomplish. Besides the heavenly Tao itself, which oversees everything imperceptibly and sees through the river of fate, who else could it be? Master of heavenly fortune. As he gazed at the seemingly harmless young Taoist, the waves of shock in his heart were long unable to calm. Is he really the heaven of this great universe? You don't need to call me senior. By age, you and I are of the same generation, both people of the previous era. The little Taoist shook his head slightly, sitting down on the ground, his hand supporting his chin. I know these things only because I brought you to this era. As he spoke, he raised a hand, transmitting a strand of primordial qi, fully restoring Chu Jing's injuries to their original state. Chu Jing's expression slightly tightened, slowly sitting down. You brought me here, for what purpose? He originally thought that transcending time and space to this point was merely a coincidence, but now it was evident that it wasn't. I want someone to help me clean up a mess. The little Taoist's face was serious. I, on behalf of the universe and substituting Yellow Springs, intended to grant all living beings eternal life, but the cycle of reincarnation was shattered by my own hands, causing irreparable calamity. Those who entered the universe, their kin turned against them, their past and future became indistinguishable, blood relatives slaughtered each other. I deeply regret my overwhelming karmic guilt, wishing to recreate the realm of Yin and Yang, but an unexpected change arose. The 3 corpses rebelled against their master, my soul fell into chaos, unknown where it went. By the time I awoke, heaven and earth were set. The great situation was hard to alter. Chapter 822-531, The True Ancient History, Part 4. Chu Jing stared at the little Taoist in front of him, vaguely sensing something amiss, yet for a moment he couldn't find any flaws. Perhaps detecting the doubt in Chu Jing's eyes, the little Taoist remained calm in demeanor. Additionally, I need someone to replace me in order to advance further and transcend the sequence of time loops, freeing oneself from the true shackles. When I completely assumed the role as master of heavenly fortune, I was also bound by the river of space-time. It trapped me within this epoch, with no path forward or back, and no door to transcendence. Upon hearing this, Chujing felt a bit relieved and asked doubtfully, "What do you need me to do?" "It's not about what I need you to do, but rather what you yourself desire." The little Taoist shook his head slightly and spoke solemnly, "This is the turning point of the river of space-time. I've met you here countless times." "What does this mean?" Chujing asked in confusion. The little Taoist slowly raised his hand, and the surroundings changed abruptly. The shadow of the river of space-time manifested in his palm. Unlike in Chujing's view, the river of space-time in the little Taoist's hand had countless tributaries extending slowly in all directions. At the end of those countless tributaries, a point of microlight flickered gently. Pointing to that wisp of microlight, the little Taoist said solemnly, "This is the location of you and me now. Your current decision will affect all processes from past to future, determining whether you can enter the true ancient history or become a tributary." At this point, the little Taoist shifted his tone, "Actually, you are already in a tributary, detached from the main artery of the river of space-time. Part of the ancient history has already changed because of you." "What is the difference between tributaries and the main artery?" Chujing asked in confusion. "Tributaries are entirely unrelated to the processes of ancient history. No matter what happens, I can manipulate them freely, yet they won't affect the main artery of the river of space-time in the slightest." The little Taoist pondered for a moment and gave an analogy. "I can now let several ancient ancestors die suddenly, grant you heavenly fate, allowing you to directly become Qingzu, exit the Heaven Burial Palace, and you can sweep across 2 realms, gathering all heavenly fate into one body, to be with Xueqing in this world for the rest of your life. But after your death, the tributaries at the ends of the river of space-time will cut off flow, returning into the main artery. You have no future, everything will turn to void, and you won't be able to take my place, becoming the new master of heavenly fortune. Because this is not the correct process of ancient history and won't gain acknowledgement from the river of space-time." The little Taoist lightly sighed. "When I first pulled you into this era, the life you experienced was on a different path. In the near-immortal realm, you rose, achieving cultivation, met Xueqing during the heaven burial competition, and afterwards, there wasn't much interaction between you two. You fought your way through and eventually seized fate in Dao War to become Qingzu. Having witnessed too many battles firsthand, you wished to reshape the world, to calm the wars, and started seeking like-minded allies between the 2 realms. Back then Xueqing was deeply affected by Dao War, with disciples from her sect repeatedly dying in battles, leaving her soul wounded. After some discussions, you two were in perfect agreement. She decided to assist you in stabilizing the universe, sweeping the universe clean. But the result wasn't very favorable. Qi cultivators inherently walk the solitary path. The ancient ancestors willing to help you were few and far between. Xueqing had no choice but to seek assistance from the future, yet faced numerous obstructions along the way. She shattered 3 heaven passes consecutively but was eventually slain by the joint efforts of Feng Ting, Fu Pinglan, and Ji Zhouyin among other ancient ancestors during epic transition. Unable to proceed further, you were also hunted down and fell in Dao War afterwards. The little Taoist remained calm in expression, spoke slowly. "This is what's recorded as the true history in the main artery of the river of space-time. Later, I reversed space-time, resurrecting you, intending to guide you back on the correct path, but repeatedly failed by a hair's breadth. The more I interfere, the harder it becomes to insert into the true history of the river of space-time." Listening to the little Taoist's narration, Chu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly. There were no traces of these memories in his mind at all. Glancing at Chu Zheng's solemn expression, the corner of the little Taoist's mouth twitched slightly, speaking solemnly. Afterwards, a turning point occurred. Capítulo 823, Chapter 532, The Only Correct Path, a Turning Point? Chu Zheng regained his composure from the little Taoist's words and asked in confusion, "What kind of turning point?" "Your reincarnation initiated a deliberate reversal of time and space to explore the secrets of reincarnation, which has caused some changes in the official history of this epoch, thereby creating a single correct path." After the little Taoist finished speaking, he furrowed his brows and remained silent, seeming worried that Chu Zheng might not understand. so he explained in simpler terms, you need to take your memories from the primordial era and return to the future to do what must be done, only then can you completely resolve the deadlock. In other words, you need to bring everything back to the right track. Only on that path can you become the master of heavenly fortune and have the qualification to succeed to the heavenly position. Similarly, choosing this path means many unpleasant things might happen to you in the future, but you cannot reverse them, because this era belongs to me, not you. Chuzheng looked slightly stunned. Return to the right track. What is the right track? You need to maintain the future you personally experienced, from the moment you entered the Song residence until you grasp 30% of the heavenly fate. You must ensure these facts do not deviate, otherwise, you will fall into a side stream, and it will all become void, just like I mentioned before. What will happen if I fail? Chu Zhang's brow slowly furrowed. There will be no consequences. The little Taoist slightly shook his head. Do you think this is the first time I've met you here? I don't think you'll succeed this time either, but maybe the next time, or the time after that, you'll eventually succeed because standing here now is already a tremendous improvement. The little Taoist's expression was undisturbed, as if unconcerned. Time has lost its meaning to me, I can wait. Suppressing the many thoughts swirling in his mind, Chuzheng spoke solemnly, if I truly return to the future, what should I do? You should recall that I mentioned earlier, when I wanted to reshape the universe, my 3 corpses turned against me, causing my soul to fall into chaos, allowing the good corpse and evil corpse to escape. At this point, the little Taoist's expression grew more serious. The first thing you must do after returning to the future is to destroy the immortal path, then uncover the reincarnation road, and completely slay my good corpse, which still retains a breath, with a wisp of divided soul in the reincarnation road. Where are the good corpse and evil corpse now? Chu Zhang's expression slightly tensed, his first thought being that the sooner he acted, the better. Why wait until the future? It would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with these troubles directly in the ancient times. Upon hearing this, the little Taoist stood up, walked to the coffin behind him, and fully pushed open the coffin lid. Chuzheng glanced inside, his expression immediately tensing. Inside the coffin lay 2 figures with the exact same appearance as the little Taoist, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Right here. The little Taoist said casually, the day I woke up, I captured them back. Constructing this heaven burial palace was originally to suppress them. Then, Chuzheng was about to ask why not directly deal with them, but he suddenly realized, is this also a part of ancient history? The little Taoist gently nodded, after you leave here, they will also go out with you. I've shattered their physical bodies. Once they leave this heaven burial palace, they will disintegrate, leaving only a trace of the soul that can only exist by clinging to the heavenly fate. Chuzheng instantly understood something, his heart feeling a chill. Is that the heavenly destiny true spirit of later generations? The little Taoist gently nodded, yes, in later generations, the evil corpse took possession of Fu Pinglan's body, intending to kill you with his hands, but was counterattacked by Fu Pinglan, and by a twist of fate, was directly slain by you. What remains of the immortal path is my good corpse. The little Taoist gently shook his head, somewhat rueful. Fu Pinglan was your most crucial move. Without him, it would have been impossible for you to find the opportunity to kill the evil corpse, and naturally, the good corpse would pose no threat either. Fu Pinglan was not wrong when he said that no one in the world is more sinister than you, as you drove him step by step into a corner. On your path to inheriting the heavenly position, many became your pawns, including Xue Qing. Chuzheng was slightly stunned. These words from the little Taoist now seemed somewhat foreign to him. After a long silence, he asked the most pressing question in his heart, where exactly is the reincarnation road? The reincarnation road is everywhere. I merely connected the Yellow Springs with the human world, the universe still contains the Yellow Springs. When you hold dominion over both realms, you will naturally know what to do. The little Taoist raised an eyebrow slightly, not offering much explanation, and changed the topic. Do you have any other questions? Chuzheng opened his mouth. He intended to inquire about the secret of Xue Qing's soul division, but at this moment in the eyes of the little Taoist, the secret of reincarnation seemed the least important. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. In later generations, no one can hold more than 50% of the heavenly fate, probably due to the influence of your good corpse and evil corpse. What about the tribulation chi of the chi cultivator? Tribulation chi is something you created to remind yourself when bad luck might strike, making it easier to anticipate and deal with. The little Taoist shook his head slightly. The tribulations of chi cultivators have always been there, and after all, the path of cultivation is never smooth. Dying halfway isn't uncommon. How many cultivators can have a good end? With that, Chuzheng didn't hesitate any longer and threw out several consecutive questions. What is the repair panel? Is it just my Dao seed? And what about the heaven-concealing technique and the luck-stealing skill? Where did they come from? Capitulo 824, Chapter 532, The only correct path. The repair panel is essentially a crystallization of space-time laws, but it's not just your own Dao seed, there's also a part of Shui Qing in it. She has an original bone behind her waist, which is why her body's recovery speed is different from ordinary people. It can independently communicate with heaven and earth laws and thus interfere with the bodies of living creatures. You personally took it off and integrated it into the Dao seed, giving yourself an extra life-saving trump card. The heaven-concealing technique and the luck-stealing skill are just aliases. Being able to interfere with heavenly fate is essentially heaven's mandate, same as the abilities of the good corpse and the evil corpse, which is me. As soon as the words fell, the little Taoist flipped his hand and took out an incomplete jade token, handing it to Chuzheng. It should have been round, but now only a third remained. What you hold now is heaven's mandate, which is me. His face was solemn, sitting upright, staring at Chuzheng, and speaking in a deep voice. Have you decided what you want? Which path do you wish to take? Chuzheng's gaze deepened without a hint of hesitation, speaking in a deep voice, the only correct one. He came to the ancient times precisely for this, and now the path has appeared. How could he not take it? Good, I will help you. The little Taoist wasn't surprised, a slight smirk on his lips. Many of your current memories will affect your judgment and ultimately cause you to make wrong choices. I will help you conceal them until you achieve the status of Qingzu, then I will unlock some of them. After inheriting the heavenly position, can everything be achieved? Chuzheng probed. Of course. The little Taoist nodded without hesitation. As long as you desire, everything you want will come true. Chuzheng took a deep breath, nodding slightly. I have another question to ask you. Ask, the little Taoist nodded. When you created the universe, was it truly for all beings to achieve eternal life? Chuzheng squinted slightly, staring at the little Taoist, not missing any subtle expression on his face. The little Taoist's expression remained calm, shaking his head slightly. It's not important anymore. It was the biggest mistake I made in this life, and it cannot be undone. Chuzheng pondered for a long time, thinking back and forth, making sure nothing was overlooked. He nodded slightly. I understand. The little Taoist raised his hand and patted the coffin, laughing playfully. What do you think of this coffin? I quite like this model. It's comfortable to sleep in and quiet. When you leave, you can take it and try it out. Maybe it will come in handy one day. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng's expression remained calm. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I will use it to bury the entire epic, returning everything to its rightful path. The little Taoist's expression stiffened, and then he nodded with a smile. A point of chaotic light appeared at his fingertips, gently pressing into Chuzheng's brow. All right. Chuzheng only felt as if billions of sealed gates in his mind were crashing down, and an endless fog surged. Many memories and cognitions, just learned and enough to shake the ages, quickly became vague and distant, finally sealed by an invisible barrier in the deepest part of his consciousness, leaving only some blurred concepts. The little Taoist's voice, seeming distant yet near, drifted into his mind. Nowadays, ancient history has shifted somewhat. You'd better not do anything too impactful to this era. Disappearing for a while would be best. But there are two things you must do. First, steal the heavenly mirror from the Star Moon ancient clan and then suppress it in Chaos Sea. The heavenly mirror contains portions of heavenly fate, a rare spiritual object capable of holding heavenly fate, which is essential for Xingqiu to become Qingzu. Without the heavenly mirror, Jingqiu cannot achieve Qingzhu before entering the Chaos Sea via Martial Hall, let alone shield you from tribulations. Additionally, the Heavenly Mirror is a must-have for his duel with Fu Pinglan. Without it, Jingqiu won't survive until you arrive, and may be slain in an instant, causing significant repercussions. Second, you must excavate the Zhu Feng clan's ancestral tomb, slay Feng Wenzhong to extract fortune. This deed must be done, as it happened in the official history. After completing these, you should pretty much know what to do from then on. With these whispered words, time seemed to lose meaning, perhaps a moment, perhaps millennia. When Chu Jing opened his eyes again, before him was still that desolate, silently aged ancient palace, as if nothing had changed. Yet he distinctly felt a large void in his mind, numerous crucial memories obscured by a thick veil. He sensed their existence but couldn't grasp specific details. He still remembered meeting a little Taoist who claimed to be the master of heavenly fortune and engaged in a conversation, but the specifics of what was discussed were already vague, leaving only fragmented pieces. The once somewhat clear memories of the future were now shrouded in a thin veil. He slowly walked to that dark gold coffin's side. The coffin was now completely empty. The two figures identical to the little Taoist had vanished without a trace, leaving only the cold coffin bottom, as if what was seen before was merely an illusion. However, Chu Jing knew it was not. He leaned on the coffin and watched for a long time. A memory suddenly surfaced, and the little Taoist seemed to have instructed him to take the coffin away. Although the specific use of this coffin was unclear, taking it away seemed like it wouldn't be wrong at present. He hesitated no longer, his thoughts moved, yuan qi circulating within, directly collecting the enormous coffin. Once the coffin was removed, a familiar teleportation gate, previously covered on the ground below, appeared with twisted edges and rotating light inside. Chu Jing stood before the teleportation gate, giving one last glance at the empty, silent grand hall, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he hesitated no longer, stepped into the light gate, and his figure was instantly engulfed by chaotic light, disappearing without a trace. Stepping out of the chaotic, twisted teleportation light gate, Chu Jing landed on a meteor floating amidst the cold starry sky. The meteor's surface was rugged, covered in thick cosmic dust, with distant denser bands of star debris, and some dead silent, weakly glowing shattered continents. Most prominently, deadly clashes and energy fluctuations were going on intensely. Right in front of him, less than 10 million miles away in the starry sky, at least a dozen figures were frantically battling. Immortal light glimmered like waterfalls, accompanied by fierce roars, intertwined and clashed, producing deafening booms. Scattered energy aftermath swept through surrounding meteors and fragments like tidal waves, crushing them into cosmic dust. The participants' attire differed, but it was evidently clear which ancient clans they belonged to, seemingly fighting over a vast mineral boulder emitting strange radiance. Judging by the aura fluctuations, it should be an extremely rare immortal gold from outside. Chu Jing's appearance, especially the ancient clan blood seal surrounding him, instantly drew the attention of certain existences. Is that Jingqiu? Amidst the battle, a middle-aged man clad in void cloud pattern armor first noticed, forcing back his opponent with a blade and locking his sharp gaze, like an eagle, onto the newly stabilized Chu Jing. First, slay him. Attack. Without any hesitation, several true immortals once engaged in chaotic fighting instantly reached an agreement, unanimously opting to temporarily abandon their opponents and the contested treasures. Shifting and becoming streaks ripping through the starry sky, carrying monstrous killing intent, rushing directly toward Chu Jing's location. Their speed was stunning. Before having arrived, the incomparably sharp immortal treasure divine skills already approached Chu Jing. An immortal blade transformed into 10,000-foot cyan rays, slicing the void and striking towards Chu Jing's brow. A vast hand formed by immortal power, ensnared by wind and thunder power, fell like a sky-covering canopy. Countless ice needles flashing airy blue venomous light followed closely, like a storm pouring down, instantly turning the void into a sieve. 3 true immortals, 2 of 7 tribulations, 1 of 6 tribulations, attacked with an unreserved combined finishing strike, clearly indicating high expectations from their clan. Chu Jing stood on the meteor, the rushing wind whipping his robes to flap, his hair billowing. Facing this sudden assault, his expression turned cold, a flash of icy glint passed through his deep-set gaze. He didn't look at the mighty immortal sword or giant hand, merely slowly raising his right hand. His 5 fingers slightly spread, and he gently clenched at the void ahead. Buzz. Capítulo 825, Chapter 533, Heavenly Destiny. True Spirit. The giant palm shrouded in dazzling golden light swept through the void, instantly enveloping 3 true immortals beneath it. The expressions on the faces of the 3 rapidly approaching true immortals froze in an instant, extreme horror flashing through their eyes. The immortal power flowing turbulently within their bodies suddenly became stagnant and obscure, and even began to collapse and disintegrate, unable to take form whatsoever. The divine skills of the immortal treasures connected to their minds were akin to candles flickering in the wind, their immortality Tao runes breaking inch by inch, unable to be repaired any longer. In a split second, the 3 true immortals were seized with panic, trying to withdraw, only to find that the space around them seemed to be confined by an invisible force field, making their movements exceptionally slow. At this moment, Chuzheng moved again, his movements simple and rough, not deploying any divine secret skills. He simply made a cutting motion with his fingers like a knife, across the void in front of him. SSS, an exceedingly sharp dark golden line extended from his fingertips, crossing 1,000,000 miles of starlight silently, brushing past the waists of the 3 true immortals. Time seemed to pause for a moment. The next moment, the 3 true immortals, along with their shining immortal armors, were simultaneously severed in 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Immortal blood spurted out, dyeing a patch of stars red, and their divine souls within didn't even have time to escape, as they were instantly obliterated in the corrosion of the power of breaking, dissipating into the stars. As the law-breaking rune became more refined, immortal path cultivators of the same level had no power to resist in front of Chuzheng. The various living creatures who had been vying for that piece of immortal gold had long since stopped, witnessing this horrific scene, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They instinctively backed away, dropped the immortal gold, and turned to flee, without the slightest courage to make a move. Chuzheng slowly withdrew his hand, his brow slightly moving. At the moment the 3 true immortals met their end in the Yellow Springs, he could clearly feel a wisp of extremely subtle heavenly fate quietly merging into his body. At the same time, a fragment of memory that had been locked away subtly emerged like an iceberg surfacing from the deep sea. This is heavenly fate. Chuzheng's eyes flickered slightly, once again feeling an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time. So this is heaven's mandate. Chuzheng slowly lowered his head, opening his palm, his eyes falling on the palm as if to discern the intangible and formless heavenly fate that had already blended into him. This is the root of the luck-stealing skill. Slaughter, plunder, and ultimately replace. Chuzheng cast a glance at the empty starry sky and moved forward slowly. In this trip to the Heaven Burial Palace, he must obtain a portion of the heavenly fate, otherwise, the future will be very difficult. Apart from entering the ancestral grounds, Qi cultivators also need heavenly fate as protection, as it somewhat dissipates the invisible tribulation Qi. The starry sky was deathly silent, like a giant curtain splashed with black ink, with only distant scattered shattered stars and slowly rotating meteor belts glimmering with dim light. The void was filled with eternal coldness and solitude, and the space turbulence in this place gradually slowed down. A gray-brown meteor, no more than 100 miles in size, floated silently like a rootless duckweed at the edge of this desolate star domain. Its surface was covered with impact craters and cracks, looking no different from countless similar ones around it. Inside this meteor, in a cramped cave forcefully opened, a blood-stained figure was curled up. Tianji was curled up, his heart pounding like a drum, and his condition at this moment was dreadful too. The extreme. His immortal robe was already soaked with blood, tightly stuck to his body, with multiple wounds down to the bone. Among them, the most serious was a nearly piercing sword wound on his right chest, the surroundings of the wound still lingering with eerie azure immortal power, continuously eroding his vitality, preventing the wound from healing. His face was as pale as paper, his lips cracked, a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, gasping with every breath, every breath pulling at his injuries, bringing waves of tearing pain. Yun family. His eyes burned with suppressed rage and hatred. Not long ago, he was beset by several Yun clansmen. Among those were so-called clan brothers he once knew, striking viciously and mercilessly, every move aiming at his vitals, clearly under an absolute secret order from the clan's high echelons. Yun Tianji, you betrayed the clan, ignoring blood ties, consorting with outsiders, and must be executed. Today we will clean the house. The words brimming with a chilling intent to kill still echoed in his ears. Regarding the Yun family's intentions, Yun Tianji knew all too well. Within this heaven burial palace, the Tianji was chaotic, all forms of inference skills were greatly weakened or entirely cut off, making this an ideal place to silence and erase evidence. Even if the Immortal Court pursued the matter afterward, they would surely find no conclusive evidence pointing to the Yun family. Evidently, his open defection from the Yun clan to join the Immortal Court had completely enraged the clan elders, pushing them to all lengths to entirely obliterate the stain, preventing any changes in the future. Yun Tianji's expression was icy, his thoughts surging. Now his situation was perilous. Between him and the Yun clansmen, there was ultimately a familial bond and a weak sense of connection from their blood. Although this sense was greatly weakened across the vastness of the starry sky, it hadn't entirely disappeared. This made him like a firefly in the dark, unable to hide completely, potentially being tracked down by relatives through that subtle connection wherever he fled. Capítulo 826, Chapter 533, Heavenly Destiny True Spirit, 2. Even in death, I could never perish here. Yun Tianji's eyes were icy cold. Bearing unbearable pain, he forced the remnants of immortal power within him to repair several critical wounds, preventing further loss of vitality. This situation was not completely unexpected to him. When Grandpa died, and he was abandoned by the Yun family, drifting to the near immortal realm, he had long seen through the facade of the so-called clans. Since he decided to take that step, he had been prepared to thoroughly break with the entire Yun family, even to the point of being hunted down. It was just a bit of bad luck that he ran into a few Yun family members right after entering the Heaven Burial Palace. But as long as he could endure this most dangerous period, finding members of the Su clan or strong figures of the Feng family. With the Immortal Court as a backing, within this Heaven Burial Palace, the Yun family wouldn't dare to make another move, and he might even seek revenge. However, if things continued as they were, being discovered was only a matter of time. He had to do something. Looking at the blood seeping from the wounds, a fierce glint flashed in Yun Tianji's eyes, as a thought gradually formed in his mind. A moment later, a trace of ruthlessness flickered through his eyes. He suddenly raised his left hand, fingers pointed as a blade, gathering immortal power at his fingertips, transforming it into a sharp immortal glow, forcibly slicing away the flesh near the wounds. Then he aimed at his own heart and slashed down fiercely. Hiss, blood spurted out instantly, not purely red, but tinged with a barely perceptible glaze-like glow, one of the core traits of the Yun family's bloodline. At this point, he could only resort to bloodletting to forcibly expel the Yun family's bloodline within him. Even if he couldn't completely remove it, it would surely delay those Yun family members from finding him. The process of expelling the bloodline was excruciating, like countless tiny blades scraping inside his veins, accompanied by a feeling of weakness originating from his life origin. The massive blood loss swiftly turned his already pale face translucent, his body temperature began to drop, and his consciousness started to blur and scatter. The chill from the starry sky slowly eroded his mind. His great vengeance unavenged, his path not yet accomplished, he certainly couldn't fall here. As Yun Tianji's consciousness was about to be completely engulfed by darkness, and his body temperature plummeted to freezing point, the void suddenly rippled. The concealment array he had temporarily set up on the outskirts of the meteor rippled gently like water waves. In the next instant, a hazy and gentle light shadow, ignoring the barriers of the formation, quietly penetrated and floated silently in front of him. It was a light shadow only the size of a fist, with a milky white halo that wasn't dazzling, exuding a kind of warm haze, and inside, countless delicate threads of laws seemed to flow in cycles of creation and destruction. It hovered there silently, emitting an ancient and sacred aura. A vague thought gently entered Tianji's near-chaotic mind, instantly making him understand the origin of this light cluster before him. Heavenly destiny, true spirit? What is that? The unexpected incident forcibly gathered a sliver of clarity in Tianji's scattered consciousness. He had never heard of the so-called heavenly destiny true spirit in any ancient books or even any inheritances. At the very same instant the thought arrived, he instantly felt a formless, intangible power slowly flow out through the hazy light, infusing into his nearly dried-up body. This power was peculiar, not directly transforming into immortal power or vital energy, but nourishing the very source of his life on a deeper level, repairing his shattered foundation, and even causing his internal immortal power to achieve an almost perfect resonance and augmentation with the heaven and earth laws. The energies between heaven and earth, without him needing to absorb them, actively surged into his body, completely expelling the Yun family's true blood from his body in that instant. What made Tianji even more astonished was that the sensation brought by this power was not entirely unfamiliar to him. In his youth, while serving by Grandpa's side for extended periods, that illustrious figure who sought to establish the immortal Dao ancestral court, often had a similar aura lingering around him. Grandpa had once allowed him to personally experience the sensation of heavenly fate entering the body. That feeling was akin to being cherished and favored by the entire world, able to avert calamities, comprehend the heavenly Tao, and connect with intricate destinies. Although far less direct, grand, and vast compared to this glow before him, the inherent heavenly charm could not be mistaken. There was no doubt, this was the power of the heavens. In an instant, all doubts dissipated like smoke. Revival from certain death, immense joy surged through Tianji's mind, leaving no room for hesitation. He used every last ounce of strength to painfully lift his right hand, still bleeding profusely, actively reaching for that warm and hazy light. With the permission of his consciousness, the halo gently trembled, transforming into a stream of light that instantly embedded itself in his palm, traveling up his arm, ultimately merging into his 100-meeting spirit platform. Buzz, the entire desolate starry sky trembled slightly, like a slumbering giant whale awakening to take a deep breath. Endless ancient spiritual chi, once dormant and sparse, spread through the void, now seemed drawn in, gathering from every corner of the star sea. This spiritual chi was so rich it almost became tangible, presenting a chaotic color like waterfalls cascading from the 9 heavens, pouring down fervently. Tianji let out a low roar as the overwhelming ancient spiritual chi forcefully surged into his parched meridians, damaged organs, and every inch of his flesh and bones. Capitulo 827, Chapter 533, Heavenly Destiny True Spirit, Part 3. Under the wash of this pure and ancient energy, the originally severe and incomparably grievous wounds healed crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. The granulation at the bone-deep wound squirmed and rapidly closed up, the broken bones emitted a light crackling sound, reconnecting, and even becoming more lustrous and resilient. The remnants of the other kind immortal power within were instantly flushed away by this wave of ancient spiritual chi, disintegrated in the blink of an eye. And this was just the beginning. What shook his mind even more was his cultivation realm, skyrocketing at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. The cultivation realm, which had almost begun to fall due to severe injuries and blood loss, began an uncontrollable surge. The so-called bottleneck of cultivation was as thin as window paper, breaking through at a mere poke, while the foundation that required time to accumulate was instantly filled to the brim. Second tribulation, true immortal. Fourth tribulation, true immortal. Sixth tribulation, true immortal. Within a short moment, he broke through 5 realms, and the 5 internal organs corresponding to the 5 elements began a perfect cycle of endless life, while the yin-yang dual chi of heaven and earth was drawn in naturally, helping him to easily step across the threshold of the yin tribulation, becoming a 6th tribulation true immortal. Moreover, this momentum of ascension did not stop until it forcibly pushed his cultivation to the perfection realm of a 6th tribulation true immortal, leaving him merely a step away from triggering the yang tribulation and stepping into the 7 tribulations, when that terrifying wave of ancient spiritual chi finally slowly calmed down. Tianji slowly opened his eyes, the sense of weakness within his body long gone, and a fervent excitement and brilliant light almost bursting forth in his gaze. He felt the roaring surge within, an immortal power vast beyond compare, a powerful feeling of mastering heaven and earth, overlooking all beings naturally arose. Is this what it feels like to be chosen by the heavenly destiny true spirit? Boom, the meteor he hid in couldn't withstand the overwhelming aura and energy fluctuations he unconsciously emitted at this moment, let out a mournful groan, exploding with a loud bang, fragments scattering, and dust permeating the air. The powerful aura fluctuations instantly turned into a distinct ripple, spreading across the entire star domain at an astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, in the distant starry sky, 5 or 6 figures who had been searching for a long time suddenly paused, instantly sensing this explosive aura, immediately transforming into streaks of light, tearing through the starry sky, rushing over. Tianji glanced at the approaching aura, his expression cold and icy. Leading them was a Yun clan brother of his with a 7 tribulations true immortal cultivation, along with 4 others with varying cultivation levels between 5 tribulations and 6 tribulations. All belonged to the Yun family. The 5 hurriedly arriving, upon sensing the unabashed aura fluctuations on Tianji's body, their expressions instantly froze. 6 tribulations true immortal? How is this possible? A few days ago, he clearly hadn't even entered the 2nd tribulation. Breaking through 5 realms in such a short time? What sort of fate is this? Heavenly fate. It must be the favor of heavenly fate. He has obtained unimaginable great fortune here. After the astonishment, a greed that couldn't be suppressed flashed in the eyes of the 5, fierce as fire. Killing a traitor was merely a task assigned by the clan, but an opportunity that allows a cultivator to break through 5 realms instantaneously, to them, was the true ticket to ascension, a tangible benefit. Kill him, and whoever gets the opportunity and fortune deserves it. The 7 tribulations true immortal's eyes shone with the most intense greed. He let out a sharp shout and struck first, summoning a red immortal sword, transforming into a fire dragon thousands of feet long, roaring as it tore through the star river, heading straight for Tianji. The other 4 true immortals also didn't hesitate, each unleashing their strongest divine secret skills. In an instant, a web of absolute killing intent made a blade light and sword shadow soared across the sky, immortal seals, and poisonous mist swept through the starry sky, enveloping the patch of starry sky where Tianji stood. Tianji calmly stood in place, a cold and mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, those mysterious and powerful immortal Dao divine techniques had now become full of flaws. The spot where he stood at this moment seemed to transcend the laws themselves, overlooking these crude immortal techniques from a high vantage point. Every trajectory of immortal power operation, every weak point in the talismanic patterns combination, was clearly presented in his perception. He didn't even need to think, his body intuitively made the optimal responses. He slowly raised his hand, and with fingers like a sword, pointed casually into the void several times. Hiss! 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 Several subtle but exceptionally refined immortal lights outran, accurately striking the most fragile nodes within the barrage of attacks. Like striking at a vital point, the roaring fire dragon let out a mournful cry, disintegrating midair, reverting back into a red immortal sword, its spiritual light dimly retreating. The immortal power condensed seal slightly trembled, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded with a bang. The poisonousine evil also instantly vanished into nothingness. With just a few casual moves, the encirclement attack by the 5 true immortals crumbled in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The greed on the faces of the 5 true immortals turned immediately into astonishment, hardly believing their own eyes. Tianji hadn't even used any powerful immortal treasures or secret techniques, yet with just a few casual gestures, he broke through the combined encirclement of the 5 of them. How terrifying was this level of insight and control? Tianji gave them no time to be shocked or ponder, and in the next instant after breaking the encirclement, his figure disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind a 5 tribulation true immortal, his palm gently pressing against the latter's back. Thud. The 5 Tribulation True Immortal didn't even have time to react, the protective immortal light shattering like paper, his heart and immortal soul shattered in an instant, eyes still bewildered, his body softly collapsed. Not a single bit of extraneous force was wasted, not even a trace of immortal power flow detectable. A 5 Tribulation True Immortal was already dead. Under the horrified gazes of the remaining 4, Tianji's figure flickered beneath the void, each of his appearances accompanied unmistakably by the demise of a Yun family True Immortal. His movements were extremely succinct, without any superfluousness, often just a finger or a palm, and he would precisely take the life of a True Immortal. In the blink of an eye, except for the highest cultivated 7 Tribulation True Immortal, the remaining 4 were all dead, their broken immortal bodies floating in the cold starry sky, adding a few tombstones to this eternal battlefield. That 7 Tribulation True Immortal had long lost the previous greed and killing intent, his face pale as paper, coughing blood profusely. Previously, he was swept by what seemed like a casual palm wind from Tianji, already suffering considerable internal injuries, exerting even immortal power had become extremely laborious. Watching Tianji approach steadily, his expression indifferent, the 7 Tribulation True Immortal forced a faint smile uglier than crying on his face, his voice dry. Tianji, we are from the same clan, I am merely following the orders of the ancestor. Involuntarily, I believe you know that clan orders cannot be defied. I had no other choice. He tried to use the sentiment of the same clan to move Tianji, to exchange for a sliver of life. Tianji's footsteps didn't stop, the palm behind his back slightly moved, a sharp sword condensed of pure immortal power appeared in his hand, the sword edge flickered with cold light, vaguely illuminating the starry sky. Since we are from the same clan, Tianji slowly opened his mouth, his tone calm, I happen to have a matter, I'd like to ask for clan brothers' help. Seeing what seemed to be a turning point, the 7 Tribulation True Immortal was overjoyed, as if grasping a lifeline, nodded repeatedly, his tone eager, no problem, Tianji, just say it, I will do anything I can without hesitation. Tianji's gaze suddenly sharpened, cold as frost, the immortal sword in his hand swept across without any warning. The sword light like lightning, instantly swept across the neck of that 7 Tribulation True Immortal. The joy on his face instantly froze, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In the last moment before consciousness fully dispersed, a low voice clearly reached his ears, Clan brother, please go ahead to the universe, and explore the path for the ancestor. Thud. The head soared into the sky, immortal blood gushing like a fountain, staining the Star River red. The headless corpse twitched a couple of times, then completely lost its vitality. Tianji indifferently sheathed his sword, feeling the increase of heavenly fate in the intangible, his eyes slightly brightened. He didn't spare another glance at the floating corpse, turned decisively, and cast his gaze into the depths of the starry sky, walking away at a leisurely pace. With the help of the heavenly destiny true spirit, in this heaven burial palace, he was destined to become the ultimate victor. Chapter 828-534, Heaven's Mandate. In the blink of an eye, time flies like an arrow. Since the heaven burial palace opened, more than a year has passed. In the boundless and perilous starry sky, time seems to have lost its measure against the outside world. Only eternal slaughter and occasional manifestations of the radiant wondrous treasures exist. The bloody battles have never ceased. Various ancient tribes, heroes, and prodigies are constantly clashing and falling in pursuit of numerous opportunities and the elusive heavenly fate on this vast battlefield, like meteors in an instant, quickly vanishing. Chuzheng traversed alone between shattered star domains and broken realms, encountering many rare treasures long extinct in the outside world. Rare immortal gold shimmered with various immortal radiance and contained innate Tao patterns, and miraculous ancient herbs rooted on star remnants and absorbed ancient time's essence, their ages counted in tens of thousands of years, with astonishing potency. These are treasures hard to find in today's great universe, only able to be nurtured and preserved in an environment like the Heaven Burial Palace infused with remnants of ancient times and special laws. The previous pursuit did not stall either. Amidst the endless hunt by Immortal Path and various ancient tribe creatures, Chuzheng never intended to evade. Regardless of the originating power or cultivation strength, he counterattacked with thunderous means. In a year of bloody battles, the number of true immortals and prodigies from various ancient tribes slain by him is beyond count, and his infamous name quietly spread in certain circles, feared by many. But because of this, he also attracted the attention of many top powerhouses. Even a half-step emperor has intervened to personally search for his traces. Chu Jing had no intention of clashing head-on with these temporarily unbeatable powerful beings, recently becoming much more restrained, relying on his shape-shifting divine power to avoid their edge. Since the heaven's mandate he obtained from the little Taoist entered his body, concealing his aura became extremely simple for him. Even brushing past, the ancient tribe's creatures could not capture his aura. Evidently, this is due to the heaven-concealing technique at play, undoubtedly providing Chu Jing with a strong protective hue, allowing him no longer to flee desperately but more leisurely. And as the slaughter accumulated, a subtle change gradually manifested in him. His perception toward the heavenly fate that existed mysteriously became increasingly acute. Every time he slew a formidable enemy, he could feel the invisible heavenly fate accumulated on him grow a bit stronger. His cultivation also advanced steadily, nearing the late-stage heavenly immortal perfection. It seemed not long before he would step into the heavenly immortal perfection realm, at which point the situation between him and these ancient tribe prodigies would be reversed once more. The endless broken continental plates floated in the starry sky. Chu Jing traversed a dead silent star domain, sweeping his gaze over the empty surrounding star domain, slightly frowning. He hadn't encountered any living creatures from other Taoist orthodoxies for days. The realm within the Heaven Burial Palace was indeed vast, with millions of large and small star domains. The 100,000 Eighth Order creatures that had rushed in were genuinely like water droplets falling into the sea, unable to stir up lasting waves. And as time passed, living creatures were also decreasing. Boom, suddenly, a massive star fragment exploded, and a figure wrapped in overwhelming blood chi and ferocity soared into the sky, instantly blocking Chu Jing's path. It was a humanoid creature covered with a layer of scale armor shimmering with dark golden luster. Its head was somewhat rugged, faint dragon horn outlines visible, a long tail dragged behind, and a pair of vertical pupils were cold and merciless, locking onto Chu Jing. The blood chi it emitted was vast as a sea, hot as fire, seemingly wanting to crush the starry sky. In its hand, it held a head, clearly having just experienced a bloody battle. True dragon bloodline. Chu Jing glanced at the newcomer from top to bottom, his expression instantly tensing, understanding in his heart. This was a powerful creature with a part of the true dragon bloodline flowing in its body, its physical body inherently unparalleled in strength, even more terrifying than a martial cultivator. Judging by its aura, its cultivation was around the 8th order 7th layer, but its true combat strength definitely far surpassed this level. The true dragon bloodline's vertical pupils narrowed, examining Chu Jing but did not attack immediately, instead producing a voice as deep as thunder, carrying an innate arrogance. Jing Chu, I know you. Your strength is not weak, talent is exceptional, killing many of my kinsmen in the heaven burial competition. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation journey, I'll give you an opportunity. Join my clan, and I can ask the clan elder to bestow the bloodline upon you, allowing you to enjoy the glory and protection of our clan. He still wished to recruit Chu Jing. Chu Jing remained expressionless, only shaking his head slowly, turning to leave. He had heard such words quite a bit lately, and was tired of it. Seeing Chu Jing so decisively rejecting, the true dragon bloodline's eyes instantly flared with fierce light. Murderous intent arose. If you do not know what's good for you, then become my blood food. With your remarkable talent, entering my stomach would be considered a fortune. Before the words fell, he already tore through the starry sky like a bloody thunderbolt, the giant claw covered with scale armor piercing through the star river, directly targeting Chu Jing's back, intending to claw out his heart in one move. Chu Jing was not surprised at all, his gaze slightly cold. Yuan Qi surged within, standing his ground unflinchingly, turning around and punching back directly. Boom, the clash of fist and claw was like the violent collision of two ancient stars, exploding with an earth-shattering sound. The vast energy ripples spread in rings, piercing through the nearby vast star domain. Chu Zhang's figure slightly swayed, stepping back half a step, his arm slightly numb. The true dragon bloodline uttered a low growl of shock and uncertainty, as faint cracks appeared on the sharp claws covered in scale armor, causing a stinging sensation. Such a strong physique, it actually managed to damage my dragon scales? The true dragon bloodline's surprise turned to fury, its offensive resumed with the ferocity of a storm, claw strikes, tail sweeps, bites, no particular form, driven solely by the instinct of its blood like a wild beast. Chu Zhang's expression was calm, yuan qi slightly surged within him, infusing his limbs and bones without the slightest hint of impatience, his body movement swift as lightning, blood qi gradually simmering, engaging fiercely with the humanoid dragon in this realm of stars. Unleashing his Dharma phase, he could subdue this true dragon bloodline within a few turns, but he wanted to test the current strength of his own physical body. The result did not disappoint him. Even the true dragon bloodline's physical strength was only on par with his own, the qi refining technique was gradually showing its efficacy. Wherever they passed, star fragments shattered, the starry sky continuously collapsed and then reformed, the aftermath of their battle sweeping across the entire star sea. As the prolonged fight reached a stalemate, the true dragon bloodline was completely enraged, it abruptly retreated, a dragon's roar resounding through the starry sky. Its body suddenly expanded, scales clanking, a radiant blood light erupted from all over its form. As the light dispersed, beneath the starry dome appeared a crimson true dragon 1,000 miles long, its dragon might like a prison, a torrent covering the sky. The red dragon opened its enormous mouth, from the depths of its throat, boundless starlight and blazing fire gathered, in an instant. A terrifying breath infused with the power of the stars and dragon's breath erupted like a destructive torrent, melting through the void as it rushed straight towards Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang remained calm, withholding nothing, deploying his Dharma phase, Tao patterns converged in the palm of the Dharma phase, he raised his hand and pressed downward, with a single palm, capturing dragon. Boom, the dragon's breath slammed fiercely into the gigantic palm, emitting a deafening roar. And the descending palm only paused slightly before continuing to press down. The Dharma phase's palms closed together, trapping the red dragon within, and suddenly exerted force. Puff! Dragon scales shattered, true dragon blood like a heavenly cascade, splattered across the starry sky. Samadhi true fire flared up, using the palm as a furnace, instantly refining the red dragon. A moment later, Chu Zhang dissipated the Dharma phase, his breathing steady, and in the palm of his hand emerged a blood and flesh great pill. He raised his head and directly swallowed the blood pill into his stomach, slowly refining the true dragon blood essence within, nourishing his physique. With the addition of this true dragon bloodline, his physical body would soon take another step forward. Chu Zhang calmed his breath and was about to leave when he suddenly felt something and swiftly looked up, gazing toward a relatively tranquil part of the starry sky in the distance. Under the deathly still starry sky, at an unknown time, a figure silently appeared. The person looked to be in their early 20s, dressed in simple cloth martial robe, standing tall and solid, with black hair flowing and an ordinary face, exuding a rock-like firmness and steadiness. Just standing there, he seemed to merge with the surrounding starry sky, with chi blood restrained, ensuring its eventual eruption would be earth-shattering. A martial cultivator, martial Saint Realm 8th layer. Chu Zhang swiftly judged the other's foundation, and his heart flickered just a bit. In the martial path cultivation, reaching the martial Saint Realm means the body has become sanctified, fists capable of breaking all laws, with combat abilities unbelievably terrifying. This person, although only at the martial Saint 8th layer, brought Chu Zhang a sense of danger far exceeding the previous true dragon bloodline, making him feel that even an ordinary 9 tribulations true immortal might not be this person's match. Chu Zhang presumed there was little conflict between himself and martial cultivators, and the other seemed to simply be watching from afar, without showing hostility. Not wanting unnecessary complications, he politely cupped his fists towards the distant figure before turning, preparing to leave this place. Yet just as he turned, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The distant starry sky was suddenly lit up by a light as dense and bloody, an overwhelming and terrifying fist intent like an ancient fierce beast suddenly awakening, instantly crossing the distant starry sky, locking onto him tightly. Behind him, the evil wind howled, as if the entire starry sky had turned into a giant millstone, trying to grind him to dust. The martial cultivator, without any warning, had made a move, and with one strike, it was a shocking ultimate attack. As the move was made, Chu Zhang's expression instantly changed. The fluctuation of that aura faintly felt familiar to him. It was not martial Dao Qi blood, but the mysterious and elusive heavenly fate Qi mechanism. This unknown path martial cultivator similarly held heaven's mandate. Chapter 829-535, Bloody Battle, Evil Corpse. A blood-red hue swept across the starry sky. Even before the power reached him, the fierce gang feng made Chu Zhang's breath catch involuntarily. His pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to question the cause. His yuan qi erupted to the extreme in an instant as he turned and unleashed a full-force punch. Bang! In the instant of the clash of fists, Chu Zhang only felt a colossal force spreading along his arm, causing the qi and blood within him to churn. His body was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing through several massive stars before barely stabilizing himself. Such overwhelming power, such a domineering punch momentum. Chu Zhang's heart went numb, a moment of awe. In just this brief exchange, he had already sustained slight injuries. The martial cultivator remained silent, his gaze indifferent. He stepped forward, instantly folding the starry sky, shrinking earth into inches, and closed in again. His twin fists, entwined with blood-colored divine light, rained down like a storm. Each punch was simple and direct, containing an unmatched, majestic momentum, forcing Chu Zhang to retreat without any options but to meet the attack head-on. In an instant, Chu Zhang found himself embroiled in a bitter struggle. This martial cultivator's tenacity surpassed all previous opponents, whether in physical prowess or combat skills. He had reached the transformation realm, simplifying complexity, returning to true essence, nearly embodying the Tao. Moreover, his body displayed an evident strong resistance to the heaven and earth laws, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of Chu Zhang's techniques based on the 5 elements primordial qi. Beneath the starry sky, the two silhouettes repeatedly clashed, each collision sparking a sea of blood light. To contend with such a martial arts strongman, a single retreat would lead to more retreats, so Chu Zhang did not yield an inch further, choosing to clash head-on. Bang! A blood wave surged skyward, staining the dead silent starry sky. Chaotic qi rolled like boiling water, the lingering divine light and shattered law fragments interweaved, tearing the surrounding void to pieces. Chu Zhang's qi and blood roared around him like a tsunami as if billions of miniature stars were being born and dying beneath his skin. In the fierce battle, he successively displayed abilities like 3 heads and 6 arms and the 5 elements body refinement, each capable of maximizing his physical potential in a short time. Complex Tao patterns gathered from the void, etched onto his flesh and bones. Each flicker brought an explosive boost in power. His physique was forcibly pushed to one peak after another, muscles bulging like dragons, tendons, and bones resonating like thunder, stubbornly withstanding the martial saint's terrifying fist power capable of shattering stars and domains. During the battle, Chu Zhang attempted several times to speak, sending out his divine sense, hoping to communicate. However, he received only a more frenzied fist gang in response. The martial saint before him had eyes that remained void of emotion and unwaveringly cold from start to finish, like a puppet driven solely by a desire for slaughter and combat. This state of no possible communication and pure killing intent led Chu Zhang to a quick speculation. In this heaven burial palace, to find him so precisely and persistently hunt him, armed with part of heaven's mandate. Apart from the good and evil corpses of the master of heavenly fortune, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Evidently, this was a deliberate possession, steering this puppet to seek him out, intending to kill him and seize the third of the heavenly power fragment within him to complete oneself. The good and evil corpses of the master of heavenly fortune were indeed his greatest opponents throughout the ages. As time passed, even though Chu Zhang's physique was strong and his yuan qi vast, under such intense combat, he gradually began to feel a hint of exhaustion. Though the yuan qi circulation within was not yet depleted, its recovery rate was gradually unable to keep up with the terrifying consumption. He calmed his mind, concentrating, while defending against the martial saint's onslaught like a raging storm, rapidly contemplating strategies to defeat the enemy. If the situation turned dire, he could only fall back. At this moment, within a star domain not far away, subtle spatial fluctuations appeared, and a figure in azure robes quietly emerged. Chu Jing spared a glance, recognizing the newcomer's face, and his expression immediately tightened. Tianji. What made his heart clench even more was the unabashedly powerful chi fluctuation emanating from Tianji's body. 7 tribulations true immortal? This progress in cultivation was absurdly fast. Chu Jing clearly remembered that just a year ago outside Heaven Burial Palace, Tianji defected from the Yun family to the Immortal Court when his cultivation was clearly only at the 1 tribulation true immortal perfection. Among the 100,000 Eighth Order creatures entering Heaven Burial Palace, he was among the lower ranks, barely noticeable. Even with heaven-defying talent, traversing 6 major realms in just a year, straight to 7 tribulations? That was simply unheard of. Not even the ancient ancestor reincarnation could maintain such a pace of advancement. When Chu Jing was filled with surprise and doubt, Tianji's gaze swept across the battlefield, instantly grasping the situation. His eyes sharpened, now that his cultivation had advanced greatly, and with the constant support from the heavenly destiny true spirit, his spiritual perception was incredibly sharp. He instantly sensed the martial cultivator's formidable and insidious difficulty. Without any hesitation, he gave a clear shout, "Daoist Xingqiu, I'm here to assist you." Before his voice fell, he had already made a bold move, pointing his fingers like a sword, pointing in midair. A fiery red immortal sword suffused with scarlet immortal light soared into the sky from the void, emitting a crisp sword hum, instantly transforming into a brilliant rainbow that tore through the Star River, slashing straight down. This sword not only contained fierce sword intent but also concealed a trace of subtle yet supreme heavenly fortune power within the depths of its light, rendering its trajectory profound and unfathomable, doubling its might, and piercing precisely toward the martial cultivator's back. With the addition of Tianji, a reinforcement whose strength far exceeded expectations, Chu Jing's pressure was greatly reduced, and he was able to relax slightly. Chapter 830-535, Bloody Battle, Evil Corpse, Part 2. But the doubts in his heart were not dispelled, and while coordinating the counterattack, he began to pay closer attention to observing Tianji's aura fluctuations and the details of his movements. This careful observation immediately revealed more clues. Not only was Tianji's cultivation realm extraordinarily high, but his application and understanding of immortal techniques had also reached an astounding and terrifying level. Often a simple immortal law, in his hands, could be turned from decay into magic. With a single portion of immortal power, he could unleash a 10-fold or even 12-fold terrifying might. The exquisite use of laws, the precise grasp of timing, did not seem like that of a young prodigy but rather like an old monster that had been dormant for countless millennia. This understanding and control of the essence of power definitely weren't something Tianji, or at least the current Tianji, could possess. For a moment, the suspicion in Chu Jing's heart rose again, and it grew more and more intense. Was the Tianji before him really still the original Tianji? Could he have already been taken over or controlled by that good corpse or evil corpse? A trace of doubt flashed in Chu Jing's eyes, and he raised his vigilance, carefully sensing. After a moment, further doubt rose in his heart. Although Tianji was surrounded by a thick aura of heavenly fate, there was absolutely no trace of the supreme aura of heaven's mandate. This was clearly contrary to his previous assumptions. Chu Jing's mind was racing with thoughts, but his actions were not slow at all, coordinating with Tianji with increasing tacit understanding. Under their joint effort, the originally formidable and seemingly tireless martial cultivator finally began to show signs of weakness. His offensive was no longer as fierce as torrential rain at the start, and his defense began to show sluggishness and flaws. In a moment of stumbling, when the boiling blood chi around him briefly stagnated, Chu Jing seized the fleeting opportunity. A hand seal entwined with 5-colored divine light suddenly struck the back of that martial saint. This palm strike was powerful and heavy, sending him into the depths of the shattered starry sky, blood splattering into the void, almost breaking his spine. Just as Chuzheng was about to pursue, a sudden change occurred. A jet-black light, extremely subtle, suddenly emerged from the deepest part of that martial cultivator's vast blood energy. Its speed exceeded the reaction limits of Chuzheng and Tianji, surpassing time and space. In an instant, it tore through the void and disappeared into the endless depths of the star sea, leaving no trace behind. The moment that pitch-black light fled, the martial cultivator who was barely holding on suddenly froze, the emptiness and coldness in his eyes, the murderous gaze receded like a tide, replaced by confusion, soon gradually returning to clarity. He shook his seemingly heavy head, noticing his injuries, and then looked at the watchful Chuzheng and the stern Tianji before him, his face instantly showing astonishment and vigilance, subconsciously speaking, "Fellow Taoists, wait. Where is this place? What just happened?" He seemed completely unaware of what he had just done, trying to explain and inquire about the situation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chuzheng stopped, while Tianji's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and his actions did not pause at all, even faster by threefold. The immortal sword in his hand suddenly emitted a sharp hum, its light sword, like a cold lightning slicing through the starry sky, directly across the martial cultivator's neck. Thud. A head full of astonishment shot into the sky, and the hot blood of the martial saint spurted out, leaving a blood flower in the starry sky. Seeing this, Chuzheng's brows furrowed tightly, looking at Tianji who was withdrawing his sword, his eyes carried a touch of scrutiny. Tianji's strike was too swift, too decisive, even somewhat overly impatient. He quietly observed Tianji before him, and the sense of oddity in his heart rose once more. The dense aura of heavenly fate on Tianji was still clearly discernible, like a lighthouse in the night. But he still couldn't perceive any aura belonging to a heavenly power fragment. Then where did this aura of heavenly fate on him come from? Chuzheng suppressed the doubts in his heart, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Tianji, for your assistance this time." "No need for thanks. I don't have many friends, and you and Miss Xueqing are considered faithful with me." Tianji waved his hand, disinterestedly saying, "I still have personal matters to attend to, so I will not stay long. Now that there are many people in the Heaven Burial Palace wanting to kill you, and living creatures from the ancient clans have gradually gathered, acting in groups, each occupying a part of the starry sky to search for opportunities, Taoist Xingqiu, take care, we shall meet again after leaving the Heaven Burial Palace." With that, he cupped his hands and hurriedly left, appearing very urgent. Chuzheng stood in the silent starry sky, watching the back of Tianji leaving, his brow gradually tightening. At this moment, he could confirm that there was the existence of heaven's mandate on Tianji's body. From the moment the martial saint died, he had been observing the traces of heavenly fate's flow. At the moment the martial saint died, a thin strand of heavenly fate entered Tianji's body. Ordinarily, after living creatures die, their heavenly fate dissipates, merging into the world. Only the ancient ancestor would have the ability to temporarily seal heavenly fate, except for the ancient ancestor, only those with heaven's mandate could absorb heavenly fate into their own body. Clearly, Tianji was not an ancient ancestor, leaving only one explanation. The pitch-black light that fled just now, he had also been able to confirm, was undoubtedly the evil corpse. What was on Tianji was likely the good corpse. As for not sensing the aura of heaven's mandate, it might be due to a different way of assimilating it. He is now completely integrated with heaven's mandate, while the previous martial saint was obviously just a puppet, and Tianji is clearly in another matter. Chuzheng withdrew his thoughts, shook his head slightly, and no longer considered too much. Even if he had the opportunity to kill the evil corpse or the good corpse, he absolutely couldn't do so now. The good and evil corpses must leave the Heaven Burial Palace, this is an established ancient history. If done, the ancient history would be reversed, and he would fall back into the sidelines, in vain. Some people cannot die at times they shouldn't. What he needs to do now is to calmly gather some heavenly fate in the Heaven Burial Palace, and after leaving, lie low for a while, waiting for the time to come. Although he has forgotten many details from conversations with that little Taoist, he remembers two things clearly: stealing the heavenly mirror from the Star Moon ancient clan, and then digging up the Feng clan's ancestral grave. Apart from these two things, he has no need to complicate matters further. Chuzheng left the chaotic starry sky, preparing to find a secluded place to retreat, heal his injuries, and quickly refine the blood pill within him. The opportunities for heavenly fate within the Heaven Burial Palace are unpredictable and elusive. Chuzheng could feel the scattered presence of heavenly fate in this world but was unable to absorb it into his body. He ultimately possesses only 1/3 of the heavenly power, not the complete authority of heavenly fate, and can only recover it through killing. After spending several months, Chuzheng refined the blood pill, and his cultivation surged once more, nearing heavenly immortal perfection. In terms of cultivation alone, he was no weaker than the 8 tribulations true immortal perfection, as well as the martial saint previously possessed by the evil corpse, and his combat power was even greater. Having obtained part of the heavenly power, his cultivation speed soared once more. In this unique world environment, achieved an unbelievably rapid pace, seemingly advancing day by day. After coming out of seclusion, Chuzheng did not wander again, his aura released openly, with over a dozen ancient clan blood seals illuminating the starry sky. Now, he just needed to wait for people to come to him. Based on Tianji's previous words, those living creatures of the ancient ancestors had already banded together. Now he only needs to wait for them to come. There is no need to waste time searching everywhere. The duration of the Heaven Burial Palace's opening is uncertain, sometimes extending to 100 years, sometimes as short as a few years, very unstable. Once the time is up, all living creatures will be transported out of the Heaven Burial Palace. Chuzheng was uncertain how much time he had left, so he had to collect enough heavenly fate quickly, especially now there is Tianji and the evil corpse lurking in the shadows competing with him for a share of heavenly luck. He must have a portion of heavenly fate on him, so that he could successfully enter the ancestral ground after the Feng clan's ancestral grave is excavated and the Feng clan's ancient ancestor is slain. This is crucial, and there can be no mistakes. Capítulo 831, Chapter 536, Encirclement and Hunt in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Chuzheng stepped into a cold star domain, where numerous glacial fragments floated amid the extreme cold of the starry sky. He wandered slowly in the deathly silent starry sky, casually surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, from behind some massive dark blue glaciers, several streaks of light shot out abruptly, appearing to be cultivators exploring the area. Their cultivation auras varied in strength, but the strongest was only a 4 tribulations true immortal. Upon sensing Chuzheng's undisguised presence and the dozen or so dazzling and eye-catching ancient clan blood seals, those streaks of light immediately panicked like startled rabbits, frightened out of their wits. They hurriedly concealed their auras and hid behind the largest glacier, not daring to breathe loudly. The true immortals backed against each other, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads and spines, their hearts having stopped, praying that they would not be detected by Chuzheng. Chuzheng had long taken in all of their actions. His gaze swept indifferently over the massive glacier, his expression as calm as an ancient well, not directly pulling out the individuals to crush them. Instead, he deliberately slowed his pace, leisurely passing in front of the glacier, gradually moving away. Casting a long line is the way to catch a big fish. These small fish were useless to kill. Keeping them to return and report would attract truly valuable living creatures. Not until Chuzheng's figure completely disappeared into the depths of the starry sky did those true immortals behind the glacier let out a breath of relief, their backs soaked in cold sweat, their faces filled with lingering fear. What a terrifying aura, there's no doubt that was Xingqiu. His cultivation seems to have grown exponentially stronger than described in the rumors. Just a casual glance from him made me feel like I was about to die. No wonder Brother Zimo had issued a strict order. Once Xingqiu is spotted, we must report immediately and never act on our own or engage with him. We are absolutely no match for him in a single confrontation. Quickly, let's return and report this to Brother Zimo. The true immortals didn't dare delay in the slightest, slipping out of hiding like startled birds, and headed back in the fastest possible way. They raced, crossing several broken star domains, and finally, cautiously entered a fairly well-preserved great realm, floating in the starry sky. Within the great realm, the heaven and earth laws were relatively stable, and the spiritual energy was much richer. Hundreds of powerful true immortal auras were spread throughout, responding to one another, orderly and harmonious, all dressed in the unique cloud-patterned garments of the Feng family. Here, it had apparently become an important base for the Feng family in the Heaven Burial Palace. The reporting true immortals proceeded unimpeded, heading straight for the most central area of the Broken Realm. There stood a majestic and ancient stone hall. The stone hall was entirely forged from a dark green star divine gold, its surface covered with ancient murals worn by ages, depicting images of many ancient deities. Around the hall, a powerful, invisible immortal array guarded, emanating a heart-palpitating wave. Upon entering the hall, the internal space was much larger than what could be seen from outside, with worlds contained within. Dozens of figures sat cross-legged on the jade platforms within the hall, each with an aura as deep as the sea, surrounded by laws and imbued with immortal light. Without exception, they had all at least reached the terrifying 9 tribulations level. They were the true core and foundation of the Feng family's entry into the Heaven Burial Palace this time. In the center of the hall, a figure sat quietly cross-legged. It was a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a spotless white robe, her garments fluttering without wind, as if a cool breeze constantly accompanied her. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, her brows like distant mountains veiled in ink, her eyes resembling rippling autumn waters, her nose straight, her lips a pale cherry hue, together forming a visage not befitting a mundane person, her entire presence exuding a coldness and aloofness that kept people at a distance, like a solitary moon high in the sky, inspiring awe and deterrence. She was the half-step emperor of the Feng family's entry into the Heaven Burial Palace, bearing a portion of the Feng family's heavenly fate, Feng Tingyun. Before her, in mid-air, hovered a massive curtain of light, covered with countless complicated lines and points of light, a vast star map encompassing the known regions of the Heaven Burial Palace. This was a secret map, drawn by the blood and sacrifice of the Feng family over generations, and each of the 10 great ancient clans possessed something similar, cherished as treasures. Feng Tingyun's eyes drooped slightly, her flawless face serene, save for her long, jade-like fingers occasionally lifting, an ethereal breeze swirling at her fingertips, gently pointing towards a certain area on the light curtain. Each time she pointed, a fine point of light marked a coordinate in that area. And each time she pointed out a coordinate with her open eyes, one or several true immortals within the hall would rise silently, bow slightly in her direction, then instantly turn into streaks of light and exit the hall, rushing towards the coordinate pointed out. She was using her connection to the heavenly fate and her acute sensing of fate's subtle agglomerations to perceive places within the Heaven Burial Palace where fortunes were converging, potentially nurturing great opportunities. This was the foundation of the ancient clans, far superior to the random inbound living creatures. After entering the hall, the report-bearing true immortals respectfully bowed to Feng Tingyun at the center before quickly moving towards a young man meditating with closed eyes to the side. The young man, dressed in a simple blue robe, with handsome features and an ethereal demeanor, opened his eyes upon sensing their approach. Chapter 832-536, Encirclement Hunt, Part 2. Brother Zimo. The leading true immortal lowered his voice, unable to hide his tension. We have discovered Jingchu's trail in the northwest ice silent star domain. Feng Zimo slowly opened his eyes, as if a clear wind were swirling within them, a hint of sharpness flashing through. Without wasting any words, he rose directly and said loudly, "Specific coordinates." Feng Tingyun, who had been sensing the Tianji with closed eyes, also slowly opened her eyes, cold as a cold pond, her gaze sweeping over as her red lips lightly parted, her voice ethereal and indifferent. "Jingchu, his methods are treacherous and varied, his thoughts unpredictable. He has been lurking for a long time and has suddenly appeared. There might be something unusual. We will go with you. You cannot make a move." Feng Zimo almost had no hesitation, shaking his head to refuse. For nearly a year, Jingchu vanished without a trace, and now he suddenly appears so ostentatiously. The fact that these clan brothers encountered him and returned alive already indicates a problem. He deliberately draws people to him. His gaze swept past the star map before Feng Tingyun, which concerned the Feng family's harvest this time, and he said in a deep voice, no one knows whether this is merely a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If Xingqiu and the giant god clan or other ancient clans have set a trap, intending to target you, what then? While killing Xingqiu is important, it must not shake the foundation of the Feng family, nor can it allow you to risk yourself. Feng Zimo unhesitatingly dismissed Feng Tingyun's idea, being a half-step emperor, carrying part of the family's heavenly fate. Feng Tingyun's life now is far more precious than many great immortal emperors in the clan. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingyun's cold gaze flickered slightly, and she said no more. She naturally understood her own importance. Feng Zimo pondered for a moment, his eyes as sharp as electricity, scanning the hall's dozens of strong 9 tribulations true immortals, finally settling on 4 of them, speaking solemnly, I will trouble Ruiyu, Miao Jing, Yu Jing, and Yining, for clan brothers and sisters, to accompany me. The 4 named simultaneously opened their eyes, 3 men and 1 woman, the immortal light in their eyes flickering slightly. Without any unnecessary words, they rose silently, a murderous aura permeating the hall. Towards Xingqiu, Feng Zimo's intent to kill was decided, unwilling to miss this fleeting opportunity for battle, calling out 4 9 tribulations true immortals in one go, adding himself, making a total of 5 9 tribulations true immortals. Such a lineup brings combat power to its peak, even if faced with a true half-step emperor, enough to battle head-on, even overcome. Seeing this, Feng Tingyun softly closed her eyes, spoke no more, clear wind swirling at her fingertips again, continuing to rely on the invisible heavenly fate to sense, searching for the Feng family's next opportunity. Feng Zimo led the 4 9 tribulations true immortals, instantly tearing through the void, departed the hall, rushing towards the coordinates provided by the prior true immortals. Chu Jing deliberately lingered in that dead star domain strewn with ice fragment, his aura completely unconstrained, like the brightest campfire in the night, waiting quietly for moths. As expected, faster than he anticipated. In less than 2 days, an anomaly occurred. Buzz, layer upon layer of brilliant immortal light suddenly brightened from the void at the edge of the star domain. Countless jade walls sealing worlds and locking space rose from the ground, in an instant enveloped the vast land and 4 wilds, completely covering the whole star domain. A meticulously arranged immortal array was instantly activated, countless intricate runes shimmering, forcibly solidifying, and sealing the entire void. Space became as solid as divine. Iron, forming an entirely isolated realm outside of this realm, under such circumstances, not to mention teleportation, even divine sense could not penetrate outwards. Evidently, those who came this time were fully prepared, unwilling to give him any chance to escape. The moment the immortal array was fully activated, 5 figures condensed and walked out slowly from the dazzling immortal light, lined up, icy gazes locked onto Chu Jing in the center of the star domain. The leader, dressed in an elegant azure robe, possessing a graceful demeanor, eyes sharp as blades, alongside him stood 4 9 tribulations true immortals, each with different auras. Their expressions were all extremely indifferent, looking at Chu Jing as if looking at a dead man. Chu Jing's gaze swept over Feng Zimo, a faint realization appeared on his face. It's you, after all. No wonder such grand tactics are used right away, even directly employing a world-sealing unparalleled array, evidently, to prevent him from repeating his previous escape method. The man before him previously chased him to no road to heaven, no door to earth. At the time, if not for the sudden appearance of a teleportation gate, he might have already perished at his hands. Chu Jing's eyes carried little more than calmness, yet the surrounding sky remained ever more desolate and cold under the collision of these 2 invisible killing intents. The star domain was like the sea, and within the sight, amidst the drifting ice fragments, sometimes visible were fresh corpses or those dried for thousands of years, human race, giant beasts, and other peculiar races, quietly floating in the cold void like silent tombstones, silently recounting the once horrific battles on this battlefield. The intense blood scent and murderous aura, though so long past, seemed not entirely dissipated, adding even more solemnity. Feng Zimo stared steadily at Chu Jing, his gaze cold. He lightly raised his hand, signaling the 4 9 tribulations true immortals behind to spread out slowly, forming a semicircle, completely sealing off every possible retreat for Chu Jing. I hail from the Feng family, my name is Zimo. Once the four true immortals were positioned, he finally spoke slowly, his voice cold, looking down at Chu Jing. Jingchu, you should understand, those who will kill you are not us, but the immortal banishing rune you shouldn't possess. Indeed your talent surpasses ordinary, remarkably gifted, if only you lower your head, your prospects would originally be immeasurable. Feng Zimo's tone was flat, each word sharp, but your arrogance is laughable. At the time, the remaining 8 ancient clans did give you opportunities, joining any of them would not make you the target of all, falling to this present dire state. But you refused them all. He slightly shook his head, seeming somewhat regretful, and somewhat relieved, thus, today you should die. Chu Jing listened quietly, shaking his head slightly. In this boundless great universe, there are many who should die but haven't, adding one more won't make much difference. His tone shifted, gaze sweeping over Feng Zimo and the 4 Feng true immortals behind him, still calm, yet you, and the 4 behind you, are doomed to perish today. Upon hearing this, Feng Zimo's gaze turned icy cold. These are your last words? You truly waste the opportunity one offered. Kill! Feng Zimo shouted, showing no mercy, immediately unleashing the illustrious immortal tower that previously suppressed Chu Jing. The 9-layered hexagonal exquisite treasure tower, its whole body glowing with green jade light, its immortal Tao runes sequentially lighting up, storm clouds, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, seemingly awakening, pressing down on Chu Jing. Chu Jing's expression was indifferent, his aura abruptly transformed. Vast and majestic yuan qi mixed with a supreme heavenly fate pressure like a tsunami, stirring violent waves in the starry sky. He did not unfold any dharma phase, but with dazzling golden light of law-breaking runes surging around him, watching the tower above, he lifted his hand and punched. The immortal tower trembled violently, its downward momentum halted, in the span of a breath, its runes glowing with green jade immortal light shattered open, cracking into endless snippets. Boom! One breath, the immortal tower exploded, immortal gold divine material scattered widely, spiritual light dimming. In a face-off, Chu Jing shattered the illustrious immortal tower with a single punch. Feng Zimo's pupils shrank, a trace of terror appearing on his face, his chest heaved with heavy breaths, suffering a backlash, his chi and blood surged violently. Shattering a top-tier immortal treasure barehanded, even the giant god's half-step emperor couldn't achieve such. In haste, he instinctively retreated. Chu Jing's steps remained steady, slowly pressing forward. The other 4 true immortals did not hesitate, their expressions stern. They unleashed numerous immortal treasures and divine skills, closing in to kill Chu Jing. For 9 tribulations true immortals joined forces, even within Heaven Burial Palace, sufficient to act unimpeded. Facing the incoming multitude of immortal treasures and divine skills, Chu Jing neither dodged nor evaded, dark gold talisman patterns flowing on his body as he directly confronted them. Numerous 9 tribulations true immortals arriving at his current level, facing him, their fate was merely to die. Chapter 833-537, The Heavenly Tao is Unjust. For supreme true immortals simultaneously struck, with power shaking the heavens and earth. Immortal light engulfed the universe, the starry skies lamenting, countless stars flickering like candles in the wind. A vast immortal array light screen covered billions of miles of star river, as the brilliant immortal light collided with destructive energy torrents, illuminating the deep cosmos with fluctuating brightness, distorting and shattering even the ancient star trails. The star sea was like a toppled pallet, violently churning, stars collapsing into black holes within energy aftershocks, only to be flattened by even more terrifying force. The entire star domain was like a lacquered jade bead on the verge of shattering, each spreading crack causing law's ripples that made stars tremble. Chu Jing didn't look back, casually raising a hand adorned with flowing dark gold talisman patterns, precisely blocking a silently approaching immortal sword from the side and rear. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the universe, causing the glaciers suspended between the star field to vibrate. Despite the immortal sword's edge being sharp enough to cut through stars, it could not sever Chu Jing's arm, which was surrounded by the power of breaking and abundant yuan qi, and was instead shaken and bounced high. The sword's edge buzzed, the formation patterns binding its immortal gold trembling violently, near collapse. The true immortal who wielded the sword changed expression instantly, a flash of horror crossing his eyes, forced to retreat. At the same time, Chujing inhaled deeply, yuan qi blending with divine light in his throat, and he fiercely spat. In an instant, a brilliant star river formed from yuan qi gushed from his mouth, merging into sword qi, roaring forward to collide with the fierce bird's void shadow formed by immortal law. Boom! The river of sword qi and the immortal bird simultaneously shattered, dispersing into countless specks of light, sending ripples across the wilderness in all directions. Chu Zhang's steps did not pause, as a Dao seal formed in his hand, expertly timed to coincide with the true immortal who wielded the sword, opening his center after the immortal sword was repelled, as Chu Zhang punched forth. The fist seal was ancient and unadorned, entwined with dim sword light, arriving later but hitting first, heavily striking the spine of the immortal sword. Crack, a piercing sound of shattering erupted. The high-grade immortal sword, unable to withstand the punch filled with true intent of breaking law and immense force, was instantly covered in cracks, emitting a cry as spiritual light dimmed, nearly rendered useless on the spot. The sword-wielding true immortal was hit hard, the tiger's mouth splitting, immortal blood flowing, his form staggering back, with horror increasing in his eyes. In a flash, Chu Zhang effortlessly neutralized the fierce combined strike of the two Nine Tribulations true immortals, severely injuring one. Seeing this, the pupils of the other two Feng family Nine Tribulation true immortals constricted, withholding no more, they fully unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The entire starry sky trembled violently, unable to bear this force, being directly torn apart. As void currents whistled, a colossal palm formed purely of immortal power appeared out of nowhere, covering heaven and earth, with palm lines like mountain ravines, suffused with terrifying immortal might, crashing down. On the other side, endless gung metal qi gathered, transforming into billions of cold, glimmering killing swords and halberds, like a storm, tearing through the void, attempting to kill Chu Zhang. The previously repelled true immortals from the Feng family quickly steadied themselves, brows heavy with determination, attacking Chu Zhang once more. Each had reached the pinnacle of Nine Tribulations true immortal, hailing from the top-tier ancient clan, their combat prowess far surpassing ordinary true immortals. If not for the laws of Heaven Burial Palace forbidding Ninth-Order creatures, they would have already stepped into the immortal venerable domain. The combined might of the four was terrifyingly astonishing. The entire starry sky, sealed by a great array, was completely crushed into ashes, nearly driven back into chaos. Chu Zhang remained calm and unfazed, raising a hand directly to meet the descending colossal palm and the storm of killing swords and halberds. Shoo! Just as Chu Zhang faced the descending giant palm and the sword and halberd storm head-on, a sudden change occurred again. Immortal qi permeated, as an extremely cunning and insidious immortal light exploded outside his line of sight, instantly dividing into thousands of transparent flying daggers as thin as cicada wings, silent and stealthy. These flying daggers were entirely condensed from pure immortal Dao laws, specialized in breaking protective divine light, aiming directly at Chu Zhang's vital points on his back, with timing perfected to the extreme. Chu Zhang's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. The attacker was the sole female among the group, her stunning face now filled with icy killing intent, her gaze cold and fierce, quietly seeking a fatal opportunity, and finally grasping it. In the instant the multitude of flying daggers were about to make contact, Chu Zhang's figure slightly swayed, the dark gold talisman patterns around him surging, forming a continuously flowing barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most of the flying daggers grazed past his side, while a few struck the barrier, but like mud cows into the sea, only stirring faint ripples before being quietly dissolved and absorbed by the power of breaking. The female true immortal's eyes flickered with surprise, and before she could change her move, the void beside her exploded completely without warning. The fist image pierced the starry sky. In an instant, Chu Zhang had distorted space, his clenched fist seeming to break through the shackles of time and space, closing in front of the female's form in a split second. Just then, a figure appeared again beside Chu Zhang. A large hand wrapped in immortal light wielded a dagger glistening with ghostly light, suddenly thrusting from the void, its cold gleaming tip aimed directly at Chu Zhang's head. Another true immortal seized the opening when Chu Zhang attacked, unleashing a lethal strike to force Chu Jing into changing his move. However, Chu Jing's response exceeded his expectations. He paid no mind to the deadly dagger aimed at his head. Instead, he twisted his form abruptly, channeling all his force into a single punch, striking fiercely at the woman who wielded the flying daggers. Capítulo 834, Chapter 537, Heavenly Tao's Injustice. 2. He completely ignored the presence of the true immortal at his side. Courting death. The true immortal holding the dagger was both shocked and angry, his movements even faster. Boom, where Chu Jing's fist seal passed, the sword gale storm that swept the skies shattered like paper. The giant hand covering the heavens was pierced through with a single punch, exploding with a bang. The momentum of the punch did not lessen, crossing the Star River, and landed squarely on the chest of the stunning beauty. The protective immortal light around her dissipated like foam, and even the immortal body that had endured the 9 tribulations could not withstand this punch imbued with the true intent of law-breaking, exploding on the spot. Immortal blood and shattered bones splattered, staining the dead silent starry sky red. In the blink of an eye, a 9 tribulations true immortal was slain. Dang, almost at the same instant, the dagger stabbed fiercely at Chu Jing's head, but the result was like hitting divine iron, emitting a sharp and piercing clang, bursting into a blinding shower of sparks. Chu Jing's head tilted slightly, the skin at his temple showing only a tiny white spot, not even breaking the skin. The immortal gold dagger, enough to pierce through the starry sky and tear apart a star domain, could not penetrate it even slightly. The true immortal who struck was shocked to the point of numbness in his arm from the counterforce, his blood and energy in turmoil, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. How is this possible? Your physical body. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Jing's outstretched hand retracted, and his fingers, like a knife, slashed back without even looking. SSS, a fine dark gold thread swept across the starry sky, and the true immortal holding the dagger fell silent, his movements frozen, a line of blood appearing on his forehead, rapidly extending downwards. The next moment, his body, along with the incessantly wailing immortal gold dagger, was neatly split in two, drifting apart, along with the divine soul in his brow, all erased. In the blink of an eye, yet another 9 tribulations true immortal perished, his body and soul destroyed. In an instant, of the 4 who joined forces, 2 were dead and 1 injured. Ruiyu. Miao Jing. Feng Zimo watched helplessly as his 2 clan siblings were instantly killed, not even having time to rescue them, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his composure vanished, leaving only a murderous intent and a trace of undisguisable fear. He stared intently at Chu Jing, a resolute fierceness flashing in his eyes, his aura suddenly changing, the gentle and agile breeze around him turning violently turbulent, stirring up monstrous waves, emitting a shrill whistling. In an instant, his immortal essence began to boil and burn recklessly, his flesh and blood becoming blurred and transparent as if merging with the wind, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Flesh, bones, limbs, even his divine soul, were undergoing an irreversible transformation, turning into the most violent innate gang wind, enough to consume souls and erode bones. This was the Feng family's forbidden technique to perish with the enemy, exchanging everything of oneself for a brief period of ultimate lethality. Clearly, he had resolved to die, willing to risk everything to fight Chu Jing, to win a sliver of hope for his clan. Meanwhile, a hurried transmission abruptly reached the ears of the remaining 2 true immortals. Go. Hurry away. Pass the message back. Tell Tingyan to hide quickly. Inform the Su family, don't ever come out before the Heaven Burial Palace closes. Never let Jingchu find you. He knew very well that after this battle, the Feng family, and indeed the entire immortal court within the Heaven Burial Palace, had completely lost the qualification to confront Jingchu head-on. The suppression of the immortal path by the immortal banishing rune was fundamental, now utterly unsolvable. No immortal path cultivator could possibly be a match for Jingchu within the Heaven Burial Palace, remaining meant certain death. As soon as he finished speaking, the azure gang wind that Feng Zimo transformed into swelled to the extreme, carrying a destructive energy fluctuation, recklessly pouncing towards Chu Jing like a moth to a flame, hoping to entangle him, even if only for a moment. The remaining two true immortals, terrified beyond measure, dared not hesitate for a moment, frantically urging their immortal power, rapidly fleeing towards the edge of the starry formation. Watching Chuzheng approaching rapidly, his aura unfathomable, Feng Zimo couldn't help but feel endless bitterness and deep regret. It had been only one short year. A year ago, Xingqiu could only flee in embarrassment before him, lucky to escape through an uncontrollable teleportation gate. Today, a year later, slaying a 9 tribulations true immortal was as easy as lifting a finger for him. This leap in power was too terrifying, too unbelievable. Ordinary living creatures, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, might not achieve a fraction of it. This clearly indicated that Xingqiu must have gained unimaginable, heaven-defying fortunes within the Heaven Burial Palace, receiving the ultimate favor of the heavenly fate here. Facing the billowing gang wind, strong enough to crush a star domain, and the two true immortals desperately fleeing towards the edge of the formation, Chu Zhang's expression remained unperturbed. "I told you before." His voice rang out calmly, piercing through the roaring wind, resounding across the starry sky, "You and the other 4 are destined to die today." Before he even finished speaking, Chu Zhang moved, facing the doomsday gang wind directly, his body surrounded by flourishing dark gold talismanic patterns, flowing without pause, forming an absolute domain impervious to all forms of magic. The violent gang wind, enough to consume souls and erode bones, as soon as it touched the dark gold rune, its might was drastically weakened, disintegrating in a flash, unable to stop Chu Zhang in the slightest. Amidst the star sea, Chu Zhang slashed through the waves effortlessly, passing through Feng Zimo's body-transformed ultimate secret technique with ease, his speed not slowing in the slightest, transforming into a stream of light, directly chasing the two fleeing in the distance. Chapter 835-537, The Unfairness of the Heavenly Tao, Part 3. Stop. Feng Zimo's desperate thoughts roared and howled in the wind, but at this moment, he had become a part of the gang Feng, unable even to approach Chu Zhang. As soon as he touched the dark gold domain, his wind spirit origin dissipated and disintegrated rapidly, and he could only watch helplessly as Chu Zhang's figure broke through the layers of gang Feng and instantly fled far away. The two true immortals in flight looked back and saw Chu Zhang rapidly approaching them. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits, pushing their speed to the maximum, even resorting to burning their immortal blood to seek greater speed. However, to their despair, this starry sky had been completely sealed off by the Perilous immortal array they themselves had set up. What was originally a cage to prevent Chu Zhang from escaping had now become their own place of doom, a self-dug grave, making it utterly impossible to rip apart space and flee far away. With the cultivation of a 9 tribulations true immortal, if in the vast outer space, with a single-minded focus on escaping, it wouldn't be hard to flee to safety. But here, there was nowhere to run. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhang had already caught up from behind. "Stop." The gang phone that Feng Zimo had become let out a series of shrill wails, yet could only watch helplessly as Chu Zhang raised his hand nonchalantly, pressing down 2 palms in the air towards the fleeing figures ahead. Bang! Bang! With 2 dull thuds, the protective immortal light of the 2 true immortals shattered like bubbles, and their bodies were crushed into a bright, bloody mist, with their divine souls completely annihilated. Feng Zimo froze in place, the gang Feng he had formed trembling violently, flickering as if it could dissolve at any moment. A great void and despair engulfed his thoughts. As Chu Zhang slowly turned around and walked towards him step by step, a bitter laugh emanated from the gang Feng inherent in Feng Zimo, condensing into his blurred visage. "I was not defeated by your hand. This is the unfairness of the heavenly Tao." He died with his eyes open. A normal cultivator, no matter how extraordinary their talent, even with ample resources, can hardly achieve such a heaven-defying, beyond reason cultivation progress in a single year. This was not something that effort or talent could explain. It was a decree of heaven's demise. It was the unfairness of heavenly fate. Heavenly Tao is indeed unfair. Chu Zhang's steps were unhurried, his voice calm yet imbued with a detached indifference overlooking all beings. "The ancient clan family, upholding heavenly fate, have usurped the heavenly seats, already receiving too much favor from this world, yet clearly, your kind remains insatiable, greedy. He nodded, recognizing Feng Zimo's dying grievance, but with an entirely different perspective. Heaven has already perished, heavenly fate is scattered. My purpose here is to reclaim the dispersed heaven's mandate, to redefine order. He stood before the imminent dissipation of the Gang Feng, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate what remained of Feng Zimo's consciousness. When the next life comes, if there is a chance, I will give you a relative justice. He said no more, raising his hand directly, a dark gold light flashing at his fingertips, lightly tapping into the core of the tempestuous Gang Feng. With a sigh from what remained of Feng Zimo's consciousness, it finally dissolved completely into oblivion. The previously rampant azure Gang Feng also calmed and scattered, turning into the most primordial breeze, drifting across the cold starry sky. Regarding the so-called ancient clan family, Chu Jing held no great hatred or resentment. From his current height, all beings essentially appeared no different to him. He could even completely comprehend Feng Zimo's and the Immortal Path Cultivator's fear and resolved to eliminate the Immortal Banishing Rune. This was the Tao battle, a fundamental opposition of paths, a reshuffling of cosmic rules. In such a struggle, there were no rights or wrongs based on personal grudges, only a survival where one lives, and the other dies. After slaying Feng Zimo, Chu Jing waved a hand, a virtual grasp pulling in 5 orbs containing immense energy and partial law enlightenment from the void, absorbing them into his hand. Even if only the most refined Yuan Qi could be absorbed, the 5-9 tribulations true immortals provided a rare nourishment, enough to advance his cultivation further. At the moment of Feng Zimo's death, there was a disturbance in the distant starry sky. Within the core hall of the well-preserved Broken Realm occupied by the Feng family, Feng Tingyun, who had been quietly meditating and sensing the Tianji, suddenly shuddered, opening her eyes slowly. With a light wave of her hand, 5 jade tokens appeared in the void before her, almost simultaneously, with a cracking sound, shattering one after another into dust. These were the soul tokens representing the life and soul of Feng Zimo and the other 4-9 tribulations true immortals. The shattering of the soul tokens signified their death and disappearance from this world. On Feng Tingyun's stunning countenance, a trace of doubt appeared, her icy gaze fluctuating violently for the first time with incredulous fear and gravity. 5 perfect 9th tribulation true immortals perished unexpectedly, without even a trace of warning or a cry for help sent back. This far exceeded the realm of accidental misfortune or encountering a formidable enemy, indicating that they faced an overwhelming force, nearly being slaughtered effortlessly. The actor, at least a dozen or more perfect 8th order beings were involved, perhaps even a half-step emperor had intervened. This place was no longer safe. She immediately stood up, her voice still cold but carrying a trace of urgency, spreading across the hall, "Go." Without further explanation, but all Feng true immortals in the hall, seeing the dust from the shattered jade tokens, and the unprecedented seriousness on Feng Tingyun's face, instantly understood the gravity of the situation, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. "Where should we go?" A 9 tribulations true immortal voiced the question. Even in departure, a destination was needed. With so many people, wandering together in the Heaven Burial Palace would make them too conspicuous, easily targeted by the combined force of other ancient clans. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingyun didn't hesitate at all, waved her hand to put away the star map, her figure transforming into a breeze, the first to move outside the hall, seek aid from the Su family, and after a while, send people to the battlefield to assess the situation. In the absence of clarity on the opponent's strength, only by gathering the forces of 2 major ancient clans could they establish a foothold in this now extremely dangerous Heaven Burial Palace, then gradually investigate the specific encounter faced by Feng Zimo and others. Chapter 836-538, Giant God Clan. Feng Tingyun led many Feng true immortals, quietly leaving that no longer safe Broken Realm. Everyone restrained their auras as much as possible, using the remnants and turbulence in the starry sky to conceal their tracks, cautiously making their way toward the star domain where the Su clan was stationed. Now that the Immortal Court had just been established, the alliance of the Feng and Su clans could be considered as one and the same spirit, the only comrades among the 10 great ancient clans in the Perilous, mutually guarded Heaven Burial Palace, who could assist each other. After traversing several barren and shattered star domains, the group arrived at a starry sky that appeared utterly empty. Here, the stars were sparse, with only eternal darkness and cold, revealing no abnormalities. Feng Tingyun stopped, flicked her slender fingers, and an immortal light communication talisman silently disappeared into the void ahead. A few breaths later, the scene before them seemed to be slowly unveiled by an invisible hand. The originally empty starry sky twisted and rippled, revealing the true scene concealed by a powerful array. A completely different, relatively stable, and vibrant new starry sky. Not far away was an exceptionally well-preserved great realm, where one could even see the azure sea and green continents, like a treasure, suspended beneath the starry canopy. The outskirts of the realm were guarded by a faintly flowing immortal light barrier. Two true immortals wearing the Su clan's unique void cloud-patterned immortal robes emerged from the realm, their expressions respectful, evidently having received the message. They bowed slightly to Feng Tingyun, Celestial Lord Tingyun, fellow Taoists, please follow me. Soon, the group of Feng clan true immortals was welcomed into this great realm. The abundance of spiritual energy within the realm far exceeded that of the outside, almost comparable to some ancient holy lands in the great universe, with picturesque mountains, towering ancient woods, cascading waterfalls, flowing springs, and strange grass and flowers everywhere, the environment serene and beautiful. This formed a stark contrast to the brutal fighting outside the Heaven Burial Palace. The Su clan had clearly been here for a long time, laying down robust immortal arrays, turning this into a temporary base, possibly even left by the previous generation of the Su clan members. The Su clan's heavenly fate was currently dim, having just undergone a shocking upheaval, so no half-step son of heaven-level figures entered the Heaven Burial Palace. At the forefront was a true immortal at 9 tribulations perfection level named Su Wuchen. His face appeared slightly lean, with deep-set eyes and an aura as deep as an abyss. After meeting and exchanging pleasantries, Feng Tingyun dismissed those around her and directly explained the purpose of her visit to Su Wuchen, her tone grave. 9 tribulations true immortals from my clan, including brother Zimo and his siblings, went to hunt Xingqiu previously, only for their soul tokens to shatter within breaths. The 5 of them perished together. She skipped the details and went straight to the point, but the result explained everything. I suspect Xingqiu may have allied with the Star Moon Ancient Clan or even the Giant God Clan. Otherwise, there could not be such strength, perhaps even the immortal banishing rune has spread. The current Heaven Burial Palace has become extremely perilous for us immortal path cultivators. In my opinion, it would be wise to lie low for now and avoid its sharpness. Brother Wuchen, what do you think? If the immortal banishing rune falls into the hands of other ancient clans and leads to the immortal path being besieged, the outcome would be quite dire. Upon hearing this, Su Wuchen's face showed surprise, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. 9 tribulations true immortals being insta-killed, the news was terrifying. After a long while, he slowly nodded, making a decision. What Tingyun has said is very true. Xingqiu has already become a great threat, and since the situation is unclear, acting rashly could be disastrous. It is better to be patient and plan long-term. After speaking, his gaze turned slightly apologetically toward a young man in a cyan robe standing quietly to the side, speaking softly. Tianji, I apologize. I had promised you before that if there was a chance, I would help you resolve your issues with the Yun clan. Unfortunately, this matter may need to be postponed. With a sincere tone, Su Wuchen understood that given the sudden change in the situation, ensuring the strength of both clans was the top priority. Personal vendettas had to be set aside. Yun Tianji's expression remained calm, shaking his head slightly, without a trace of disappointment. Brother, your words are too much. The feud between the Yun clan and me is personal, and Su and Feng shouldn't be bothered with it at this critical moment, lest it disrupts the larger affairs. His gaze lowered, and deep in his eyes a subtle light flickered. Based on his understanding of Xingqiu's character and behavior, the likelihood of an alliance with other ancient clans was slim. Those 9 tribulations true immortals were most likely defeated by Xingqiu alone. Thinking of this, Yun Tianji couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. In just a short period of absence, Xingqiu's power had advanced so terrifyingly? Truly shocking. Recalling the heavenly destiny true spirit he possessed, Tianji couldn't help but grow suspicious. Could it be that Jing Chu had also gained the assistance of a heavenly destiny true spirit? Besides this, he could think of no other possibilities. Seeing Tianji so reasonable, Su Wuchen showed appreciation, patting his shoulder solemnly. Rest assured, what I promised, I, Su Wuchen, will certainly fulfill. I guarantee that none of the Yun clan people who entered will leave Heaven Burial Palace alive. In total, besides the Yun clan's own 100 spots, only about 200 participated through the Heaven Burial ceremony. Altogether, just over 300 people. Once the outside situation is confirmed, the two ancient clans joining forces to erase a Yun clan is merely a matter of ease. It is only a matter of time. Very soon, the true immortals of both clans received the news, opting to lie low for now, refraining from stepping out of the immortal array except for gathering information. Capítulo 837, Chapter 538, Giant God Clan, Part 2. However, this is only temporary, and the situation must be quickly ascertained. After all, coming to the Heaven Burial Palace this time is to seek fortuity. If one stays in hiding, heavenly fate will not find its way to them. Nevertheless, there is indeed something unusual about this trip to the Heaven Burial Palace. It has been nearly 2 years since entering, yet not a single fortuity related to heavenly fate has been discovered. Even the other ancient tribes have not sent any news, and everything exudes a sense of strangeness. In the cold star domain sealed by the immortal array, Chujing raised his hand. Dark gold talismanic patterns flowed at his fingertips. Like a burning blade slicing through ice, he easily tore open a huge gap in the incredibly strong sealing immortal array. The cold starlight from outside shone down once more, as he took a step forward, leaving behind a scene of blood and silence. Sweeping his gaze across the starry skies in all directions, Chujin quickly concealed the 10 ancient clan blood seal auras around him, and with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Soon, he found a secluded star crevice, set up a concealment array, and began closed-door cultivation. Deep in the crevice, Chujing sat cross-legged, 5 clusters exuding vast energy and the light of incomplete laws hovered before him. He operated the grand circulation, as if inhaling and exhaling star rivers through his mouth and nose. Dark gold law-breaking runes spread out like living entities, intertwining with the 5 clusters of origin, beginning to aggressively strip away the immortal path imprints and impurities therein. This process was somewhat more complex than when he refined the true dragon bloodline, yet not difficult. The origin of a 9 tribulations true immortal, its purity and contained energy far exceeded any previous gains. Time passed in silence. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the 5 clusters of origin were eventually refined into 5 pigeon egg-sized, crystalline, and impurity-free pure primordial chi crystals, which Chujing absorbed into his dantian with a single breath. Buzz, the dantian chi instantly began to boil. The vast and unparalleled pure primordial chi surged through his limbs, bones, meridians, and orifices like a torrential flood. The cultivation barrier was effortlessly shattered under this colossal force. Heavenly immortal perfection, naturally achieved, without any hindrance, and its momentum remained unbroken, marching forward triumphantly, directly reaching the true pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm, just one step away from the mysterious immortal realm, like a thin veil that needed breaking through. This cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, even Chujing himself felt a bit unexpected and unreal. The Heaven Burial Palace's heaven and earth laws. Chujing slowly opened his eyes, dark gold divine light swirling within, sensing the unparalleled harmony and almost as easy as an arm's extension resonance with the surrounding heaven and earth, truly favors the chi cultivators too much. It's as if the heaven and earth rules here were specially adjusted for the chi cultivator system, without any bottlenecks or barriers, yuan chi freely available, and enlightenment incredibly clear, in stark contrast to the arduous path of chi cultivators in later generations. Perhaps, this is the true remnant of a previous era, thus resulting in such changes. After completely calming the surging power within and familiarizing himself with the increased cultivation level, Chujing once again emerged from seclusion. He still didn't change his strategy, proactively released the auras of over 10 ancient clan blood seals, like a beacon in the darkness, beginning to search for new prey. Chujing couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation, thinking that having learned from previous encounters, the next to come would only be stronger. Perhaps, that half-step emperor from the Feng family might personally make a move, which would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for his collection of heavenly fortune. With a snap of the fingers, another year passed. Throughout this year, Chujing encountered many other ancient clans' proud prodigies, erupting in several fierce battles. During this time, he encountered 2 more evil corpses, both residing in martial Saint Realm 9-layer perfection spiritual bodies, truly entangling Chujing in fierce battles. In these 2 encounters, Chujing claimed 1 victory and 1 draw. The second time, unable to determine a winner, the evil corpse chose to retreat proactively and never appeared again. As for the living beings of other ancient tribes, Chujing swept through them, defeating all opponents, harvesting heavenly fortune and origin. Although his cultivation could no longer increase significantly, his foundation grew increasingly robust. But what puzzled him was that throughout the entire year, he never encountered another Immortal Path cultivator. Whether from the Feng family or Su family, or other ancient clans attached to the Immortal Path, all seemed to vanish like smoke, leaving no trace within the vast Heaven Burial Palace. They appeared to have completely hidden themselves, as if avoiding something. Chujing once tried to sense with the blood seal, but the aura was very faint, especially concerning the Feng and Su families. He couldn't even locate their whereabouts. Clearly, this was a deliberate concealment of aura. Moreover, Chujing keenly felt that his cultivation had truly reached the limit of what this heaven can accommodate, perfect 8th order. Beyond that, the mysterious immortal realm seemed to touch upon the rules of the fairy palace, tightly restricted by the rules of this palace world, making it difficult to cross. There appeared to be an invisible ceiling suppressing the path forward. This evidently was an intentional constraint of the heavenly Tao laws. The 9th order is completely different from the 8th, having fully mastered the cosmic laws. With heaven and earth primordial chi, they can create myriad things, directly opening up a complete great thousand world of laws, thoroughly manifesting traces of their Taoist orthodoxy on the body, condensing Tao marks. Most crucially, once stepping into the 9th order, one can temporarily amplify battle power with the power of heavenly fate. This expansion of battle power is extremely terrifying. Especially those half-step emperors of various tribes, with chi fortune upon them, at the moment they step into the 9th order, they possess the combat power to fight across realms, almost sweeping the Heaven Burial Palace, and the balance of power would be utterly disturbed. Capitulo 838, Chapter 538, Giant God Clan, 3. The hidden great realm where the alliance between the Feng family and the Su family is located has not been completely silent over the past year. Under the cautious arrangements of Feng Tingyun and Su Wuchen, they sent out waves of people in batches, quietly traversing the various star domains of the Heaven Burial Palace, taking great risks to gather information. Some were even sent to the ice-silent star domain where Feng Zimo and others fell, carefully conducting on-site examinations, trying to reconstruct the truth from the battle's remaining traces. Eventually, all the fragmented information collected converged before Feng Tingyun and Su Wuchen. After repeated deductions and verifications, they reached a conclusion that weighed heavily on their hearts and one they were extremely reluctant to accept. Xingqiu did not team up with any of the ancient clans. The battle that instantaneously annihilated 5-9 Tribulation's true immortals was very likely completed by him alone. The good news is that the dreaded immortal banishing rune does not seem to have been disseminated and should still be solely controlled by Xingqiu. But the bad news is that Xingqiu's current personal combat power has expanded to a level they cannot comprehend, even feeling terror. Taking on 5 by himself and instantly killing 5 top 9 Tribulation's true immortals, such an achievement, even the half-step emperor of the Giant God clan, renowned for his formidable combat prowess, could not accomplish so cleanly when acting alone. This reveals the suppressive power of the immortal banishing rune over the immortal path. Xingqiu's combat power has already surpassed the perception range of all immortal path cultivators currently in the Heaven Burial Palace, reaching an unimaginably terrifying height. Once this news spread in a small range among Immortal Path cultivators, it undoubtedly caused all informed cultivators to feel a jolt of fear, as an invisible oppression quietly spread. They could only be more prudent and try their best to remain hidden, praying not to be tracked down by Xingqiu. However, there is never a shortage of surprises in the Heaven Burial Palace. While numerous Immortal Path cultivators were like startled birds, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. On what seemed to be an ordinary, peaceful day, the great realm was filled with spiritual energy, and ancient wood was verdant. Cultivators from both families were either in seclusion or exchanging and discussing the Tao. Suddenly, a tearing roar abruptly echoed from the sky. Buzz, the massive light screen enveloping the entire great realm, that incredibly sturdy protective immortal array, was torn open like silk by a giant hand that appeared out of thin air, entwined with scarlet runes and raging blood qi, creating a massive gap billions of miles long. A terrifyingly powerful aura flooded in, alarming all cultivators within the realm. In an instant, the warning sirens blared, and the immortal array roared to life. Within the great realm, over 1,000 true immortals from the Feng and Su families were instantly alarmed. One by one, powerful aura soared skyward, and countless shocked and angry gazes were cast towards the massive gap in the sky. Amidst it, dozens of figures were seen standing like demon gods beneath the torn star dome. Each of these figures was as towering as a mountain, muscles knotted like coiled dragons, with skin gleaming in shades of bronze or dark gold, encircled by a vast sea of blood qi. Just standing there, they exuded a terrifying oppressive aura that seemed capable of holding up the sky and shattering 10,000 tons of force. It's the Giant God clan. Recognizing the intruders, Feng Tingyun and Su Wuchen instantly recognized the origins of these uninvited guests, their hearts sinking with strong worry and an ominous foreboding. The Giant God clan, the most powerful and warlike among the 10 great ancient clans, how did they find this place? Could it be, has Xingqiu already allied with the Giant God clan? Or have they obtained the immortal banishing rune from Xingqiu? Just as the two were rapidly turning over these thoughts, their expressions growing increasingly solemn, the leader of the giants withdrew the hand that tore the array, a body towering over 1,000 feet, entwined with blood-like flowing runes akin to lava, surrounded by heavenly fate, evidently a half-step emperor. It's Blood Flame. Feng Tingyun recognized who had come. The leader of this Giant God clan intruding into the realm was also the strongest among the younger generation of the Giant God clan. Blood Flame's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over the hundreds of Immortal Path cultivators below, showing no fear but rather a hint of unexpected delight and a hunting-like excitement. Oh? Didn't expect there to be so many big fish hiding here. Blood Flame's voice was loud as a great bell, shaking the void with a hum. He had merely sensed the array's fluctuation here, casually tearing it open to check, unexpectedly stumbling upon the largest hidden stronghold of the two Immortal Path families. Feng Tingyun and Su Wuchen soared to the front of the array, their expressions somewhat grim. In their palms, powerful immortal techniques were already brewing, with hints of immortal light appearing, creating a tense and electric atmosphere. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Feng Tingyun's gaze swept over Blood Flame and the host of fierce Giant God clan experts behind him. Her face icy, she coldly and tentatively asked, "Blood Flame, where is Xingqiu?" She was attempting to ascertain whether there was collusion between the Giant God clan and Xingqiu, which undoubtedly was crucial, impacting not only today's situation but the entire Immortal Court. The dozens of Giant God clan experts following Blood Flame, even the weakest cultivation among them was in the 9th rank Extreme Realm. If they truly obtained the Immortal Banishing Rune, today would likely pose a great trouble. Upon hearing this, Blood Flame let out a scornful laugh, his voice reverberating around. "Xingqiu? This seat has not yet found the trace of that hidden one, but there's no rush. After sending all of you to the universe, this seat will behead him." He didn't bother with further words. Confirming that below was a gathering place of Immortal Path cultivators, murderous intent surged in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his giant hand, akin to a mountain, and slammed it down fiercely. "Kill. Leave none alive." Dozens of giants roared to the heavens, colliding like dozens of blood flame-burning stars, towards the great realm below. Upon hearing Blood Flame's words, a hint of coldness flickered in Feng Tingyan's eyes, her expression slightly relaxing. Since the Immortal Banishing Rune hadn't been obtained, the threat posed by these giants was, relatively speaking, infinitely reduced. She slowly exhaled a turbid chi, watching the numerous blood-colored stars rapidly plummeting from the sky, the brilliance in her palm suddenly flashing, as numerous immortal flags unfurled, sweeping across the star dome. Today, I'll let you beasts see what it means to be a human immortal. Capitulo 839, Chapter 539, Courting Death Buzz. Under the dazzling starlight, flags embroidered with symbols of wind and clouds, flowing with immortal charm, swell against the wind, instantly turning into giant flags stretching thousands of miles, sweeping up countless stars. A full 18 formation flags crushed through the void, instantly arranging themselves in a profound trajectory, forming a peerless immortal array covering 1 billion miles of the starry sky. Immortal light weaves into a net as law chains thunder, forcibly isolating Blood Flame at the core of the array, carving out a separate battlefield. Leave this beast to me, cousin. Please look after our clansmen, Feng Tingyan offhandedly said to Su Wuchen beside her, her demeanor calm, showing neither fear nor regard for the now-ranked top ancient clan of the great universe. As her words fell, the immortal technique in her palm shifted, invoking the circulation immortal power. Under the starry sky, the immortal light shone to the utmost, casting her as if she were the 9 heavens goddess descending to the mortal world, her immortal might unparalleled. As a half-step emperor nurtured by the Feng family, she was born with an innate immortal soul in harmony with the Tao, further favored by the clan's heavenly fate, her path of cultivation considered miraculous. At just over 100 years old, she had stepped into the true immortal domain, subsequently sweeping through her peers, effortlessly overcoming various 5 elements yin-yang tribulations, and now, at less than 300, she had reached perfect 9th tribulation true immortal, touching the position of immortal venerable. She was naturally a supreme genius, with the pride to dominate her generation, having absolute confidence in defeating even the might of the giant god clan known for their battle prowess. Trapped within the immortal array, Blood Flame coldly smirked at the ever-flowing chains of immortal light around him, indifferent. Suddenly, his surrounding blood light surged violently, the surface of his skin manifested countless complex ancient war patterns flowing like magma, releasing a barbaric and violent terrifying aura rising into the sky. He didn't even employ any divine skills, merely raising that muscular arm and punching forward simply. Bang, where the punch landed, the void shattered like layers of glass, and the seemingly solid light wall of the immortal array was blasted with a giant hole by his extremely pure punch. Feng Tingyan's expression remained unchanged as if she had anticipated this, lightly waved her hand, and the immortal technique shifted again. At the blasted hole, countless immortal lights immediately intertwined into thicker law chains, swiftly mending the rift. At the same time, a seemingly weak yet eternally pure white immortal fire floated from her palm, gently falling into the array. In an instant, the wind aided the fire's force, igniting a blaze throughout the stars. As soon as that immortal fire entered the array, it instantly ignited the dense immortal spirit chi within and the fierce gusts of wind. In a blink, the entire interior of the immortal array turned into a sea of pure white flames, with immortal light blazing like the scorching sun, carrying a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all methods, frantically burning everything within the array, even twisting and collapsing the void. Blood Flame's brows furrowed instantly. His invincible divine body, now under this immortal fire's burning, felt a piercing pain, and the war patterns on his skin began to twist and dim. This unknown immortal fire, borrowing the wind of this array, could actually threaten his very foundation. Momentarily, he found himself stalled by this bizarre immortal fire array, forced to circulate his immense chi blood power to resist the flames, finding it difficult to easily break the array as before. Feng Tingyan looked down at Blood Flame in the array, her expression indifferent, immortal power boiling within her, her palm subtly clenching as she began to seek the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, the surrounding battle had already fully erupted. Under Su Wuchen's deployment, the Immortal Path cultivators did not oppose the giant god clan with sheer force. Those with weaker cultivation swiftly retreated, relying on prearranged defensive arrays for collective protection, and intervened in the battlefield with immortal techniques or even immortal treasures from afar. All the ninth tribulation true immortals remained beneath the starry sky, willingly meeting those giant gods who charged like mountains, engaging in fiercely intense combat. In a moment, immortal chi crisscrossed the air, treasure seals overturned heaven, and divine skills and laws interlaced into waves. Giant fists shattered the void, their roars shook the heavens, with chi blood power tearing through the star dome. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch, unimaginably brutal. The endless miles of starlit sky continually fragmented, gradually healing under the laws of the Heaven Burial Palace, only to then break again. Numerous wrecked star domains nearby were affected, directly torn into finer dust by the terrifying energy aftermath. At one corner of the array, Tianji concealed his aura and observed the battle from afar. He watched blood flame within the immortal array, being smelted by the immortal fire yet still struggling like a demon god, feeling an involuntary dryness in his throat, subconsciously swallowing. As a half-step emperor, the heavenly fate condensed within blood flame far exceeded imagination, more than 1,000 ordinary eighth-order creatures combined. If he could slay him, personally sever his head, and seize his heavenly fate, Tianji's heart raced, his cultivation speed would inevitably soar madly once more. The allure of heavenly fate now surpassed all spiritual pills and immortal soldier and treasure for him. Unfortunately, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedded in his palms. With his current 7 tribulations true immortal cultivation, he was far from qualified to participate in such half-step emperor-level conflicts, and even approaching would risk being crushed by the spreading waves. This feeling of helplessly witnessing a treasure mountain yet being unable to reach it tormented him immensely. On the starry battlefield, immortal treasures rained down, immortal laws intertwined into turbulent waves, continuously assaulting the battle line formed by the giant god clan's powerhouses. Capítulo 840, Chapter 539, Courting Death, Part 2. Those giant gods, like eternal rocks, stood firm under the starry sky, relying on their invincible bodies, steadfastly withstanding wave after wave of impact. Gathered here are no fewer than 109 tribulations true immortals of the immortal path, and with the aid of formations, their strength is formidable, far from something this dozen or so giant god clan members can easily swallow. As time passed, both sides suffered casualties in the fierce battle. Giants were constantly blasted open by the dense bombardment of immortal treasures and divine skills, their enormous bodies exploding, blood splattering across the starry sky, while immortal path true immortals were shattered by the punches of giants, even their divine souls were pulverized by the violent chi blood power. Beneath the starry sky, severed limbs and shattered corpses and magic treasures flew everywhere, the scene extremely tragic. Feng Tingyun withdrew her gaze from surveying the battlefield and lowered her eyes to the immortal array. At this moment, another change occurred within the immortal array. Under the continuous tempering of the immortal fire, the powerful defensive war patterns on blood flame's surface finally showed a momentary stagnation and distortion, revealing an imperceptible flaw. Feng Tingyun, always fully focused, did not miss this fleeting opportunity. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and the immortal light talisman in her hand gathered, instantly condensing into an immortal spear with flowing wind patterns, the edge as if resonating with the clear cry of a dragon in a great sea. Die! With a sharp cry, the immortal spear flashed like a startled rainbow, penetrating through layers of fire and immortal patterns, precisely striking the flaw that momentarily appeared on blood flame's brow. Puchi! This full-powered spear strike by Feng Tingyun, containing the highest immortal technique of the Feng family, unleashed terrifying power. Blood flame's head, as hard as immortal gold, was shattered like a watermelon on the spot, with divine blood splattering. However, in the next moment, a sky-reaching blood light erupted from blood flame's headless neck, countless flesh buds frantically squirmed, the immense life essence chi burned, and a new head grew back in the blink of an eye. Only his aura visibly weakened, his face turned pale, and his eyes filled with rage and a hint of panic. Rebirth through blood was not difficult for him but consumed a lot. Young master! The expression of the giant god clan experts, who had been watching the situation inside the immortal array, changed instantly when they saw this. They roared, enduring numerous immortal law attacks, forcibly breaking through part of the Immortal Array's barrier, rushing to Blood Flame's side, and shielding him, blocking the immortal fire that could incinerate the sky. "Retreat first." An elderly giant god spoke in a low voice, his tone urgent. "The human race is vast in number, the formations formidable, and now we have suffered significant casualties. If we fight to the bitter end, victory is uncertain." Bloodflame glanced across the battlefield, and the dozens of giant gods he brought had already been halved, their bodies floating in the starry sky, a painful sight to his eyes. On the Immortal Path side, although the casualties were greater, their numerical advantage was still evident, and that Feng Tingyun was truly troublesome. If the battle continued, it would be a mutual defeat, only benefiting other covetous ancient clans. Bloodflame took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and reluctance in his heart, hesitating only briefly before grinding out a word from between his teeth: "Retreat." As his words fell, several giants immediately shielded Bloodflame, like a blood-colored sharp arrow, forcibly breaking through the Immortal Path's interception, crazily rushing towards the distant starry sky. The other giants also broke away from their opponents one after another, closely following. No longer entangling too much with the many Immortal Path cultivators. Immortal Path cultivators from both races attempted to block them, but under the giant god's desperate charge to flee, a bloody way was forcibly carved out. A procession of giant silhouettes quickly vanished into the depths of the shattered starry sky, leaving behind a scene of devastation and sprawling gigantic corpses. Surviving Immortal Path cultivators breathed a long sigh of relief, many almost exhausted, nearly spent. Their numbers were 3 times that of the giant god clan, yet the fight was still arduous, with even greater casualties. If the battle had been fought to completion, victory would still be uncertain. Soon, numerous true immortals calmed their breathing, cautiously cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the enormous corpses left behind by the giant god clan and their used weapons. These weapons, although crudely and primitively crafted, contained much divine material, as well as the real blood of the giant god clan. With a little refining and some immortal dowries added, they could become rare immortal treasures. As for the giant god clan's remains, they were invaluable, with their blood being body-tempering holy medicine, their bones artifact refining divine materials, and most precious of all, the divine marrow crystals in their spines. Those were the quintessence of a giant god's chi blood, capable of refining top-tier immortal treasures. These perfect 8th Order giants' divine marrow crystals could even serve as top-tier materials for refining immortal venerable artifacts. For these Immortal Path cultivators, these gains were undoubtedly substantial, enough to compensate for quite a bit of the losses. Feng Tingyun retracted the formation flag, a hint of regret on her face. Controlling such a large array was not easy, and in her earlier clash with Bloodflame, she had also consumed a lot of immortal power. The giants' bodies were incredibly formidable, even without other giant interference. Killing Bloodflame was by no means an easy task. The giant god clan has long held the top seat among the ancient clans for good reason. Feng Tingyun glanced at the many true immortals, sighing softly in her heart. Of the 10 great ancient clans, the human race now occupies 3, and purely by heavenly fate's share, the human race is already first. But at the end of the day, it's just a scattered mass, incomparable to the giant god clan. This perpetual internal strife alone is an insurmountable mountain. Capitulo 841, Chapter 539, Seeking Death. The road the human race must walk is still very long. The Immortal Court is just the first step, there is a long future ahead, and once she leaves the Heaven Burial Palace, she will have plenty of time to proceed slowly. In the desolate starry sky far from the battlefield, a group of battered giant god clan members emerged, each wounded, their breath weak, appearing somewhat dejected and crestfallen. In this battle, they could be said to have been defeated. Although the casualties of the Immortal Path cultivators might be larger, in their view, the lives of those people of the human race were as insignificant as ants and could not be compared to the noble giants. Their losses were truly unacceptable. Go. Young Master Bloodflame's face was terrifyingly overcast. After a long silence, he squeezed out a word from between his teeth. His eyes flickering with icy coldness, he viewed today's defeat as an extraordinary humiliation, especially from that woman of the Feng family. Suddenly, he recalled something Feng Tingyun had said earlier, his expression instantly frozen, and he spoke in a deep voice, that Jingqiu holds something called the Immortal Banishing Rune. According to the oracle of the ancestor god, this talismanic pattern is extremely powerful, capable of breaking methods and confronting immortals. If it can be grasped, the immortal path would be of no concern. He abruptly looked up, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding clansmen. Go find, notify the other clansmen to go together, put everything aside, and seek out Jingqiu with all your might. Even if you have to search the entire Heaven Burial Palace, you must find him for me. As long as he obtains that Immortal Banishing Rune, he will surely gain a substantial increase in power, and then he would be able to personally suppress that woman of the Feng family today, cut off her head, and grind it into blood mud. Only in this way can the disgrace be avenged. Space was utterly silent and icy cold. Star fragments and dust floated silently, like an eternal graveyard, where Chu Jing traversed alone, skimming over the cold star sea. To this extreme solitude and coldness, he had become vaguely accustomed, even able to perceive a peculiar sense within it, a silence where all things stood still. This silence made him unconsciously relax a bit, no longer being constantly tense, with his inner yuan qi loosening considerably. As he stepped into a relatively empty star domain where star fragments were sparser, Chu Zhang's steps paused slightly. Ahead, a few mountains that were not naturally formed blocked the way. These were 5 towering human figures like mountains. They were not rocks or glaciers but living giants, their entire skin presenting a dull ancient bronze color, faintly glowing with a microlight like flowing lava, their massive bodies full of muscle knots, exuding an explosive sense of power. They stood there as if they were opening up this star field, casting a suffocating shadow. 5 pairs of eyes, like furnaces, coldly stared at Chu Jing, malice almost becoming tangible. Jingqiu, how dare you? The leading giant's voice rolled like thunder, shaking the minute star fragments around. It looked down on tiny Chu Jing below, its voice full of tyranny and anger. You killed my clansmen, and yet you dare to be so blatant, displaying the blood seal, swaggering around. Are you deliberately seeking death? Chu Jing raised his eyes, calmly scanning the 5 giant beings ahead that were like primordial beasts. Giant God Clan. He had heard much about the Giant God Clan before, whose ancestral spirit existed long before the concept of the universe as it is now, the source of their bloodline traceable to the previous era. Truly ancient gods, colossal and endless in form, capable of crushing stars barehanded upon reaching adulthood, causing star river storms with a single breath. Even if the bloodline is not pure anymore, they remain unmatched in might, with innate divine strength, their bodies at the pinnacle of all clans. Giants revered absolute power, viewing the physical body as the mightiest warrior and glory. They highly valued their bloodline. Nowadays, many ancient clans have deeply ingrained clan concepts, mostly influenced by the Giant God Clan. Chu Jing carefully recalled that he had not slain many of the Giant God Clan, seemingly only a few who foolishly attacked him during the Heaven Burial ceremony. But the Giant God Clan, after all, is one of the 10 great ancient clans, with a special bloodline. Even killing only one would be marked by their unique divine clan blood seal, hard to remove. At this moment, among the dozen or so ancient clan blood seals on him, there was one belonging to the Giant God Clan, currently emitting a burning and domineering wave of resentment, like a beacon in the dark, guiding the way of revenge for the same clan. Facing the giant's oppressive questioning and monstrous malice, Chu Zhang's expression did not change in the slightest. He spoke quietly. What do you intend? Hand over the Immortal Banishing Rune. The lead giant snorted coldly, directly stating the intention. I can plead to young Master Blood Flame to spare your life. After you leave the Heaven Burial Palace, you shall go to the ancient god burial ground, kneel to guard the tomb, repent for 1,000 years, then you may regain your freedom, allowed to stay in our Giant God Clan as a servant. Immortal Banishing Rune. Chu Jing thought for a moment. These ancient gods coming up and demanding the Immortal Banishing Rune must mean something had happened. Most likely, they had some conflict with the Immortal Path cultivators, perhaps even suffered losses. Otherwise, they would not put aside their clansmen's blood feud and first demand the Immortal Banishing Rune. Seeing Chu Jing silent for a long time, the lead giant's expression hardened, roaring like thunder. shaking the star field. Xingqiu, respond. Chu Jing came back to his senses, shook his head slightly, and spoke lightly, seeking your own death. The 4 words fell softly, yet were more biting than the chill of space. The 5 giants in front of him, 1 at the 8th order 9th layer, not yet perfection, 2 at the 8th order 8th layer, and the remaining 2 at the 8th order 7th layer, did not even pose a threat to him. Arrogant. Slay him, extract his soul and take it back. The 5 giants had never been so disregarded, instantly enraged. The lead giant directly lifted that mountain-like giant foot, enveloped with terrifying divine power enough to crush the star domain, stomping down on Chu Jing's head. He did not even bother to use any divine skills or combat techniques, intending to crush this ant into meat paste in the simplest way. Before the giant foot arrived, the terrifying wind pressure already crushed all the floating dust and star fragments below into ash. Space collapsed, mourning in despair. Capitulo 842, Chapter 540, Chaotic Upheaval. Facing a stomp that could easily crush an ordinary 8th order perfection living creature, Chu Jing merely raised his hand slowly, 5 fingers slightly spread, gently lifting upward toward the massive foot that covered the sky. The movement was gentle, like reaching out to catch falling snow. In the next instant, an earth-shattering, dull thud exploded, as if 2 starry skies collided. Boom! The giant god's expression slightly froze. The scene of an ant being crushed to powder, as he imagined, did not appear. Instead, he felt as if his foot was stamped on an immovable divine mountain, and an utterly pure and terrifying colossal strength surged up from his foot, crazily spreading along his leg bones. Crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed like popping beans. The killing intent on the giant god's face instantly froze, transforming into extreme pain and panic. His leg, thicker than a mountain range, began to fracture and deform from the foot upwards. The colossal strength originating from below had not ceased, continuing to transfer upward, through the calf, knee, thigh, the entire leg's bones shattered in that instant, pulverized by the lifting force. Ah! The agonizing pain caused the giant god to let out a heart-wrenching roar, losing balance and crashing backward like an overturned mountain ridge. Everything happened so fast that the other 4 giant gods hadn't even reacted. At the same moment, Chu Jing's figure had already vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was ghost-like, clinging to the broad back of another giant god, as expansive as a plane. The giant god abruptly startled, eyes filled with fear, as he swung his hand behind him. The force of his palm tore through the starry skies, descending with the might of a divine mountain. However, Chu Jing was faster. He raised his hand, forming it into a blade, and gently sliced toward the giant god's nape. Shoo, like a sharp blade cutting through tough cowhide, a fine wound appeared, with little blood flowing. All the giant god's movements instantly stiffened, his furnace-like eyes dimming rapidly as if all life had been drained away. His enormous body swayed, then silently collapsed forward, floating lifelessly in the starry sky, with his life force rapidly dissipating. Chu Jing's seemingly casual slash struck the lifeline of this giant god, severing all vitality of its body. For a Qi cultivator, a being like the giant god clan had yuan Qi flow paths that were too conspicuous. With just a glance, Chu Jing could discern its fatal point. As long as the connection between its vitality, Qi, and spirit was cut, it could be killed with a raised hand. For Chu Jing, dealing with the giant god clan wasn't much more challenging than handling immortal path cultivators. Xingqiu. The remaining 3 giant gods were both shocked and furious, driven to madness. They roared in unison, their blood and qi blazing like the sun, forming tangible war patterns covering their entire bodies. They no longer cared about the cultivation gap between them and Chu Jing, swinging their giant fists directly. The fist wind swept through the starry skies, carrying terrifying divine power that could crush stars and domains, blasting toward Chu Jing simultaneously. Facing this inescapable deadly combined attack, Chu Jing slightly lifted his eyes. He took a deep breath and expanded the Dharma phase. With that breath, he almost completely drained the yuan qi from the surrounding billions of miles of starry sky. The terrifying Dharma phase, measuring billions of feet, instantly left the few giant gods stunned. Their enormous bodies began trembling uncontrollably. The Dharma phase unfolded across the starry sky, gazing down at the dumbfounded giant gods with indifferent eyes, and slowly stepped down. The starry sky rippled slightly, without any aftershocks, restrained to the extreme. The still-living four giant gods suddenly froze in the continually compressing void, nailed to their spots. The blood-colored war patterns on their bodies flickered madly, trying to resist, but they only held for a fraction of a millisecond before completely shattering. Their bodies, as robust as those forged from divine gold, instantly caved in, with their viscera and bones crushed to powder, their eyes dimming instantly. The giant god with the strongest cultivation desperately took a breath, intending to resist, but only felt an indescribable colossal strength overwhelming him. The bones of his entire arm shattered section by section from the wrist up to the shoulder, and his massive body was instantly flattened like a sheet of paper, spewing blood wildly, all life extinguished. In the blink of an eye, 5 powerful giant gods met their demise. Chuzheng retracted the Dharma phase, his surroundings immaculate, as the starry sky reverted to deathly silence. Only 5 corpse remnants, flattened into a continental shape, floated silently. Chuzheng raised his hand, and 5 mists, containing vast qi, blood, and portions of origin power, emerged from the corpses and were absorbed into his body for refining. The blood seal attributed to the giant god clan on his body solidified and intensified slightly more. Chuzheng's gaze, like cold lightning, pierced through layers of void, aimed at the distant depths of the star sea. There, more than one formidable living creature's aura was rapidly approaching the recently concluded battlefield star domain. The blood scent and energy waves, in this dead silent starry sky, were like the most conspicuous beacons of war. His expression remained calm and unshaken, with no intention to retreat or hide. Instead, he took a proactive step forward, his figure transforming into a stream of light that tore through the darkness, rushing head-on. In just a moment, he collided head-on with 2 terrifying silhouettes pushing through like mountains. 2 more giant gods, and their blood and qi glow was even more intense, with more complex and profound ancient war patterns on their bodies. Their aura fluctuations had all reached the 8th order perfection realm, with combat power far more formidable than those previous 5 giant gods. They had clearly sensed their kin's aura and came to investigate. Capitulo 843, Chapter 540, Chaotic Upheaval, Part 2. Without any wasted words, not even a glance shared, the moment they encountered each other, both sides instantly understood that only a death match lay ahead. 2 giant gods simultaneously let out war cries that shattered the star dome, causing the battle blood within them to boil in an instant, their gigantic fists crashing down like meteors, sealing off all avenues of escape for Chuzheng. Pure colossal strength twisted the entire star sea. Chuzheng's gaze cooled, choosing neither to dodge nor evade, he charged forward, narrowly brushing past a giant fist, his fingers aligned like a sword, yuan qi gathered at his fingertip, transforming into sword qi, striking hard at a death acupoint beneath a giant god's ribs. The massive body of the giant god shuddered violently, its movements momentarily frozen, its qi and blood forcibly interrupted. In a breath's time, the fist seal of another giant god was already upon him from behind, yet Chuzheng did not turn his head as he struck back with a counterpunch. On his fist's edge, yuan qi was extremely restrained, surging like a hidden tide. Bang! Fists collided, and the murderous intent on the giant god's face instantly transformed into shock. His fist, along with half of his arm, shattered like porcelain struck by a massive hammer, blood and flesh flying. In that instant, Chuzheng folded the starry sky, taking a single step, and was now standing before the giant god whose arm had exploded. Yuan qi surged within, his 5 fingers spread wide like sharp claws, plunging directly into the being's violently heaving chest, covered in thick flesh and war patterns. Splurt. He forcibly pulled out a massive, still fiercely beating heart, exuding immense blood and life essence qi. Immediately, his 5 fingers exerted sudden force. Boom! The heart burst, and the brilliance in the giant god's eyes dimmed instantaneously, its colossal body toppling backward like a mountain or lofty pillar. The flow of yuan qi within its body was instantly severed by Chu Jing, and its life force was cut off, unable to activate the divine skills of blood and flesh regeneration. Almost simultaneously, Chu Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he flicked the heart-shattered remains at the other giant god that had just recovered from the stasis of qi and blood coagulation. In the air, the shattered pieces accelerated rapidly, transforming into countless blazing blood arrows infused with violent yuan qi. The giant god raised its arms in an angry attempt to block, yet countless blood arrows pierced through its protective qi and blood, embedding directly within its body, rendering it like a sieve. The giant god's form suddenly stilled, the battle patterns on its surface flickered unpredictably, like a lit fuse. In the next moment, a series of continuous booms erupted from within its massive body, and countless blood-colored divine lights shot out from its eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even the pores all over its body. Rumble. The giant god's body exploded outward from within, transforming into a skyfall of blood rain. In the blink of an eye, in 2 bouts, 2 perfect 8th order giant gods lay dead. Chu Jing raised his hand, channeling 2 even purer and more majestic origins of the giant gods, akin to blood-colored blazing suns, into his dantian. His cultivation had long been stuck at the extreme limit of perfect 8th order by the rules of the Heaven Burial Palace, unable to absorb and refine any further for a breakthrough. This vast quantity of energy could only be used to slowly nurture his physique, constantly solidifying his foundation, and tempering every inch of blood and bone. He could clearly sense that the strength of his body was continuously increasing at a rapid pace, moving toward true limits. After collecting the blood essence, Chu Jing no longer lingered, continuing his journey deeper into the starry sky, with the star sea beneath him swiftly rolling back like flowing light. Not long after moving forward, he encountered several living creatures head-on. 3 men and 2 women, all possessing peerless looks. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful, exuding a cold and otherworldly aura, as if untouched by the mortal world. A unique astral presence naturally lingered around them, resonating with the Zhou Tian stars, exceedingly distinct, with starlight seemingly flowing as they breathed. The Star Moon Ancient Clan. Currently, among the vastness of the great universe, this powerful ancient clan securely holds the 3rd place in comprehensive strength. Chu Jing recognized them immediately upon seeing. This unique aura belonging to the star's origin was unforgettable after experiencing it once. The cultivation levels of these individuals weren't top tier, the strongest among them being only around the 8th order 6th layer, equivalent to a 6th tribulation true immortal, and they evidently sensed Chu Jing's unrestrained terrifying aura first, along with over a dozen blinding ancient clan blood seals. Their expressions first showed shock, unconsciously adopting defensive stances, but soon, they seemed to recognize Chu Jing, exchanged glances with impressive tacit understanding, retreated quickly, and cleared the way, their faces tense, holding their breath in fear that Chu Jing might attack them suddenly. Chu Jing's eyes coldly swept over them, memorizing the unique frequency and characteristics of yuan qi's fluctuation within their bodies. This yuan qi fluctuation, which could invoke the power of the stars, was quite special, and in the future, when he employed shape-shifting divine power, it should prove useful. He did not trouble these members of the Star Moon Ancient Clan who posed no threat, his figure showed no signs of pausing, and he hurriedly moved on. Only after Chu Jing's figure completely disappeared at the end of the starry sky did the Star Moon Ancient Clan cultivators breathe heavily like those who had just escaped calamity, soaked in cold sweat, their faces filled with the fortune of surviving a disaster. What a terrifying aura, is he the one called Xingqiu? Quick, leave, it's not safe here for long. The group dared not tarry, they continued their journey. However, before they had flown far, they came upon the 2 giant god corpses floating in the starry sky like small mountains, feeling the terrifying aura fluctuation that still lingered upon them. The expressions of the group drastically changed, their faces turning pale with horror. They are from the giant god clan. Judging by the residual aura fluctuation, they had absolutely reached perfect 8th order. Indeed a monster, Xingqiu actually already has the ability to independently slay such high-level powerhouses? Chapter 844-540, Chaotic Upheaval, Part 3. Feeling the remnants of the chilling power on the bones, and recalling the calm figure of Chu Jing departing earlier, the few felt a shiver run from their feet to the top of their heads. Their expressions grew more astonished, and they dared not delay any longer, transforming into streams of light to quickly leave. Chu Jing crossed along the way, gradually noticing some unusual signs. The aura of living creatures seemed to be becoming denser. In the vast Heaven Burial Palace, it was previously difficult to encounter a living being for days or even months, but now, within a single day, he unexpectedly encountered several waves. Transforming into the blazing sun like three-legged golden crow, with pristine or black wings growing from his back, possessing incredible speed, and with divine archery skills, members of the Heavenly Feather clan, and the Shadow clan's top assassins, with blurred bodies like shadows, and shining silver hair. He encountered numerous powerful beings from various races. Most of these living creatures, upon sensing Chu Jing's unfathomable aura and his trail of blood debts, turned pale and consciously retreated, making wide detours to avoid him. However, there were also those who were extremely confident in their own abilities, or harbored special intentions, choosing to attack him. Among them, the cultivators from the Three Prisons sect were the most numerous. This sect's composition was extremely complex, not only including humans and the demon race, but also some rare hybrids. Their actions were both righteous and evil, with their methods being strange and rare. Most of their disciples carried three symbolic lifebound supreme treasures: the Human Prison Book, Hell Umbrella, and Heavenly Prison Map. These three supreme treasures were incredibly mystical, vaguely corresponding to the three treasures of vitality, chi, and spirit within living beings. They could taint blood, entrap chi, and harm the soul. Their methods and divine skills were unpredictable and troublesome, causing Chu Jing some minor troubles, requiring him to exert a little effort. However, given Chu Jing's current combat strength, which could be considered at the pinnacle of the Heaven Burial Palace, these cultivators ultimately couldn't pose any real threat to him. They all eventually turned into clumps of original blood essence nurtured within his dantian to nourish his physical body. As he continued forward, the frequency of encountering living creatures increased, and he even spotted some Immortal Path cultivators sneaking around, their auras concealed to the extreme, who fled frantically at the sight of Chu Jing as if seeing a ghost. Finally, he halted amidst a stunning, expansive star sea composed of countless shattered stars and stellar dust. His gaze penetrated layers of light and shadows, landing at the center of a fierce battlefield. There, a figure in green was trapped in an encirclement, struggling bitterly, with bloodstains all over and chaotic aura. It was Tianji. The dozens of cultivators surrounding him were all dressed in uniform cloud-patterned attire, clearly members of the Yun family. Chu Jing took one glance and understood that the Yun family was clearly unwilling to give up, having cornered the isolated Tianji here, intending to thoroughly clean house. At that moment, not far away, a patch of void rippled like water, and another teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Amidst flashing lights, over 10 powerful figures stepped out, their auras undisguised. Among them were several top-level true immortals of the 9 tribulations level, also dressed in Yun family attire, clearly members of the Yun family. Seeing this, Tianji's expression instantly froze, turning extremely ugly, his heart sinking to the bottom. His defensive immortal techniques involuntarily showed a slight flaw due to distraction. In that fleeting moment, a Yun family 8 tribulations true immortal who had been lurking on the periphery, searching for an opportunity, flashed a ferocious look in his eyes, seized the short-lived chance, and unsheathed a dark blue immortal sword. In an instant, it tore through the void, fiercely slashing at Tianji's waist. Splurt, a grim wound, deep enough to reach the bone, suddenly appeared, almost severing Tianji in half. He let out a muffled grunt, stumbled back, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Just as the 8 tribulations true immortal wielding the sword showed a sinister smile, intending to pursue and completely end Tianji's life, above his head suddenly brightened. A dire warning flashed wildly in his mind, his breath caught, and he abruptly looked up. A net sprawling like the sky and earth descended upon the battlefield, causing him a moment of heart-stopping suffocation. On the net, numerous dark golden ancient, talismanic patterns flickered on and off, emitting a terrifying aura of law-breaking and immortal. Numerous immortal techniques in the air were dissolved in an instant. Without any hesitation, Chu Jing suddenly acted, encompassing all the true immortals on the battlefield within the forbidden immortal net. Then he reached into the void, pulling Yun Tianji out from the battlefield, shielding him behind himself. Yun Tianji absolutely could not die here. The good corpse was still with him, at least currently in a relatively controllable state. If it fell into the hands of other clueless beings, who knows what unpredictable, strange changes might be triggered. Moreover, fragments of memory in his mind reminded him that in the true history of the river of space-time, Yun Tianji had achieved Changzuhood, and naturally couldn't die in this heaven burial palace. Yun Tianji only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a familiar figure had already appeared in front of him, leaving him with mixed feelings. Daoist Xingqiu. He never expected that at a moment of despair, it would be Chu Jing who extended a helping hand. Had it not been for Chu Jing today, even with the heavenly destiny true spirit on him, he probably wouldn't have escaped this tribulation. In a moment of days, several more teleportation gates had appeared around, with numerous living beings pouring out, most of whom were immortal path cultivators, including members of the Su family and Feng family. Within a mere few breaths, the number of true immortals gathered at the scene had exceeded 400, with 7 or 8 dozen of them having reached the 9 tribulations level. At this scene, Yun Tianji couldn't help but let out a cold breath. The conflict between the immortal court and Chu Jing left no room for reconciliation. No matter how strong Chu Jing was, facing so many true immortals, there was surely no escape. Tianji, come over. Su Wuchen stepped out from the ranks of the Su family true immortals, beckoning to Yun Tianji while staring intently at Chu Jing, his expression grave. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, stepped forward, blocking Chu Jing, and transmitted, Daoist Xingqiu, you go first. With people from the Su family and Feng family present, the Yun family won't dare to attack me again. Before he finished speaking, a sharp shout suddenly erupted from among the Yun family true immortals, everyone, follow me to punish the traitor, slay Xingqiu, attack. Yun Tianji's face changed, instinctively looking towards Su Wuchen. Under Yun Tianji's gaze, Su Wuchen squinted his eyes slightly, his expression gradually turning cold, and without caring about Yun Tianji's fate, he raised his hand to command, first slay Xingqiu, attack. Chapter 845-541, Blood Fiend, Evil Corpse, 10,000 word mega chapter. Today Su Wuchen has only one thought in his mind. That is the importance of the bigger picture. For the entire future of the immortal path, the life and stance of Yun Tianji right now are utterly insignificant. Xingqiu's power growth speed has exceeded everyone's expectations, becoming an unprecedented enormous threat to the immortal path. It is essential to eliminate him completely, regardless of the cost, taking advantage of this excellent opportunity where he's heavily surrounded. Especially in the current situation, where he's encircled heavily. If Xingqiu escapes, or worse, falls into the hands of other hostile ancient clans, once that terrifying immortal banishing rune is spread, it could be a devastating blow to both the cultivators within the Heaven Burial Palace and the newly founded immortal court outside. With a command from the true immortal of the Yun family and Su Wuchen, the 400+ true immortals present moved instantly. In an instant, they scattered, immortal power was connected, mysterious immortal patterns lit up in the starry sky, interweaving to form an unparalleled immortal array to thoroughly entrap and eliminate Chu Jing. Faced with this overwhelming formation, terrifying enough to kill an immortal venerable, Chu Jing calmly moved Yun Tianji, who was blocking in front of him, behind himself. This simple gesture made Yun Tianji suddenly stunned. In the next moment, he saw the aura around Chu Jing drastically change. Boom, an indescribably majestic and ancient terrifying Dharma phase arose from the ground, reaching the sky and leaning on the earth. Its face was blurry, shrouded in the chaos chi of eternity, only a pair of eyes opening and closing, shooting out dark gold divine light that pierced eternity, shattering all methods. With the appearance of the Dharma phase, the entire starry sky seemed to become insignificant, and those 400 true immortals, initially dense and menacing, turned into ants before this towering Dharma phase. An immense pressure originating from the level of life and the depths of the soul instantly gripped everyone's heart. What do you want to do? Tianji's eyes were filled with incredulous surprise. He only felt that Chu Jing had gone mad. No matter how strong Chu Jing was, it was impossible to fight over 400 true immortals alone, among them almost 109 tribulations true immortals. This was not bravery but suicidal. However, the scene that followed completely overturned his understanding. The towering Dharma phase just slowly raised a giant palm, with countless major stars shrouded in the palm, starlight dazzling, forming a river, and slapped towards the hasty formations of the immortal path true immortals below. Under the cover of the hand seal, the space solidified as if time itself slowed. Bang! 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 Unable to make any effective resistance, several 9 tribulations true immortals at the forefront, along with their protective immortal light and sacrificial defense immortal treasure, were as fragile as eggs crushed by the ancient divine mountain, blowing up on the spot. Not even able to let out a scream, they perished with both form and spirit shattered, the remaining divine souls blown away by the palm wind, completely dissipated, directly sent into the eternal abyss of the universe. With one palm, 9 tribulations true immortals perished, and under 9 tribulations, dozens more true immortals died. Soul light splattered, immortal chi stained red with blood, stirring in the broken void. The brutal bitter battle envisaged by Tianji did not occur. What unfolded before him was nearly a one-sided massacre. Countless immortal laws and divine skills, like brilliant smoke and rain, blasted from all directions towards the towering Dharma phase, immortal techniques, void secret technique, divine soul attack, curse power. The variety and dreadfulness of the power were such that even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare take them head-on. However, within the 10,000 miles range surrounding Chu Jing's Dharma phase, all attacks were easily neutralized, crumbled by the endlessly circulating dark gold Dao patterns, disappearing into thin air. Those immortal path divine abilities capable of world destruction transformed into the most fundamental heaven and earth primordial chi, not harming Chu Jing at all, rather, akin to 100 rivers returning to the sea, they were greedily absorbed and devoured by the Dharma phase, becoming part of him. Chu Jing's expression was indifferent, like the embodiment of the heavenly Tao administering punishment. With each wave of his hand, the Dharma phase moved accordingly, either with a giant palm falling or a finger pressing down. With each gesture, true immortals were erased as easily as ants. Within the starry sky, the sounds of shattering immortal treasures mixed with the desperate howls of numerous true immortals before their death, rising and falling, blood raining, immortal bones scattered. Su Wuchen's face turned pale, furiously roaring, commanding a change of formation, attempting to assemble remaining forces for a counterattack, yet hopelessly realizing, none of the measures had any effect. The foundation of the immortal path, before Chu Jing, had been penetrated, having no slightest power to resist. The true immortals of the Yun family were even more terrified. They found that before Jing Chu, their so-called ancient clan glory was as fragile as a joke, crushed to ashes in an instant. Buzz, 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 just as many true immortals were on the verge of collapse before Chu Jing's invincible Dharma phase, their morale dropping to the bottom, sudden disturbances arose in the surrounding void. Near the vast star domain, space vibrated intensely like boiling water. 1. 10. 100. Countless teleportation gates of varying sizes and radiance, exuding different atmospheres simultaneously opened without any warning. In the next instant, nearly 1,000 immensely powerful figures, emitting various lights and auras, fell in a meteor shower from those gates, boldly breaching this already shattered battlefield. These figures, from different races, have an array of auras, with the ethereal and distant Star Moon ancient clan surrounded by starlight, and the giant god clan with blood energy reaching the skies, their bodies as towering as mountains. Not lacking also are the heavenly feather clan whose wings can obscure the sun and sky, the shadow clan, and even the three-legged golden crow surrounded by flames, its cries tearing through the void. There are quite a few cultivators from the Three Prisons sect as well, and even some extremely rare, descendants of races only recorded in ancient books. Without exception, they are all core prodigies from the major supreme ancient clans, or demons who have fought their way bloodstained through the ruthless heaven burial ceremony. These living creatures are evidently not allies, with many even being sworn enemies, and their sudden influx has instantly turned the already chaotic battlefield into a massively sprawling melee. Kill. It's people from the Feng family, slaughter them. Bastards of the giant god clan, meet your deaths. It's the immortal banishing rune. Xingqiu is there. Exclamations and angry roars, mixed with the sounds of battle, instantly drown this piece of starry sky. The clashes of divine skills and the booming sounds of magic treasures are incessant. The battlefield core between Chu Jing and the immortal path has, instead, been somewhat overshadowed by this sudden large-scale melee. Many of those who arrived later have no idea of the situation, merely following their instincts to kill, joining the fray. Chu Jing's expression slightly tightens, as he smashes a few ancient clan living beings attempting to ambush him, his cold gaze sweeping over the starry sky that has suddenly become overwhelmingly crowded and chaotic, his brows imperceptibly furrowing. These teleportation gates appeared too densely and too coincidentally. Random teleportation exists within the Heaven Burial Palace, but it is absolutely impossible to have so many gates open so precisely in the same place at the same time, bringing so many powerhouses from different regions and races to this location. This seems more like someone is controlling it, intentionally gathering the living creatures within the Heaven Burial Palace. Amidst the intense slaughter, he took a moment to transmit a message to Tianji, who also looked at a loss. Has such a situation ever happened before during the openings of the Heaven Burial Palace? Tianji responded with a grave expression, absolutely not. Although random teleportations exist within the Heaven Burial Palace, no such situation as today has ever been recorded. These teleportation gates are clearly gathering the dispersed living beings here, which is too abnormal. His expression showed faint fear. He even began to suspect that it was because he had obtained the heavenly destiny true spirit that led to such a drastic change. Following this trend, with all forces being forcibly squeezed into this relatively limited star domain, the death toll is bound to skyrocket, far surpassing any previous opening of the Heaven Burial Palace. This is just like a final cleansing in the manner of breeding venomous insects. Just then, a new teleportation gate lit up on the edge of the melee. Engulfed in immortal light, Feng Tingyun stepped out, clearly also forcibly teleported here, her gaze clear and quickly sweeping over the chaos-ridden battlefield, immediately locking on to that terrifying Dharma phase, rampant like a demon god, causing immortal path cultivators to fall in rows with a mere gesture. This is her first time facing the horror of the immortal banishing rune so directly and up close. Her calm and serene eyes, like autumn waters, could no longer maintain the usual coldness and composure, leaving only unprecedented fear and gravity. She could distinctly feel that within the void, as the immortal power flowed close to that Dharma phase, it became incredibly obscure and stagnant, instinctively causing shivering and fear. The usually powerful immortal path's secret techniques, at this moment in her perception, had their law structures become extremely unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. This is not the so-called slaughter or battle of spells. This is a one-sided massacre. All the means of the immortal path seem so powerless in the face of that eerie dark gold talisman. Immortal banishing rune, it's this terrifying, she murmured quietly, her heart continuously sinking. Before she could recover from the enormous shock, in the distant starry sky, several new teleportation gates, exuding intense blood chi, burst open grandly. Doom, as if war drums were beating, towering figures like mountains walked out with strides that made the starry sky tremble, their overwhelming blood energy rising like smoke signals, with a wild war blood aura rushing forward. Giant God Clan, and it was the main elite force personally led by that half-step emperor, Blood Flame. As Blood Flame stepped out of the teleportation gate, his furnace-like giant eyes swept over the chaotic battlefield, almost immediately locking onto Chu Jing. On Chu Jing's body, the scorching and dazzling blood seal aura belonging to the Giant God Clan, in his perception, was like a torch in the night. Some of the auras within the blood seal were all too familiar, exactly those who were just recently by his side of the same clan. Xingqiu. Blood Flame let out a heaven-shaking roar, enemies extraordinarily resentful upon meeting, he completely disregarded the surrounding melee, decisively reaching into the void, grabbing fiercely. A massive bone hammer entwined with countless bloody grievances was forcibly pulled out from the chaotic void currents by him. The giant hammer, entirely crafted from the unknown spine of an ancient giant beast, when it appeared, a low hum resonated through the surrounding starry sky, with slender black cracks spreading like cobwebs. Die. Blood Flame's arms, muscles knotted and bulging, veins like dragons and pythons surged, swinging that bone hammer like a star, ignoring the myriad living beings in the frontal melee, charging straight like a burning blood-colored meteor, crashing fiercely towards Chu Zheng's Dharma phase's head. The power of this hammer strike was terrifying to the extreme, as if it would pierce through the entire cosmic starry sky. Many living creatures of various races, unable to dodge in time, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood upon being grazed by the hammer's wind. In the face of this sudden, unparalleled dominant strike, Chu Zheng's expression slightly tensed, yet showed no trace of panic. The Dharma phase, standing tall like the heavens, merely raised another gigantic hand seemingly condensed from nebulae. The motion seemed slow, yet was faster than wind and lightning, gently brushing towards the terrifying bone hammer crashing down. The motion was gentle. To the colossal Dharma phase, it was akin to brushing away a speck of dust from one's sleeve. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was deafening, instantly overshadowing all the clamor on the battlefield. It was as if the ancient divine bell had been struck, a ring of visible sound waves suddenly spread out, flinging all those with weaker cultivation within billions of miles, both friend and foe, far away, and reducing countless stars to dust. Under countless astonished and dread-filled gazes, that overwhelmingly powerful giant hammer, seemingly capable of smashing everything, was swatted in a different direction by the light stroke of the Dharma phase, along with Blood Flame, flying backward into the starry sky. Blood Flame's massive body crashed through several incomplete great realms in succession before barely stabilizing, with the arms holding the hammer trembling violently, the palm already cracked, divine blood dripping profusely, evidently injured by the terrifying recoil. He steadied himself, glanced at his bleeding palm, then suddenly raised his head to gaze at the still unmoving Dharma phase, his brows furrowed tightly, and his forge-like eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In the instant of the confrontation just now, he clearly estimated Chu Zheng's current level of power, already far exceeding the ordinary half-step emperor, approaching the true emperor domain. He must have been favored by heavenly fate, encountering great fortune. Engaging head-on was definitely not the best strategy. Blood Flame's enormous head suddenly turned, his gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield, landing on the equally grave-faced Feng Tingyun. A swift and direct divine sense message was instantly sent over: let's put aside the grievances between us for now, join forces, and kill Xingqiu. If we do not eliminate this man, neither of our clans will have a good end today. His voice carried an almost imperceptible urgency. Xingqiu's current combat prowess has already surpassed the limits of this heaven burial palace. If Xingqiu wipes out the immortal path cultivators today, the next unfortunate ones will definitely be the Giant God clan. After all, the overall power gap between the Giant God clan and the immortal path is limited, and Xingqiu's combat prowess is completely beyond what Feng Tingyun can match. After hearing this, Feng Tingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment's consideration, she unhesitatingly nodded slightly, agreed. Her response was very decisive. The threat Xingqiu posed had gone beyond personal grudges and racial barriers. The teleportation gate that suddenly appeared was clearly intended to force them to kill each other, but it had to be done now. Having reached a consensus, Feng Tingyun's powerful divine sense instantly spread out like a tide, no longer limited to the internal immortal path, but tried to communicate with the top battle powers of several other major ancient clans on the battlefield, especially those who had also reached the half-step emperor level. The half-step emperor of the Star Moon ancient clan, the Golden Crow Prince, and even many cultivators of the Three Prisons sect all received Feng Tingyun's divine message. We, the 10 great ancient clans, are fighting here, merely for the sake of interests, not without room for negotiation. After the Heaven Burial Palace, the universe is vast. There are still many resources and cooperation between our clans. Why fight to the death here and let Xingqiu reap the benefits? Why not stop for now and eliminate this grave threat first? Her voice, conveyed through divine sense, was clearly transmitted to the ears of several core strong individuals, with clear logic and stark pros and cons. Soon, someone responded. The half-step emperor of the Star Moon Ancient clan, surrounded by 9 star shadows, was silent for a moment, then was the first to respond, agreed. The leader of the Shadow clan, hidden in the void and almost indiscernible in form, sent a cold thought, okay. The Golden Crow Prince also sent a message, indicating agreement. More than half of the top experts, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to temporarily join forces. Now, the combat prowess Xingqiu displayed was too terrifying. Slaying perfect 8th order living creatures was like plucking grass by the roadside. Even to half-step emperors, it was a huge threat, everyone saw this clearly. But there were still some strong individuals who, whether out of greed for the Immortal Banishing Rune, seeking to fish in troubled waters, or holding deep grudges against the Immortal Court or even the Giant God clan, instead sent a message to Chu Jing, Daoist Xingqiu. The situation seems unfavorable, do you need allies? Our clan is willing to assist with all our might, to stand with you against powerful enemies. Our 3-Prison sect has long admired Daoist, willing to support you greatly, as long as you lend the Immortal Banishing Rune to us for study for a period of time. Daoist, our Heavenly Feather clan is willing to ally with you, to share the opportunities of this place. To these uncertain messages, Chu Jing ignored them all, not even raising an eyelid. No one would know that for the Immortal Banishing Rune, he valued it far more than these Immortal Path cultivators, never allowing it to be passed on to any other forces. If the Immortal Banishing Rune were mastered by other ancient clans and used against the Immortal Path, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the Immortal Path. In future ancient history, the Immortal Path might thus fall into decline, never again able to stand side by side with the martial path as one of the 2 mainstreams of Taoist orthodoxy in the universe. This will undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, causing unforeseeable major deviations in the future, he knows, adding countless variables. He reversed time to return, and everything he did was to make the only correct ancient history come true. If he arbitrarily altered the crucial historical process, then all his struggles and efforts now would be meaningless, and it would have been better to follow the little Taoist's arrangements from the beginning, accept the heavenly fate, and steadily advance to conquer the 2 realms, sparing himself this suffering and effort. Moreover, the path of the Qi cultivator is destined to be a solitary path, competing against heaven and earth, all the ways, and oneself. He doesn't need allies. These temporary relationships based on interest are too fragile and can reverse at any time due to greater interests, making it easy to suffer a fatal blow from behind. He doesn't trust them and disdains relying on them. Under his silence and continuous slaughter, the situation on the battlefield gradually began to clarify. Apart from Tianji, who was following him, almost all the living creatures within the field, whether they were Immortal Path cultivators, Giant God clan, or Star Moon Ancient clan, Shadow clan, Golden Crow clan, even those factions that attempted to ally with him before, now stood on the opposite side, forming an invisible yet enormous encirclement, covering several star seas. Between the star domains, those strange teleportation gates continued to increase, showing no signs of stopping. More and more living creatures were forcibly teleported over, including some powerful loners and teams from small to medium factions. Upon their appearance, they were initially bewildered, but soon infected by the terrifying battlefield atmosphere, or forced, or actively joined the siege army against Chu Jing. Soon, around Chu Jing and Tianji, between the star seas, were densely packed with various living creatures numbering in the tens of thousands. Although most of them varied greatly in cultivation, the terrifying blood fiend and energy fluctuations gathered were enough to make any living creature despair. Between the star seas, a strange deathly silence fell. Seeing this scene, Feng Tingyan's long-strained nerves finally relaxed a little. Under such overwhelming circumstances, even with Xingqiu's ability reaching the sky, he is destined to be doomed today. Her icy gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, landing on Tianji, who still stood by Chu Jing's side, her voice carrying an undeniable command, "Tianji, come over, don't mistake yourself." At this moment, almost all the pressure concentrated on Chu Jing, with countless gazes focused on him. Yun Tianji's body stiffened suddenly, a fierce struggle and hesitation passing through his eyes. In such a desperate situation, Chu Jing's defeat seemed already predetermined. If he stubbornly stayed by Chu Jing's side, the outcome was obvious: he would undoubtedly be buried with him. Although just moments ago, including Su Wuchen, no one cared about his life or death, they were ultimately fellow Taoists, and the current situation promised certain victory. On the other side was Chu Jing, who had saved his life, yet stood all alone, with the whole world against him. The choice seemed obvious. Yun Tianji paused in his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over Su Wuchen and Feng Tingyun's indifferent faces, over the surrounding scheming strong figures of various clans. Finally, his gaze returned to the towering figure before him, facing thousands of foes without a hint of wavering. Other than his already deceased grandpa, Chu Jing was the first and only person willing to help when he fell into desperation. Previously, when he was in danger, Chu Jing could have chosen to ignore it and mingled with the current crowd, ready to act when the time was right. Now he found himself in such a dire situation, largely due to his own reasons. An indescribable complex emotion erupted like a volcano in his chest, overwhelming all considerations of pros and cons. The last trace of hesitation vanished from Yun Tianji's eyes. He did not retreat but took a deep breath and stepped forward again, drawing closer to Chu Jing's back, his immortal sword humming in his hand, pointing directly at the countless foes ahead, providing his answer through action. He chose to stand on Chu Jing's side and oppose tens of thousands of living creatures under this starry sky. "I suggest you go to the other side," Chu Jing transmitted telepathically. This sudden remark extinguished Yun Tianji's newly arisen fervor, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean? If the battle really breaks out, I'm not sure I can protect you. You'll have a better chance of survival on the other side. After all, I won't kill you." Chu Jing's idea was simple: Yun Tianji must live, and where he survives does not matter. If those people all come at once, his trouble would be great, bound to be a bloody battle. Hearing this, Yun Tianji felt a slight sourness in his heart, warmth rushing to his eyes. Never expecting Chu Jing to go this far for him, even in such dire straits, he still considered him. He subconsciously gripped the immortal sword tighter, taking a deep breath. "Jing Chu, if any breath remains after today, I pledge to burn incense and swear, forming a life and death pact with you, sharing life and death, not seeking to live together but vowing to die together. From now on, you and I shall be as blood relatives, never betraying each other. Let heaven and earth witness, let the gods observe." This decision made Feng Tingyun, Su Wuchen, and all other immortal path cultivators' faces instantly darken, while countless ancient ancestor strong people around displayed various expressions, some amused, others with a hint of ridicule. Under the starry sky, tens of thousands of formidable enemies surrounded them. The two stood side by side, like a solitary boat that could capsize at any moment amidst the raging waves. Chu Jing could not perceive the turbulent emotions of Yun Tianji behind him, for his mind was entirely focused on the chaotic battlefield before him. He covertly scanned all directions, his gaze passing over the half-step emperors whose aura soared to the heavens, as well as the many prodigies of the ancient clans. A growingly heavy sense of foreboding quietly seeped into his thoughts. No. Something is amiss. His gaze was like a sieve, filtering through tens of thousands of living creatures, yet he couldn't find a single martial cultivator. Not even one. This was extremely bizarre. To his knowledge, the number of martial cultivators who had entered the Heaven Burial Palace this time was definitely in the thousands, at least 6,000 or 7,000. How could such a large group be absent from this ultimate battleground, which gathered tens of thousands of living creatures, not seen even one of them? Have they deliberately hidden themselves, or are they all dead? At the same time, another aura he had been vigilantly searching for was also like a stone sinking into the sea, without leaving the slightest trace. The evil corpse of the Master of Heavenly Fortune was also nowhere to be found, completely missing any sign of its aura fluctuations. Under such circumstances, the evil corpse had not yet appeared. Could it be that it chose a method similar to the good corpse, choosing a living creature identical to Yun Tianji? When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. Buzz, in the split second when myriad thoughts surged in Chu Zheng's mind, at the highest point of the star dome, a previously relatively calm area of space was violently torn as if by an invisible giant hand. A gigantic portal far exceeding the size of all previous teleportation gates, with edges flowing with thick dark red blood light, burst open with a roar. A terrifying blood fiend chi that made souls tremble enveloped the entire void like a tangible tsunami, spreading a sickeningly sweet and bloody scent, as if billions of living creatures were shedding blood at this very moment. Crash, countless sticky dark red blood, like a river bursting its banks, surged out from the enormous blood gate, instantly converging into an endless, tumultuous blood-colored ocean in the starry sky. Amidst the rolling blood waves, there seemed to be the wailing sounds of innumerable residual souls, gripping the heart with terror. This horrendous scene instantly drew the attention of nearly all living creatures on the battlefield, freezing the atmosphere in an instant. Chu Zheng's face suddenly tensed, and his pupils slightly contracted. It's here. This aura, although even more violent and formidable than before, the core of its essence, he wouldn't mistake it, it was undoubtedly the evil corpse. It had finally arrived. Under countless gazes, whether suspicious or precautious, a figure slowly emerged from the surging blood sea portal. She tore through the sticky blood curtain, adorned in a dark red battle robe seemingly coagulated from countless blood droplets, with crimson blood beads still dripping continuously from the robe. It was a woman, tall and elegant, with a rare heroic appearance, yet her face was an abnormal pale, as if drained of too much blood. She stood barefoot, with nothing underfoot, surrounded by a chilling and indifferent aura. Her eyes swept across the battlefield void of any emotion, only filled with deathly stillness. Her martial robe was tattered in many places, stained with dried or yet to congeal blood, clearly indicating she had undergone extremely fierce battles. She stood there like a drawn sword, sharp but silent and lifeless. It's Xiao Dieqiu from the martial pavilion. Among the many ancient clans, someone recognized the woman's identity. Perfection of martial saint, she is one of the leaders from the martial pavilion. Who entered the Heaven Burial Palace this time? It is said she is blessed with great chi fortune, protected by the immortal ancestor of the martial path, though not quite a true half-step emperor, still not far from it. Blood flame among the giant gods flashed a deep solemnity in his eyes. From this woman, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura, pure killing intent capable of threatening his life. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tingyun's face registered mild surprise, then quickly suppressed her shock at the blood sea, her gaze paused. Though martial path and immortal path are not the same, at this moment she needed to unite all forces she could, at least she couldn't let Xiao Dieqiu side with Xingqiu. She immediately focused her divine sense, sending a voice transmission to Xiao Dieqiu who had just appeared. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please aid us in slaying Xingqiu, and upon success, our immortal court will surely reward you generously. Her transmission seemed to elicit an immediate response. In the starry sky, Xiao Dieqiu, donned in blood garments, expression indifferent, slowly turned her neck, her icy and lifeless gaze accurately landing on Feng Tingyun amidst the chaotic battlefield. Then, under Feng Tingyun's slightly expectant gaze, Xiao Dieqiu moved. She stepped forward slowly, as if the void under her feet solidified, gently carrying her bare feet. Step by step, she advanced, neither hasty nor slow, with an eerie rhythm, walking steadily toward Feng Tingyun's location. Upon seeing this, Feng Tingyun breathed a sigh of relief, her long tense nerves slightly relaxed. With this peak martial saint expert's assistance, the threat of the immortal banishing rune would be greatly diminished, capturing Xingqiu would be effortless. She even began to contemplate how she would negotiate with the other ancient clans over dividing the regions within the Heaven Burial Palace afterward. A temporary ceasefire clearly benefits all sides. Xiao Dieqiu remained silent, only walking forward. Her speed seemed unhurried, yet each step taken appeared as if she were shrinking earth into inches, effortlessly traversing the starry battlefield and chaotic void currents. In an instant, the distance between her and Feng Tingyun was less than 100 feet. For a peak martial saint, this distance was extremely close. So close they were almost standing face to face. The warning in Feng Tingyun's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, with all the hair on her body standing on end. She was well aware of the terror of a peak martial saint. At this distance, if she was unprepared, she could be instantly killed. Entering this dangerous distance rashly was undoubtedly a provocation. "You?" Feng Tingyun instinctively exclaimed, her figure retreating rapidly, while she simultaneously summoned a top-grade defensive immortal treasure. An ancient stone tablet, flowing with undying immortal light, instantly flew out from her forehead, enlarging like a mountain to block between her and Xiao Dieqiu. However, Xiao Dieqiu's movements were more than twice as fast. Just at the moment Feng Tingyun retreated, as the immortal tablet was summoned, Xiao Dieqiu's previously slow advancing stance suddenly disappeared, replaced by a shadow tearing through the void. Her pale hand, containing the power to collapse the sky, slowly rose, fingers suddenly curved into claws, fingernails turned jet black and sharp, entwined with hair-raising blood-colored lightning and fierce aura, ignoring the distance of the void, directly grasped for Feng Tingyun's fair and fragile throat. Sizzle, the blood-colored lightning exploded, the wind howled like a roaring gale, the might of that claw was terrifying to the extreme, as if the entire star domain was about to be torn apart by it. Xiao Dieqiu's strike was incredibly swift. Even though Feng Tingyun had anticipated it and reacted as quickly as possible, she was still a step too slow. The top-grade defensive immortal tablet had only just expanded, and the immortal light had only half lit, when Xiao Dieqiu's sharp claws had already violently grasped the immortal tablet. Bang! The ancient immortal tablet, embroidered with numerous immortal patterns, barely withstood a fraction of a moment, emitting a wailing sound of unbearable load. The immortal light instantly dimmed, the runes shattered, and was torn open by that claw entwined with blood lightning, leaving a huge gap. The claw's force did not diminish, passing through the shattered immortal tablet, touching the protective immortal light that automatically floated around Feng Tingyun. That thick layer of immortal light, like paper, was easily torn apart. Plop! The claw effortlessly, fiercely gripped Feng Tingyun's slender, snow-white neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Feng Tingyun's eyes widened to the extreme, filled with utter shock and disbelief. She could even vaguely feel that the cold fingers had already grasped her throat bone. With just one strike, her defensive immortal treasure, protective immortal light, together with her neck, were almost simultaneously torn apart, with only a thin layer of skin connecting her neck and spine. Her head nearly flew off. She wanted to speak, but could only make a rasping sound from her throat. Under the intense threat of death, a hint of madness and fierceness flashed in Feng Tingyun's eyes. Buzz! Immediately, an incredibly brilliant immortal light burst forth from her body, transforming her whole person into impalpable, intangible clear wind, scattering in an instant. As long as a wisp of breeze escaped, she could reconstruct her immortal body. However, just as her body began to disintegrate and was about to merge with the wind to escape, Xiao Dieqiu opened her mouth without expression. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently. In the next instant, a roar as if from an ancient time's primordial beast burst out from her mouth. Roar, vast blood-colored shockwaves, mixed with substantial sound waves and destructive laws, erupted forward like a terrifying explosion from the primordial chaos of the world. The starry sky was torn asunder, the laws groaned endlessly. Feng Tingyun, who had just turned into wind and had yet to completely escape, was caught by the roar full on. Her immortal light violently trembled, the scattered immortal charm of wind was blown apart, annihilated instantly. Breaths later, under countless horrified gazes from afar, Feng Tingyun fell out of a piece of shattered void, her face pale as gold paper, forced to reconsolidate her immortal body. Although the terrifying wound at her neck had recovered under the influence of immortal power, her aura was like a candle in the wind, flickering violently, weakened to the extreme, far more severe than the previous injury when her throat was torn. Her immortal power was in utter chaos, her essence had suffered unimaginable trauma. The interruption of wind transformation immortal escape brought about nearly destructive backlash. Stop. Only then did the surrounding Feng true immortals respond to the sudden developments. Their faces changed drastically as they frantically rushed to rescue Feng Tingyun. But, it was too late. Xiao Diechou's speed was beyond their limit to react. Almost at the same moment Feng Tingyan's figure stumbled out, Xiao Diechou was already upon her like a maggot on a bone. That claw stained with Feng Tingyan's blood reached out again, this time precisely gripping her fragile waist. Her 5 fingers, like sharp iron hooks, mercilessly plunged into her immortal body. The sound of bone rubbing against vertebrae was grating. The terrifying strength penetrated her completely, firmly suppressing Feng Tingyan's core essence and spine immortal pass. Ah! A screech, bitter to distortion, unlike any human voice burst from Feng Tingyan's lips. She only felt the immense heavenly fate, bestowed by the Feng family, forcibly snatched by an irresistible fearsome suction, along with her immortal blood, drained like a flood through open sluice gates, emptied in an instant. Deprived of heavenly fate and immortal power, her originally jade-like, lustrous immortal body rapidly shriveled and dimmed, like a flower instantly devoid of water and life force. In the next instant, Xiao Diechou's 5 fingers on her waist subtly trembled. A destructive shockwave passed through. Bang! A soft yet heart-wrenching muffled sound exploded, making the heart and soul of every immortal path cultivator tremble. Feng Tingyan's immortal body, already devoid of all luster, silently disintegrated inch by inch like petrified wood of eons, finally reducing to scattered dust along with her divine soul, utterly annihilated. Immortal blood stained the starry sky. The Feng family's half-step emperor, dead. In an instant, body and soul both perished. This. Upon noticing the evil corpse's intent to seize heavenly fate,